Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Wizard Master, will I become good enough? Yes. But, Wizard Master, I don't even have confidence in myself. Despite this, I still believe in Sylvia. As soon as she broke through the fourth ring wizard, the scale of the Tower of Savior also began to expand. Nowadays, with the energy of a large amount of soul fire, the Tower of Savior operates efficiently every day, providing a protective shield to block the dead air and a normal ecological maintenance system. It mimics the various elements that a normal world should have: sunlight, soil, water, and all the large and small species that Su-Shi has collected over the years, some of which are used as material output and some as food. The people who escaped from death regard the Wizard Tower as the only remaining utopia in the world. They are enthusiastically devoted to various tasks, and they are full of respect for Su-Shi and Sylvia. Praise that adult. May that adult have mercy on my child and let her grow up healthily. The kind people were in tears, and they would pass on the good deeds of Su-Shi by word of mouth every day. What's more, Su-Shi is regarded as a god. They pray devoutly every day. Su-Shi was helpless about this, but he couldn't persuade the stubborn people. Master Wizard, you obviously feel very troubled. Why don't you stop it forcefully? The brave man beside Su-Shi asked in confusion. In this world, the brave man has followed Su-Shi for the longest time. She knows that faith and reverence are not what Su-Shi wants. In this regard, Su-Shi looked indifferent, watching the busy people, carrying out various tasks in the tower with a face full of vitality and hope. Sylvia, people always need something in their lives, or a goal, or a role model. If there is nothing, it will become impossible to move forward, fearing the unknown future and becoming a walking corpse. I really don't like this fanatical belief. But now, it is an indispensable sense of security for everyone. Su-Shi chuckled. The voice was slow, with thoughts about the world and sympathy for the suffering. So that's it. The brave man understood. She lowered her head and looked at the long sword at her waist in silence. Her fingers wrapped in silver armor gently stroked the hilt. Her fingertips spun around and around. It seemed that endless thoughts were dissipating with the movement of the fingertips. Master Wizard, you are so gentle. When the fingertips stopped moving, the hero gave a nice guy card for the first time in a long time. Speaking of which, Sylvia, do you feel that the temperature has suddenly dropped? No, Master Wizard. Maybe I am tired. Su-Shi shivered, put on the constant temperature magic for himself, turned around and walked into the wizard tower. Let's go, Sylvia, you have become a three-ring wizard. It's time to teach you new knowledge. Yes, Master Wizard. Under the simulated sunlight, the gray-silver armor flashed with metallic luster, following Sylvia's movements, making a crisp back-and-forth collision sound, clacking. The incomplete hero is chasing his own future. In the 24th year of the simulation, you are 41 years old. After being promoted to a fourth-ring wizard, your spiritual vision has become more complete. You observe the vast underworld and calculate the time when the wizard world will be completely swallowed up. You come to the conclusion. The shortest is 50 years, the longest is 100 years. The wizard world will usher in the end, become another plane captured by the endless underworld, and turn into pure underworld. You plan everything, and prepare to send Sylvia and the others away safely one day in the future, and go alone to find the mastermind behind the scenes. To this end you begin to consciously cultivate Sylvia. In addition to the most basic combat power, you also teach her how to control the wizard tower and manage various areas. Sylvia did not disappoint your expectations. She was born into a noble family and has certain experience in how to manage at the same time. Sylvia works hard and often asks you for advice, trying to reduce the pressure of managing the wizard tower as much as possible. You are very pleased and think that the girl's level of hard work is second only to yours. In the 26th year of the simulation, you are 43 years old. 2 years have passed, and you have experienced another dark tide of the undead. Your strength is so terrifying. Using the fourth ring sorcery, Death Proclamation, you cleared the undead army like a tsunami, and personally killed an undead king due to sufficient manpower. The combat power of the Tower of Savior has also increased, and a brilliant record has been achieved. Your soul fire continues +1. Praise that Lord, the invincible Lord. People cheered, shouting their hearts out. The living who were once hunted by the undead, today, they participate in the battle to strangle the undead, crying and laughing, avenging their deceased relatives. In that oppressive environment, Sylvia's expression was firm. She held the hilt of the sword with both hands, observing with sharp eyes, and always guarding Su-Shi. I will protect the safety of the wizard. Sylvia, attack. Sylvia tried her best. Although she was a melee wizard, the pressure of her sword formed a vast group attack effect. However, after many times, the soul power was inevitably exhausted. Such an impulsive hero was punished by Su-Shi, and his cheeks were pinched and rubbed hard for several times. Do you know you are wrong? I know you are wrong. Well-behaved, obedient, and cute. Sylvia admitted her mistake honestly. The dark tide of the undead is over. You have continued to harvest soul fires this year, and your foundation has become incomparably amazing. You are not proud or complacent. You know very well that the current number of soul fires is not enough to support the opening of a large-scale interdimensional channel. You are even unable to defeat the high-ranking 7-ring wizard. You still need to work hard. Your witchcraft has become more sophisticated, and you often use the wandering undead as experimental subjects for new witchcraft. Some powerful undead will be recycled by you after they die and cast into armed puppets as guardians of the wizard tower. In the 29th year of the simulation, you are 46 years old. The facilities of the Tower of Savior have become more complete. With the accumulation of time, the number of people in the tower has increased, and some have even become new wizard apprentices. But the world is completely dead. You no longer find any survivors. The vast world is like a dead sea. Amid the ups and downs of the waves, only the Ark of Savior you built crosses the sea. You and the brave man stand on the top of the tower, overlooking the dark doomsday scene, and become a little silent. In the 30th year of the simulation, you are 47 years old. You are still researching cross-dimensional technology. Although you have obtained a lot of useful information from the ruins of the Gods Plateau, it is still difficult to get everyone to leave together. There is still plenty of time. The successive failures of the experiments make you feel upset. Fortunately, the success of another thing makes you happy. You have mastered the 4th ring witchcraft, flesh and blood regeneration. She met Sylvia. In the 2nd year of the simulation. Poor, lonely, and strong. Sylvia, with a mutilated face and a body of undead, would be driven away by terrified people wherever she went. No one believed her words. Not to mention kindness. For this reason, Sylvia could only put on armor and become a fake hero to gain that little trust. After meeting she once asked such a question. Can the undead body be cured and the hollow bones be restored to human form again? Sorry, I can't do it. She, at that time, gave an apologetic answer. Now, she, who has been promoted to a 4th ring wizard, has finally learned the 4th ring witchcraft, flesh and blood regeneration, based on the collected information. According to the creator's idea, it is prepared to be developed into a healing technique. But after many experiments, flesh and blood regeneration has been confirmed to have the same miraculous effect on the restoration of flesh and blood for dead skeletons. Master Wizard, can I really do it? Of course, Sylvia, but this is not a permanent treatment, it is time limited. Time limit. Well, it can only last for about an hour. Disappointed? No. Sylvia stood there, her eyes blinking, still happy and grateful. Before meeting Sushi, the hero had no one to communicate with. She was afraid of being exposed, so every time she saved a village, she would leave quickly and dare not talk to people. She was afraid of silent loneliness. In her own world, she could only listen to the dripping of the leaking roof. That time was too dark. It became an indelible pain. Now, the pain has a chance to heal, and Sushi will help the hero to restore the integrity of being born as a human being. Master Wizard. What should I do? Should I take off my armor, and the cloth on my head? The undead girl was a little at a loss. After being polished by time, she has already matured, but at this moment she is as confused as a child, not knowing what to do. Don't worry, Sylvia. The simulated sunlight was like a golden thread, shining gently into the room, hitting the surface of every object, with a delicate glow. Sushi laughed. He removed the cloth strip on Sylvia's head. Master Wizard, armor. Sylvia reminded subconsciously, thinking that Sushi had forgotten this step. But Sushi shook his head. Sylvia, you don't need to take off the armor for this experiment. Oh, but it was required before. The girl's voice gradually became weaker. The sluggish and stopped brain started working again, and the IQ climbed to a high ground again. Sylvia finally reacted and realized what stupid things she had said. This experiment is to restore her body, a complete body, a living body, a healthy body. If the armor is removed, Sylvia no longer dared to think about it. Holding her head, curling up, squatting. Excessive shame made the girl act like she was afraid of the dark. Sushi was preparing extraordinary materials for the activation of the ritual. The hero's wish is to restore his normal body. The world's changes, the extinction of mankind, all kinds of changes have come one after another, and the hero has long forgotten this matter. But you still remember. After being promoted to a 4th ring wizard, you began to study the flesh regeneration technique. Finally, you mastered this technique and used it on the hero. The bones are trembling. The flesh is sprouting. The moment Sushi released the witchcraft, a large amount of life force was extracted from the material and transferred to Sylvia, turning into scarlet flesh sprouts. It was an astonishingly precise structure. In an orderly manner. Completed a miraculous creation. Detailed to all parts, deep into the internal organs. Sushi couldn't see the body inside the armor and couldn't know how the recovery was going, but he could see that the broken face was becoming complete. Exquisite facial features. Elegant long hair. Emerald green eyes. In the morning light, the white gold long hair was shining and rippling. Like the moment of dawn. Bright and eye-catching. The brilliance hung over her neck and shoulders, the pale white and light gold interlaced, reflecting each other, and dyed the eyes green like the surface of the water. Quiet, confused. It was once the most dazzling emerald of Clawfield. It was broken countless times and reassembled countless times, and it was not until today that it was restored to its complete form. Master Wizard. Touching her face with her hand, it was a complete touch, and the girl made a trembling voice. It was not a simulation of the soul fire, but the real voice of Sylvia Clawfield. It sounded very good. Clear and clean. Thank you. Tears flickered in her eyes like faint starlight, quickly filled up, and flowed freely. It should have been the most joyful and happy moment. But the hero could no longer be strong. Silent tears, crystal clear in the sun, shining brightly, shining sadly. I don't want to cry out loud. I don't want to trouble Sushi. Sylvia folded her hands and covered her mouth and nose, but it was useless. Tears flowed freely between her fingers, showing a fragile crying expression to Sushi. That was the helplessness that only Sushi could see, the helplessness that belonged to the brave. She cried quietly and sadly, and it was hard to hide her tears. All the pain. At this moment, it turned into a cry that she tried hard to suppress. Sylvia, Sushi saw the girl's sadness, stretched out his palm, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He didn't say you're welcome. He didn't comfort her for a long time. Instead, he stroked the girl's head with gentle force. You must be very tired all this time. The rippling water surface stagnated for a moment, and then completely broke the dam. Those eyes became a truly crystal clear emerald. You successfully restored the hero's body. The excitement and sadness were enough to move everyone. You kept waiting until the hero calmed down. You left the room to give the hero a personal space to change clothes. Before, because of the fear of the undead body, the girl was hated and despised by people, so she could only wear armor all day. But now that her body has been restored, the girl can finally wear normal clothes for the first time in a long time and show her human side. Among the many clothes prepared in advance, Sylvia chose a long skirt. Delicate and soft fabric, iris pattern neckline, light green buds embellishing the white skirt. It is a very elegant and decent dress. Wizard Master, Sylvia poked her head out of the room with her white fingers gently picking the crack of the door and looked at Sushi's position. Do you think this looks good? The hero was a little worried that his face was not beautiful enough, or that the clothes he chose were not outstanding enough. She cared about Sushi's opinion and wanted to hear Sushi's answer. It's more beautiful than I expected. Sushi looked at the girl in the sunshine and gave her affirmation with a smile. The body of the dead. The body of the living. These are two completely different experiences. The texture of clothes rubbing against the skin, the lightness of fingers skimming through the air, the peace of mind of footsteps landing on the ground, and the wetness of clear water flowing through the palms. These experiences, which had been absent for thousands of years, made Sylvia smile happily like a child. The hand of the wizard. Just as I thought before, very warm, very safe. The regenerated flesh was still a little uncomfortable. Therefore, Sushi took the girl's hand and led her into the light, to see the tower where she had lived all along, from a different perspective from the dead. On the way, Sylvia held her hands tightly. Very tightly. Her long platinum hair was tied up, with scattered hair falling on her ears, covering her slightly red cheeks with great difficulty. It seemed that she had become a living person again, and her emotions were too excited. Sylvia, do you feel uncomfortable? Sushi asked with concern. He was worried that the body restored by the ritual would have side effects. In the corridor, Sylvia shook her head gently. I feel very good, Master Wizard. I can see clearly, hear sounds, and there is no pain in my body. Your spell is very effective, thank you very much. The girl smiled again. The smile was like a fairy flower blooming in the lake. Clear, bright, clean, and flawless. Then I feel relieved. Listening to the girl's answer, Sushi also checked his body in his own way, and the result was naturally healthy. For today's flesh and blood regeneration, Sushi made a lot of preparations. First, he specially vacated a spell position to learn this witchcraft that was useless to him. After that, he collected a large number of bones and compared the resurrection effects of different bones to ensure that Sylvia would not be hurt. After various data and various experiments, only then did he officially start the resurrection of Sylvia. The whole process was quite cumbersome and took a lot of time, but looking at the brave man with a bright smile in front of him, Sushi felt that it was worth it. Master Wizard, am I bothering you too much? No, if I really have to bother you, it's me who is bothering Sylvia. After all, it has always been Sylvia who has helped me complete my research. Walk out of the room and out of the corridor. The ups and downs of the steps finally stopped at a platform. This is the height of the Tower of Savior. The sun is brilliant, the breeze is gentle, and the ecosystem creates a normal living environment, allowing people to live in peace. It's so beautiful, Sylvia murmured to herself. She saw that under the backdrop of the morning light, the entire sky was covered with a soft light blue, quiet, and silent. The golden light slanted on the edges of the flowers, plants, and trees. The irregular leaves became shining. Softly and slowly, the sunlight flowed on the green leaves, staggered, and fell to the ground, forming intermittent beautiful spots of light. This is a very common scenery, but in the wizarding world on the verge of extinction, it seems particularly precious, like a beautiful fantasy that does not exist. Master Wizard, thank you. The brave man thanked again. Thanks to you, I can feel this warmth. The brave man's left hand was linked with Sushi. He stretched out his right hand, and with a half-nervous and half-joyful movement, he gently caught a small handful of golden sunlight. The brave man who has recovered his normal body has her own beauty. You have seen elves. Elves are the embodiment of purity, beauty, and beauty. But you think that the brave man who has recovered his normal state has a more magnificent beauty than the elves. That is the beauty that has been polished by malice. There are countless cracks, but it is still blooming with light. It is rare to recover a normal body. The brave man wants to experience more things. She suggested to you that she wants to walk around the tower. You agreed. You are, Miss Sylvia. Has your face recovered? In the past, Sylvia's excuse for covering her face in the tower was still the fire burns and disfigurement. People have pity for this and are used to Sylvia with a mutilated face. But today, everyone's cognition was overturned together. They rushed to bless and cheer for Sylvia with an excited and joyful attitude. I knew it. Miss Sylvia, good people will be rewarded. Oh my god, Miss Sylvia is so beautiful, is this the saint? Every time they arrived at a new area, Sylvia's appearance would cause a commotion among the crowd. But people were very restrained and did not behave impolitely. They just watched from a distance, watching her and Sushi walking hand in hand with a particularly quiet and gratified look. What are people thinking? Sylvia felt that she should know clearly. Her face was as red as the fruit of midsummer. Shyness, expectation, and a little joy made her hold the warm big hand even tighter. Father, mother, there is no record of what to do in this situation in the Crawfield family precepts. The girl's troubles came and went quickly. A breeze brushed across her cheek and took away the shy warmth. Unconsciously, Sylvia's attention was attracted by the things in the tower. From the perspective of the living, many familiar things burst into brilliant colors, so stunning that they occupied the sight and made it difficult to move away. After walking for half an hour, they visited several major places in the tower. Sylvia stopped wandering and looked back at the huge tower. Master Wizard, stop here. Don't you plan to continue, Sylvia? Sushi asked. His hand was still holding the girl to prevent her from falling. In the warm sunshine, Sylvia's outline became soft, white as snow, and her eyes were deep green and bright. No, Master Wizard, she smiled and gave such an answer. I want to do something else in the remaining half an hour. Sushi frowned. Sylvia, you don't have to worry about the time problem. The effective time of flesh and blood regeneration is 1 hour. This time is very short. But the ritual can be used repeatedly. As long as the extraordinary materials are prepared again, and Sushi takes action, Sylvia's physical condition can be prolonged. However, Sylvia refused this approach. Thank you for your kindness, but I only have this hour. The girl wore a white dress, and she looked quiet and dazzling in the sun's glow. The thumb and index finger of the right hand, lightly placed on the emerald green ring on the left hand, caressing the cool texture. The green halo flows, and the bright silver flashes. Master Wizard, it is really too much trouble for you to perform the ritual continuously. And, don't you always say that the value of time does not depend on the amount of time? 1 hour is indeed very short. But because it is connected with Su, 1 hour is very fulfilling. Even if time passes and the body turns into a skeleton again, the remaining warmth and joy can still make the hero happy for a long, long time. She smiled. The emerald eyes are very beautiful. Master Wizard, I would like to eat something in the remaining time, can I? You and Sylvia are walking in the tower. A normal body brings normal senses. The warmth of the sun, the sound of the breeze, the coolness of the water. These commonplace things deeply touched Sylvia. She was very happy and reached out to feel them like a child. You looked at Sylvia tenderly. You felt that an hour was too short and wanted to perform the spell again. But the girl rejected the proposal with the words you once said. She doesn't want you to work too hard. In the remaining half an hour, Sylvia wanted to taste the food. You thought about it and decided to cook by yourself to celebrate Sylvia's brief rebirth. Ingredients, arranged neatly. Kitchen utensils, all available. Under the blank gaze of the hero, the pots and pans surrendered to you, and the quickly cooked ingredients began to emit a trace of golden light. Your legendary cooking skills are being stably exerted. Your cooking skills continue to +1. While waiting for the cooking to end, Sylvia felt a little bored and decided to make the same dish. The hero Sylvia started to make a fire. The brave Sylvia takes out the sisi fruit. The brave Sylvia starts to roast the sisi fruit. The existence of extraordinary power has reduced the cooking time a lot. In just the past 10 minutes, Sushi has made 4 dishes and 1 soup, a table of delicious food, with a fragrant aroma. The red roasted meat is paired with tender green vegetables. The fragrant hot soup is paired with refreshing mushrooms. Just by glancing at it, you can imagine the delicate taste and the fresh fragrance sliding on the tongue. Well, the cooking skills have not regressed. Sushi looked at the hot air rising from the table and nodded slightly. In general, this table of dishes is very successful. The only shortcoming is the black fruit placed at the corner of the table. The skin is roasted and cracked, revealing the charred flesh inside. Sylvia, what are you doing? Master Wizard, I want to try my own cooking skills. The girl explained the reason. She wanted to try the sisi fruit she roasted. Taste it for herself and see if it is so unbearable. Master Wizard, to be honest, I am quite confident in roasting the savory fruit. Sylvia smiled and took a bite of the charred fruit. Sylvia put the fruit down silently. Master Wizard, please, forget what I just said. I'm a little embarrassed. Sylvia likes your cooking very much. Rich taste, delicious, it is the ultimate enjoyment she has never experienced. If possible, Sylvia wants to eat your cooking every day, but the effective time of flesh and blood regeneration is too short to support normal life. 1 hour ends. Under your gaze, Sylvia's body turns into a skeleton again. She carefully puts away her clothes, takes out the armor from the space ring and puts it on, wraps it with cloth strips, puts on a cloak, and returns to her former appearance. You walk up. Apologize to her. Say that there is no way to permanently restore the body in a short time. It's okay, Master Wizard. That's enough. I think I'm lucky enough to be able to recover for an hour occasionally and taste the cooking of Master Wizard. Servia's eyes showed a smile. Perhaps it was because he had just seen Servia's complete appearance. Facing that familiar face, Su Shi did not feel incomplete, as if he had filled in the flawlessness of the last piece of the puzzle. Servia. Yes, I'm here. You're very beautiful now. Su Shi's eyes softened, and he stretched out his hand and kneaded the hero's cheek. The magnificence deep in his heart was a little too dazzling. In the 31st year of the simulation, you are 48 years old. The Tower of Savior has flown to more lands. Desolate, withered, and wandering undead. Time has verified your guess. In today's wizarding world, apart from the Tower of Savior you created, there is basically no other life. Perhaps in some extremely hidden corner, there are powerful wizards hiding, but the number of such wizards will only be extremely rare. You look up at the black sun in the sky, look down at the desolate earth, and then compare it with the sunny day in the tower. You feel that the difference is really strong. It was originally just a joke, but it seems to have come true at this moment. The Tower of Savior, which carries many lives, plants, and monsters, is like the Noah's Ark in mythology, heading for an unknown destiny. In the 33rd year of the simulation, you are 50 years old. Your soul has become more condensed. The interference ability of the four-ring wizard shows a different brilliance in your hands. You have learned some obscure and profound techniques. Every once in a while, you will help Sylvia to regenerate her flesh and blood, allowing Sylvia to escape from the dead silence of the undead and release her emotions as a living person. Initially, the hero will wander around the tower. Later, the hero will only stay by your side. In response to your doubts, the hero said that she wanted to help you as much as possible and share your pressure. You are pleased about this. You find that every time the hero recovers his body, he chooses to wear a different piece of clothing. The style of the clothing is different, you think those clothes are very distinctive, but what you always remember is only the deep green gem pupils. You think the hero's own magnificence, that gem-like brilliance, has surpassed everything. I don't know when. It seems that after learning your thoughts, the hero's clothes are no longer changed frequently, and he wears the white long dress he wore for the first time as his daily dress, elegant, beautiful and confident. Servia, in fact, you should spend your time on more meaningful things. Master Wizard, I think it is quite meaningful now. The top floor of the Tower of Savior. In Su Shi's exclusive storage room, Su Shi is conducting research on the transformation of the tower spirit. Servia stands beside him, helping with the calculation of the spell and providing inspiration. Her light white hair sways slightly in the wind, showing beauty only for Su Shi. There is no waste of the precious hour of flesh and blood regeneration. Servia has been doing the most meaningful things. From beginning to end. It's always like this. In the 34th year of the simulation, you are 51 years old. The Tower of Salvation controlled by you flew to the former Dragon Valley, which was once the gathering place of dragons in the wizard world, but now only bones are left everywhere. You were attacked by a bone dragon. For some reason, your attack was extremely effective against the bone dragon, and you easily killed it. The hero stood there in a daze, with the longsword just unsheathed. In the 36th year of the simulation, you are 53 years old. The undead dark tide that comes once every 10 years is coming, and more monsters have appeared in the wizard world. You have prepared early and harvested a large number of soul fires with the surging firepower of the wizard tower. Difficult and powerful undead individuals appear frequently. Even with you in charge, the barrier of the wizard tower was broken several times. In the 37th year of the simulation, you are 54 years old. You have made a breakthrough in your research on cross-dimensional space, and obtained some intelligence on the endless underworld. After so long, I finally have some results. The Dark Night. The Surging Soul. The turning pages of the book. In the evening, people stand under the light, exploring the mystery of knowledge. 13 years have passed since he was promoted to the 4th environment realm. Thanks to the long time of research, Su Shi has finally made some progress in cross-dimensional technology. Space tearing, anchor point fixing, plane shuttle, and the super-large magic tool for transforming soul fire. Finally, with the help of the collected information and the remains of the wizard tower, I have achieved the first step of replication. The voice echoed in the empty study. Su Shi lowered his eyelids and sat half-lying in the chair, thinking back to the efforts he had made over the years. Collecting soul fire, researching cross-dimensional technology, transforming the wizard tower, and practicing and improving his own strength without stopping. Everything is going according to plan, and there has never been any mistakes. In the days to come, as long as we continue to collect soul fire and improve the accuracy of cross-dimensional technology, we can safely send Sylvia and others away. Yes, it should be like this. Accidents always come suddenly. Su Shi reached out and gently grabbed a magic tool book on the table. The book was neat and cool, and the cover had a smooth texture. This was not Su Shi's work. It was found when the Tower of Savior was floating in the wizard world. It passed by the ruins of a wizard tower that had never been explored. The Plateau of the Gods is the gathering place of wizard forces, but the world is vast and some powerful wizard towers choose to stay elsewhere. What Su Shi discovered was this kind of wizard tower ruins. Desolate, quiet, and overgrown with weeds. The newly discovered wizard tower is no different from the previous one. but the magic tool book found inside records extremely rare and precious information about the endless underworld. I was confused a long time ago. Why did the wizards retreat in such a hurry? When the simulation started, there was still a long time before the black sun fell. For wizards, high-level undead are also rare extraordinary materials, but they regard them as roadside dust and have no nostalgia. The result it's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare. The magic tool book turned pages quickly. The content that Su Shi had viewed many times was presented again in front of him. It recorded the research results of a former seven-ring wizard on the endless underworld. It is the chaotic dark side where the dead are reborn and the souls sleep forever. It is the end that life will inevitably reach. Infinite worlds and planes give birth to equally countless creatures, and after those creatures enter death, they will merge into the endless underworld one by one. The long time has created an appalling vastness. In the endless underworld, the layers of soul planes are as numerous as the stars in the sky, constantly guiding the souls of the living world. A strong man at the level of the seventh ring can communicate with the origin of the endless underworld and manage a layer of soul plane. That is a small authority granted by the underworld, but it allows a strong man at the seventh ring to see the possibility of further progress. Snap! Su Shi closed the magic tool book, and the light brushed across his nose and slanted on the reddish-brown cover of the book. There is no limit to the number of soul planes controlled by immortals. The more soul planes you control, the greater the authority of the underworld you get. And a big world like the wizard world, which can breed a seven-ring wizard, will inevitably become a new soul plane after being swallowed by the underworld. In other words, Su Shi paused and looked up at the dim ceiling. Steady and deep eyes. With the help of the observation perspective of spiritual vision, he faced the sublime and vastness of the endless underworld, as well as the dark and silent cold chaos. As early as the ritual of summoning the underworld began, the wizard world was no longer safe. The immortals are as powerful as the seven-ring wizards. They may cast their eyes at any time, transform into a pack of wolves and hunt for this rich meal. In the overly quiet study, the yellow light fell softly. Su Shi reached out to cover his eyes and wiped them heavily. He felt mentally exhausted and his eyes were sore. The immortals in the underworld are forbidden to corrupt the normal world with subjective malice. So until today, the wizard world has been able to survive for so long, but that peeping will not disappear. The closer the world is to destruction, the more immortals covet it, and the weakest among them is enough to destroy the Tower of Salvation in an instant. What to do? How to avoid it? In Su Shi's mind, the same idea as the wizards emerged. That is to leave the wizard world as soon as possible and leave this place of right and wrong before the real last moment comes. Only in this way can the safety of Sylvia and others be guaranteed. But now, Su Shi's cross-dimensional technology has not yet reached the point where it can be put into use. As for the soul fire that serves as energy, he has already collected most of it with the powerful firepower of the wizard tower. Not enough, this is not enough, Su Shi muttered to himself. He opened his eyes, and the surging soul power twisted the surrounding space, making a crackling sound. Just collecting the cross-dimensional soul fire is far from enough. It's too late. At this point in time, there must be immortals observing the wizard world and noticing the Tower of Salvation that has left. There is no guarantee that they will not be interested in the Tower of Salvation. I need to prepare some countermeasures. Immortals at the 7th ring level have power that transcends the world. No one wants to be targeted by such an existence. Because of this, the middle and high-level wizards in the wizard world chose to escape early. Su Shi's situation is special. When the simulation began, it was already the end of the world's destruction, and he had to face the unknown immortals. Soul Collector, this is my only support. I hope it will be useful. Wait until the cross-dimensional transformation of the wizard tower is completed, and leave the wizard world immediately. Su Shi looked at his right hand, and as he slowly tightened it, a magic wand automatically emerged. Until today, Su Shi wanted to cut the mastermind behind the scenes, but now it seems that there is probably no chance. The soul fire is limited and the situation is critical. Compared with venting his own emotions, Su Shi pays more attention to the safety of Sylvia and others. When necessary, I can attract the attention of the immortals. Let the Tower of Savior leave safely. Before that, I need enough soul fire and to speed up the transformation of cross-dimensional technology. The wizarding world that is about to perish is more dangerous than you can imagine. In addition to the swallowing of the endless underworld, you also know that in the vast chaos, there are many obscure sites. You have no confidence in winning, and have never thought about it that way. The gathering of immortals at the 7-ring level or even more powerful will inevitably bring unimaginable huge destruction. Even if Sylvia is an undead, she will be affected and die if she stays in such a dangerous wizarding world. You make a decision silently. Let Sylvia and others leave this hell safely, Master Wizard. Are you worried about something? Why do you ask? Because, you've been very busy lately, busier than before. Thank you for your concern, Sylvia, but I'm not worried. Knowing the existence of the immortals, your originally easy escape plan suddenly became urgent. In your opinion, living at the same efficiency as before will only lead to the complete failure of the plan. You began to study cross-dimensional technology without sleep and forget about food. You began to speed up the speed of killing the undead. You work hard, and you have new gains every day. The soul fire you harvest is piling up rapidly, but you still feel it is not enough. The immortals are too powerful. You are only a 4-ring wizard. If you want to compete with them, you must have a large amount of soul fire. This is your only miracle that can be realized. There is no one else but you. Sylvia is very worried about you, but you always smile and say it's okay. The hero doesn't understand why you are so anxious, but she wants to help you, so the hero becomes like you, madly attacking the undead without self. Provide you with the opportunity to quickly harvest soul fire. Her efforts. You have seen it all. Sylvia, you should take a break. No, Master Wizard, the hero shook his head a little stubbornly, holding the heavy sword in both hands. You have always been taking care of me. I can't sit back and watch your difficulties and do nothing. Stepping, rushing out, slashing diagonally. Sylvia's expression was meticulous, following closely behind Sushi, beheading the undead who kept approaching. The hero didn't know the truth, nor did he know how to guess people's hearts. She only knew the precious person encountered difficulties, so she wanted to help, even if it was only a little bit. She had to help that person. Sylvia, it will be very hard. No problem, Master Wizard. Not for 1 or 2 days, but in the future. Yes, I understand. Looking at such a stubborn Sylvia, Sushi agreed to her request, and with the explosive firepower of the Wizard Tower, launched wave after wave of undead harvesting. In the 40th year of the simulation, you are 57 years old. 3 years have passed since the discovery of the existence of the immortals. During this time, you have been searching for information about the endless underworld in the world. This is a very secret matter. But now that the world is destroyed, no one will stop your exploration. After comparing and corroborating multiple records, you confirm the existence of the immortals, and your heart is a little heavy. You look out the window, and as various spells of the Wizard Tower are in effect, golden sunlight fills the green woods, and people laugh and talk. Sylvia brings you a hot drink to warm your spirit. You sip the hot drink, feel the tranquility in the air, and don't want this beauty to dissipate. Sylvia, what's in the water? It feels a little familiar. It's the sand fruit, wizard. Sushi smacked his lips. He somewhat understood why his own hero liked the sand fruit so much. Putting aside the hero's roasting, the sand fruit tastes pretty good. Sour and sweet. In the 43rd year of the simulation, you are 60 years old. You are still collecting soul fire. Influenced by you, both Sylvia and the others in the tower are putting 200% effort into this. You did not tell them the cruel truth. But just by looking at your busy figure, people can't just sit back and watch. In the same year, your cross-dimensional technology has improved again, and it is not far from the real implementation. According to your calculations, the fastest destruction time of the wizarding world is in the 74th year of the simulation. That is the real end. You are unwilling to believe in illusory luck, and plan to start the cross-dimensional voyage of the Tower of Savior in the 70th year of the simulation, or even the 60th or 50th year. The specific time depends on your soul fire collection speed and the degree of transformation of the cross-dimensional technology. In the 45th year of the simulation, you are 62 years old. Sylvia's 3 environment realms have reached a very stable level. She has become more and more proficient in the fields of death and soul. Under your guidance, the hero has become extremely outstanding, and has also gotten rid of the disadvantage of only being able to fight in close combat. The former hero, when he was a wizard apprentice, could only enchant the blade and use close-range hand-to-hand combat. But now, when the hero holds the hilt with both hands and raises the long sword you gave him, he can use the blade to cut out a brilliant torrent of souls. That is the combined result of soul power and death ritual. Brave Sylvia, attack. Different time, same words. You look at the childish Sylvia with a half-nostalgic and half-relieved expression on your face. During the battle, Sylvia has always been in the state of undead. Only in the tower will she let Sushi use flesh and blood regeneration to spend his daily life with the attitude of the living. However, at this moment, in that flickering torrent of souls, Sylvia's face showed a soft outline, as if the light made up for the incomplete features and made them complete. Blooming and dazzling. Master Wizard, I have become stronger, and I can help you more in the future. The first sentence of the hero was not to ask Sushi for praise. Instead, he looked at Sushi's face. With clear green eyes, he told Sushi seriously that he could share more pressure when killing the undead in the future, so that Sushi would not be too tired. The deep and bright green eyes were like a field in spring, bursting with fresh vitality. Sushi smiled and replied, "Then I'll trouble you, Sylvia." The dead who lost all began to come back to life. That brightness seemed to overshadow the simulated sunlight in the Tower of Salvation. In the 46th year of the simulation, you are 63 years old. Your cross-dimensional technology has finally matured, and you begin to transform your own wizard tower. This is a long job inside the Tower of Savior. You are the only 4th ring wizard, so you need to complete all the work alone. In the 47th year of the simulation, you are 64 years old. It has been more than 20 years since you became a 4th ring wizard. The complicated cross-dimensional technology and the day and night harvesting of soul fire have greatly reduced your training time. You still have no hope of breaking through to become a 5th ring wizard. Sylvia is by your side and cares about your health. You are so busy that you forget the time, but when you need it, you can always see Sylvia bringing you food, warm water, and extraordinary materials. In the 48th year of the simulation, you are 65 years old. You devote yourself to the transformation of the wizard tower. During this period, the wizard tower stopped operating. You were quite generous and gave the tower spirit the first holiday since the tower was built in the 49th year of the simulation. You are 66 years old in the 50th year of the simulation. You are 67 years old in the 51st year of the simulation. You are 68 years old and your transformation of the wizard tower is coming to an end. Years of research. Tired. Trapped. Numb. Su Shi never stopped researching the transformation of the interdimensional wizard tower. And now, the dawn has arrived. Looking at the wizard tower that is about to be transformed, Su Shi has a lot of thoughts, and feels that his previous efforts and hard work have finally paid off. Almost. Only the final debugging is left, and the interdimensional technique can connect to the reactor of the wizard tower to achieve the three-stage process of soul fire power supply, space tearing, and interdimensional shuttle. To be on the safe side, several safety tests need to be carried out. If there are no mistakes in the middle, you can officially leave the wizard world in a year. Time always passes silently. The passengers on the train just sit quietly, and countless scenery will pass by the side windows. Beautiful, ugly. Under the scouring of time, they all become blurred. It's only a short moment, and when people come to their senses, a long time has passed. In the 51st year of simulation, Su Shi is 68 years old. The blessing of extraordinary power has prevented Su Shi's body from aging. Rich and wonderful experiences have kept Su Shi's spirit self-reliant. But over the years, everything Su Shi has experienced in the wizard world, the people and things he has witnessed, are truly engraved in the depths of his mind, forming unique and unforgettable memories. It's not a loss to be able to see the demise of the world with my own eyes. It seems to be a joy in suffering. Su Shi looked up at the sky. The wizard tower is equipped with a purification spell to mimic the normal sky and sunshine, but Su Shi's spiritual vision is facing the broken wizard world itself. Grey fog is everywhere, and the dark sun is hanging high. The dead wander, dead and silent. The vast world no longer has any vivid colors, only pale and scarlet. Su Shi's thoughts diverge. He wondered what the wizard world would be like 1,000 years ago before the advent of the underworld. Through Sylvia's narration, Su Shi felt that it should be a rich and beautiful scene. It is a fantasy world that countless people dream of. Ancient mysterious ruins, dangerous monster mountains, powerful and ferocious dragons, and numerous human adventurers. The sun in the sky shines equally on everything, penetrating the colorful stained glass windows, falling into the clear stream, bringing every new tomorrow. It's a pity that I haven't really seen such a scenery before I ushered in a desolate death. Only I have the simulator entry, which can give me a glimmer of hope in this dying world. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have died in the undead disaster long ago. The elements surged and followed the release of the spell. Su Shi summoned water to wash his face. The final transformation of the wizard tower was just some simple physical work, which only needed to be done by the civil puppets. As for Su Shi himself, prepare to kill more undead in this last time and collect as much soul fire as possible. And try to break through the realm of the five-ring wizard before leaving the interdimensional plane. The wizarding world, the tower of salvation, the people on the tower, Sylvia, and yourself. You look up at the sky, facing the black sun and the blood moon. Many thoughts flashed through your mind. You know that the real end is coming. 50 years of simulation experience, you have gained enough. You think that it is a happy thing to help the people you know lead a safe tomorrow before the end of the simulation. But occasionally, you will also worry about the future of the hero in a quiet environment. With the hero's character, can he live safely in another world after traveling across dimensions? You pondered for a long time and finally gave up entanglement. You have no confidence that you can break out of the sight of the immortals, so it is useless to worry too much about the future. You cherish the last time. Slay the undead day and night. Persist in meditation and practice. Life and death, reincarnation continues. You watch the death of the world, slay the dead who have died once, and many inspirations emerge in your mind. When you are not fighting, you will be on the top of the Tower of Savior, overlooking the lifeless black earth, which is the underworld forged by despair and blood. In addition, you will also watch Sevia's training. After many years of fighting, Sevia began to touch the bottleneck of the fourth ring. You are relieved and patiently guide Sevia's confusion rays. The sword. Hold it tightly. Swing. The night sword given by Su Shi is a magic wand exclusively for Sevia. After all kinds of body-enhancing techniques are activated together, they form the existence of the undead swordsman. Sevia's body. Whether in speed or strength, it is no less than the strong in the martial arts world. The sharpness of its blade can even cut off the existence of souls. Servia, your strength has improved a lot. It won't be long before you can become a fourth ring wizard. Su Shi smiled and gave a high evaluation. Thank you for your comments. Servia sheathed her sword, and her emerald green eyes sparkled in the sun. Afterwards, Su Shi performed flesh and blood regeneration for the brave. The brave who had finished training could relax from stress as a living being. But the hero is still the same as before, wearing a long white dress with light green. Following Su Shi, the rise and fall of his steps caused his platinum hair to flutter, as if melting into the sun, which was particularly eye-catching and warm. He followed closely, almost sticking to Su Shi. Is there a problem, Sylvia? Su Shi saw that the hero was absent-minded. The girl hesitated. Finally, she said out her uneasiness. Master Wizard, I always feel that you will be in danger, so I want to protect you as close as possible. Danger? Actually I'm not sure. It'll be okay, Sylvia. Sushi paused and reached out to stroke the girl's head. The gentle voice carried a convincing power. I'm in good condition, and the barrier of the wizard tower is open normally, so there will be no danger. I think. Maybe you are a little uneasy because you are about to leave the world. The girl blinked. She was thinking in confusion. Is that so? Maybe you are right. Sylvia put her right fist on her chin and frowned slightly, agreeing with Sushi's statement. The wizard is right. These days, she often thinks about what will happen after leaving the wizarding world, and because of this, she tosses and turns and has difficulty resting. Leaving the wizarding world means completely breaking away from the past. The most shining emerald of the Crawfield family. She is very uneasy about this. She feels that she is abandoning her parents and everything of Crawfield. Sylvia, don't worry too much. The warmth from the top of his head makes the brave man feel at ease. Leaving does not mean abandonment, but waiting for the next meeting. The empty corridor. The left side connects to the rooms. The right side welcomes the sunshine. The golden sunlight turns into light particles dancing on the eyelashes, illuminating the open and closed eyelids and the scattered hair on the forehead. The wind blows. The potted plants placed in the corridor rustle. The leaves slap each other, making a rustling sound. Sylvia's clear eyes clearly reflect Sushi's face, which is a deep green, as if time has stopped at this moment. I understand, Master Wizard. Because of Sushi's enlightenment, the hero has regained his former vitality. The delicate facial features show a confident and cute smile. Sushi and Sylvia walked side by side, walking on the bright road, and went to the Tower Spirit Center together to check the operation of the Tower Spirit. The white stone pillars support the corridor, because of the movement of the steps, constantly passing by. Master Wizard, have you ever thought about what to do after you go to the new world? Sylvia asked as she walked. Her tone was curious, as if she cared about Sushi's thoughts. About this, I haven't thought about it yet. It was natural that he hadn't thought about it, because from the beginning, Sushi didn't think he could survive. He pondered. He gave such a vague answer. Maybe, when I really get to the new world, I will have an idea. The brave man thought, is that so? Master Wizard hasn't thought about it yet. Sushi asked back, Sylvia, have you thought about it? Yes, Master Wizard. Sylvia's expression became a little serious, and she listed her future plans in detail. She planned to stay with Sushi, continue to be Sushi's night follower. In the completely unfamiliar new world, she will protect Sushi's safety and let the people in the tower have a peaceful living environment. Witness the scenery of the new world with Sushi. Learn about the culture of the new world with Sushi. Explore the unknown tomorrow with Sushi. The brave man depicted the future. In those futures, the hero's curiosity, anxiety, and worries about the other world are included. And Sushi exists in all of them. To be more precise, in the future envisioned by the hero, Sushi is an indispensable key. It's good, Sylvia. Sushi's voice was very light, as if it would dissipate in the wind, with a blessing. I think your idea is very good. The hero who received the affirmation became happy. Her brilliance, her happiness, it was clearly visible through those emerald eyes. You and the brave man are walking in the tower. You unexpectedly learned that the brave man had already planned what he would do after leaving the wizarding world. The brave man's future is all about you, and you have no future. You stroked the brave man's hair, glanced at the splendor of the garden, and silently apologized in your heart. I'm sorry, Sylvia, I'm going to disappoint you. This is the voice only you know. You walk in the corridor of the wizard tower, recalling every bit of your acquaintance with Sylvia. That is a long story that unfolded in the second year of self-simulation. Decades of memories, decades of companionship, condensed into a very heavy weight. That is the epic story of the brave Sylvia's growth that you witnessed with your own eyes. You think that this story should continue and should not end here. You are ready to use your own outbreak in exchange for a glimmer of hope for the brave man and others. This is a miracle that only you can do. Time continues to pass, the transformation of the wizard tower is getting closer and closer to perfection, and you begin the final finishing touches. Cross-dimensional navigation. It is not a simple matter. In addition to transforming the wizard tower so that it has the ability to tear space and cross the void, some aftermath needs to be properly handled. After all, leaving the wizard world this time means a true farewell. The extraordinary materials and unique products of the wizard world will never be obtained again. Therefore, Sushi controlled the Tower of Savior and flew at high speed around the world, in order to avoid missing the ruins of high-level wizard towers, or precious and rare extraordinary materials with certain miraculous effects. In the continuous high-speed flight, Sushi returned to his old place. The White Raven Tower, the former four-ring wizard tower, was later controlled by a three-ring wizard. After decades of reunion, this tower has turned into dust and smoke, and together with the kingdom of Awaken, it has been flooded by endless undead ravages. Sushi watched in silence. Finally, he sighed softly, activated all the attack techniques of the wizard tower, and cleaned up the ground. It was not only to collect soul fire, but also to avenge those who had met before. After that, Sushi controlled the wizard tower and flew to the Crawfield territory. Perhaps because this land has long been uninhabited, compared to the tragic state of the Awaken kingdom, the Crawfield territory remains the same. Sylvia, do you want to go down and take a look? Okay, Master Wizard. The decayed Crawfield mansion. The mottled tombstones of my parents. Empty and dilapidated village. The changes in Sylvia's mood were clearly shown through the stirring of soul fire. She could hardly move forward, and could only take difficult steps with Su Shi holding her hand, and stepped into the territory of Crawfield again with a nervous mood. Subtle. After really stepping on this land, the brave man picked up his courage. Father, mother, I'm here to see you. No longer curled up in loneliness. No longer needing to lean against the tombstones of her parents. This time, the girl just expressed her longing for her parents in a gentle voice. Master Wizard, can I trouble you for something? Sylvia rarely asked Su Shi. Let Su Shi help to perform the ritual of flesh and blood regeneration. Yes, Sylvia. Then, the pale bones were filled with flesh and blood, and the broken face became complete. In the world on the verge of extinction, the eyes regained their former brightness. Like a gem, crystal clear. Like jade, warm and bright. At the same time, there was a faint layer of tears. Father, mother, I am doing well now. You don't need to worry about me. The wizard is a good man and has been helping me. Sylvia recounted the past, bent down, and placed a bunch of white flowers in front of the two tombstones, in the appearance that her parents are most familiar with. As a daughter, she said her final farewell. The souls of her deceased parents have long entered reincarnation, and Sylvia is about to go to a new world. There will be no chance to mourn in the future. Although the tombstones can be removed, it is ultimately an illusory fantasy. The brave man knows that the deceased is gone and cannot return. She cannot immerse herself in sadness and forget the meaning of life. That state is truly disrespectful to the deceased. The soft wind gently brushed Sylvia's face. It was like the comfort of a human hand. The girl was pushed by the breeze until she reached Su Shi's side, and the wind slowly dissipated the so-called growth. It is a very broad and profound concept. Sometimes it is slow, sometimes it is fast. It is linked to time, turning into a small boat on the eternal river, gently spinning, passing through repeated turbulent eddies. At first, you will feel panic and be soaked by the turbulent river of time. When your emotions are stable, you can ignore the eddies that appear, even deal with them calmly. Growth is actually completed. The movement is so silent that the person involved can hardly notice his own growth. Sylvia, is there anything else you need to deal with? This departure is a permanent farewell, and there will be no chance to come back here in the future. No, Master Wizard. Leaving the hill, on the way back to the Tower of Savior, Sylvia shook her head slightly. She had been to the mansion, mourned her parents, and imprinted the scenery of the Crawfield territory in her heart. There is nothing else to deal with. But at this time, Su Shi said something that the hero did not expect. But I remember that you have a friend. A friend? The hero was stunned for a moment. The wind blowing in his face lifted the light white gold hair, revealing the emerald green eyes, which were first surprised and confused, and then widened in disbelief. How come you still remember? The hero suddenly felt that it was not a good thing for his body to recover. She covered her cheeks with both hands. She wanted to cover up the blushing that was too shy as much as possible. Sylvia Crawfield was dead. Socially dead. Such a scene was funny, without any bleakness and melancholy of farewell. The sadness was too strong. It was not suitable for the hero. Let's go, Sylvia. Su Shi led the shy hero halfway, and looked back at the two tombstones on the top of the hill. The words on the tombstones were severely worn, blurred, hard to discern. As the hero left, scattered debris fell from the corners, as if they were weathered in an instant and turned into the finest powder, swept by the wind, drifting to the unknown. You accompanied Sylvia to her hometown for a final farewell. Those were countless days and nights, important memories that the hero missed and cared about. Lost family, childhood memories, familiar territories. Accompanied by you, the hero said goodbye to them one by one, bid farewell to the past, and marched towards tomorrow. The hero is so strong. Even if she doesn't need your comfort, she can silently bear everything. But you chose to speak out, diluting the silent sadness. After returning to the Tower of Savior, feeling the urgency of time, you speed up your hunting of the undead. No matter who it is, they can see your urgency. You released the fourth ring sorcery Thunder and Firestorm. You released the fourth ring sorcery Swamp Covering. You released the fourth ring sorcery Comet Summoning. Your power is unmatched. In today's wizarding world, you are undoubtedly the strongest. With the help of the Tower of Savior and Sylvia, the number of your soul fires is extremely astonishing. They become the cornerstone of your progress. Nourish your soul all the time. The law of luck favors you again, and you have successfully found the dawn of a breakthrough for the five-ring wizard. Facing death. It is not something difficult to accept. The process of waiting is more tormenting than death. For the safe departure of Sylvia and the safety of the people on the tower, Su Shi turned into a machine that never stops all day long, just to increase the tiny chance of escape. The pressure was too suffocating. It strangled the throat of fate. Fortunately, in the 52nd year of simulation, Su Shi was 69 years old, and his strength ushered in new progress. This good news diluted the urgency of the crisis to a certain extent. The promotion condition for the five-ring wizard is to converge and condense the path of his own art. All knowledge, all the past. Break away from the constraints of the original world and create your own worldview. In layman's terms, it means to walk your own way. This point is more or less involved in all major supernatural systems, but it is not like the wizard system, which directly points to the obscure and difficult to understand fundamentals. The top floor of the Tower of Salvation. In the training room dedicated to Su Shi flicked his robes, and the gentle and silent soul power ignited the void, bursting out grey mist flowers. Then, The flowers dissipated, turned into smoke, and gathered into other things again. Those were all the wizard fields that Su Shi had mastered over a long time. Potions, magic tools, elements, transformation, curses, blood, summoning. At a glance, the soul tide swept and surged, causing many strange phenomena. What Su Shi had to do was to choose the field that best suited him as the foundation of the Five Rings worldview. Sure enough, none of these are to my liking. Su Shi shook his head, holding the magic wand, and dispersed all the soul images. He had been in the magic world. He had achieved a pseudo-omnipotent elemental mage that was unattainable by gods. But in this simulation, Su Shi did not have the entry for elemental proficiency, and even if he deliberately chose elements, he would not have any amazing achievements. In fact, my five-ring road was decided at the beginning of the simulation. Life and death intertwined, and soul collector. It brings together the three major fields of life, death, and soul. The soul tide rose again. The gentle waves gathered Su Shi's knowledge and his observation and cognition of the world. Those invisible things turned into tangible existences. Floating around Su Shi, unpredictable and surging, it has both the mystery of the reincarnation of life and death and the mystery of the nothingness of the soul. Every slap, every collision, will stir up new waves. Those waves are so solid that they pave a new road for Su Shi. In a sense, I also need to thank the death of the wizard world. For me, who has experienced life and death, facing the death of the world is a shortcut to rapid accumulation and transformation. My life is like walking on thin ice. The fifth environment realm, a breakthrough in an instant. Condensation, compression, expansion. Extending to the infinite depths of the soul. The path of the art belonging to Su Shi was born, carrying his truth and knowledge, and breaking away from the world. Bang, bang, bang. The unspeakable huge pressure shattered the things in the training room. The space was like a mirror that was falling apart. There were a lot of small cracks. Sure enough, compared with the fourth ring period, the interference ability of the fifth ring wizard on space is obviously much stronger. In this way, the success rate of the plan to leave the wizard world will be greatly improved. Su Shi pressed lightly with his palm. The restless space returned to its original state. Quiet, silent. After the successful promotion, the training room returned to its former silence. Su Shi pushed open the door. He was not ready to rest. He wanted to continue to transform and improve the performance of the wizard tower in a limited time. Master Wizard. The half-open door seemed to hit something. In the deep darkness, a figure sitting at the door stood up in a hurry. The night was so heavy, dark and silent. Like a light and wide curtain, it covered the whole world, dim and dark. When the hero stood up from the ground, Su Shi saw her existence. Delighted. Happy. After seeing Su Shi coming out, the hero's face showed an expression that was very easy to understand. Servia, why are you here? Su Shi stretched out his hand to help the hero stand up, and asked in confusion. This time, Su Shi did not let the girl guard the door. Instead, he performed a flesh and blood regeneration technique to give her a holiday, so that the girl could enjoy the last peace and tranquility before leaving the world. But Servia didn't seem to think so. The sun-like platinum long hair was hidden in the absolute darkness, leaving only the emerald green eyes, illuminated by the light at the door. Master Wizard, I am protecting your safety. Servia replied. She did not take off her armor, put on a long skirt, and rest in other places in the tower. Instead, she wore armor and held a sword as a living person. She sat at the door of the training room. She was on guard for Su Shi against any possible disturbance. Didn't I tell you to do something you want to do? Su Shi took a step and walked towards the tower spirit center. Sylvia followed beside him, inseparable. She was very quiet. There was a silent elegance when she stepped up and down. At the same time, she was also very serious. She kept her eyes on the surroundings, ready to draw her sword and protect Su Shi's safety. Master Wizard, I obeyed your orders. For me, protecting your safety is the most important thing. Because I am your knight. The gentle voice of the hero echoed in the quiet corridor. Such an answer. Su Shi had heard it once. It was 18 years ago, when he had just mastered the flesh and blood regeneration technique. Su Shi wanted the hero who had recovered his body to do more meaningful things, but the hero always stayed by Su Shi's side during that precious hour. Just like today. Never changed. Su Shi stopped and looked at the simulated moonlight on the right side of the corridor. The light was a little weak, but very pure white. Due to the tilted angle, the corridor was half bright and half dark. Su Shi walked on the dark side. Sylvia walked on the bright side. Her long golden hair was dyed with bright white. Su Shi said softly, Sylvia, in fact, besides protecting me, you have a lot of things to do. But I am a knight who belongs only to you. The kindness of a knight can belong to many people, but the loyalty of a knight belongs only to one person. This is a privilege that belongs only to Su Shi. In this quiet and lonely world, only Su Shi would lend a helping hand to the hero, willing to communicate with him, and let the pale skeleton body have human warmth. Sylvia didn't know how to express that emotion. She only knew that she wanted to help Su Shi, wanted to protect Su Shi, and wanted to spend more time with Su Shi. Master Wizard, under the moonlight. The girl's expression was a little uneasy. Does it bother you? It was indeed a little troubled. Su Shi hoped that the hero would have a brighter future with more independence. But facing that uneasy face, critical sentences could not be said at all. No, I am very happy to have such a beautiful guardian knight like Sylvia. Beautiful, beautiful. The night covered almost all colors, but it couldn't cover the girl's blush. Looking at the flustered Sylvia, She couldn't help but think deeply whether this hero was too innocent. It seems that in the future, in front of Sylvia, I still have to be more careful with my words. No, there is no future. She called out the simulator panel, looked at the flashing soul collector entry on it, and became involved in a plan that only he knew. You have successfully been promoted to a 5-ring wizard. Gather the past, condense the road, and open up your own worldview. Even in the wizard world of thousands of years ago, you can also become a great wizard recorded in the magic tool book. Forever and ever, the wizard civilization will record your name. But in the doomsday period on the verge of extinction, only the people in the Tower of Salvation know this good news. You plan the time for cross-dimensional travel, and inform everyone in the tower. This is a grand escape, an extreme self-rescue towards death. People are terrified by this, and they express their gratitude to you, because without you, they wouldn't even have a chance to save themselves. You stand on the top of the tower, overlooking the tower that has become increasingly huge over the past few decades. Looking at the mutant undead mushrooms and mutant sand fruits that you have cultivated, I only feel that time is passing by in a blink of an eye. You once woke up in a mass grave, obsessed with studying death. And now, you have become the savior in the eyes of everyone, leading them to that adult tomorrow. You smiled. I think the title of that lord is somewhat strange. You should rest. 1 week before the interdimensional shuttle, Sylvia brought hot tea and looked at Sushi with worry. In order to ensure the smooth interdimensional travel, in the remaining days, Sushi will check the wizard tower every day. It is an extremely large workload beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even a 5-ring wizard cannot complete it quickly. It's okay, Sylvia, I'm in good condition. Sushi responded to the girl's worry with a smile, but between his eyebrows, it's hard to hide the tiredness. The appointed day has arrived, you are ready to leave the wizard world. The wizard world still maintains a dead silence. Black sun and blood moon, undead and ghosts. Except for getting closer to the endless underworld, there is no change. But Sushi knows that this calm is just a hypocritical appearance. It will be too late to leave when real changes occur. Sylvia, is everyone ready? Yes. After getting the final confirmation, Sushi no longer hesitated and fully activated the Tower of Salvation. Soul Fire Reactor, activated. Levitation Ritual, activated. Propulsion Ritual, activated. Interdimensional Anchoring, activated. Witchcraft Attack and Defense Platform, activated. With Sushi, the 5-ring wizard, as the core, the powerful soul force penetrates into the space, setting off wave-like ripples. Click, click. An incredible scene appeared. The floating wizard tower, as huge as a mountain, covering the sky and the sun, is rising with brilliant blue soul fire as a whole, so hot that it burns through the space barrier and breaks it one after another. That lord is exerting his strength. That lord is indeed the greatest god. Inside the tower, people were terrified and staring at this miraculous scene with wide eyes. The Tower of Savior began to break away from the wizard world. I found that the second chapter was not sent out, so I merged it together, like tiny drops of water breaking free from a mighty river. Boom, boom. Under the control of Sushi, the towering tower was engulfed by the huge soul power, forcibly tearing out a huge gap in space, forcibly fixing and stabilizing it, and shuttling through the world barrier of the wizard world. It was a very subtle sense of weightlessness. With the dual confusion of time and space, some things are moving forward, while others are madly retreating. All things in the world are distorted into ugly postures, some of which have tentacles like mountain stars, and some are curled up into a shriveled and lonely ball. Sushi calmly watched such a scene. It was the wail of the world's demise, and also the distortion of the overturned rules and order. But from now on, it has nothing to do with Sushi anymore. Master Wizard, is this all right? The brave man stood tall, wearing silver gray light armor, and glanced at the strange environment around the Tower of Savior with a hesitant expression. The green eyes were like a multi-layered painting. There was worry. There was confusion. There was also expectation for the future. Sushi nodded slightly. Well, in a while, we will completely leave the world and go to the chaos outside the world. As if responding to Sushi's words. Around the wizard tower, the scenery representing the wizard world flew quickly. Colors and light and shadows intertwined, strangely overlapping and merging, imprinted in the invisible void. Even people with shallow knowledge can see through this dreamlike scene that they are leaving the world. Servia, this is a rare experience. Sushi smiled, and the dreamy and blurred scenery outside the tower made his face change color. He stretched out his palm. A scroll of star map appeared in his palm. This was a precious thing that Sushi found in the wizard world a long time ago, recording the spatial coordinates of multiple worlds. It was because of the existence of these coordinates that Sushi dared to travel across planes. Otherwise, in the vast chaos, flying around like a headless fly, sooner or later he would run out of soul fire and fall. Master Wizard, have you decided which world to go to? Well, I have set it up. The Tower of Savior will continue to fly to the Herika world. Sushi stretched out his finger, tapped a spot on the star map, indicated the location of the Herika world to the hero. Seeing the hero's curious look, Sushi patted the seat beside him. Servia, sit down. Although I have told you about the information about the Herika world several times, I still need to tell you again for the sake of safety. I hope you don't find me annoying. Listening to Sushi's words, Servia shook her head quickly. No, how could it be? You have helped me so much all the time. I have always been grateful for your teachings. As she said, Servia sat down slowly, her hands folded on her thighs in a restrained manner, very well behaved and very quiet, waiting for Sushi's narration. Everything went smoothly. The interdimensional shuttle was in progress. It won't be long before he can go to a peaceful and bright new world with Master Wizard and everyone in the tower. But for some reason, the hero did not feel happy and joyful as he should. He was in a trance. Very empty. There was no flesh and blood in the chest skeleton, but there was a faint sense of tearing. Servia, Sushi held the undead girl's hand. The familiar warmth dispelled her uneasiness. The Herika world has its own civilization system. After arriving, you need to carefully explore the surroundings and avoid fighting with local forces. You are very talented. As long as you are given time, you can break through the 4th ring wizard, as well as the subsequent 5th and 6th rings. So, don't rush to fight. Nothing is more important than your safety. Sushi said in a gentle voice, warning the girl what to do after arriving in the Herika world. Heavy. Such words condensed the weight that Servia could not understand. So that the empty heart cavity of the skeleton. It trembled. Servia felt that she was a little too strange today. Although Sushi was explaining the key points to her, she felt an unspeakable fear. Servia, I left your authority with the tower spirit. Even if I'm away for something, you can control the entire wizard tower through the tower spirit. You are already a qualified wizard. I believe that you can use the things in the tower reasonably, instead of asking for my opinion. But, I'm not good enough. The undead Servia was not affected by the body, but at this moment, she felt that the ups and downs of the soul fire were extremely difficult. The mimic's voice trembled even more. Master Wizard, I'm not as good as you think. I'm not qualified, nor capable, to control the wizard tower for you. I was inexplicably scared. I was trembling inexplicably. Obviously, it was a happy thing to get the recognition of the wizard, but at this moment, my mood was panicked. This behavior was too cowardly. Not only did she not respond to Sushi's expectations, but she chose to retreat unreasonably. Servia didn't want this. I don't want to disappoint Sushi, but my body reacts faster than I think. I can't help but say those words of rejection. Servia. Facing such a brave man, Sushi was a little surprised. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a sudden accident. Bang! The violent shaking spread throughout the tower. Just now, the Tower of Savior has completely separated from the wizard world. Doing so is certainly out of the world that is about to perish, but correspondingly, it is also directly exposed to the endless underworld. The magnificent mass itself. Just existing, it oppresses the Tower of Savior and makes it difficult to move forward. The tower body hums constantly, and people are afraid and scattered. Servia, you go and comfort everyone, I will control this place. Sushi calmly ordered, waving his magic wand to unfold the space barrier to ensure the normal operation of the interdimensional shuttle. Yes, Master Wizard. Knowing the emergency situation, Servia quickly left the top floor. Prepare to comfort people and ensure the normal operation of all parts of the wizard tower. At the last moment before leaving, she looked back as if possessed by a spirit. Sushi stood there, surrounded by grotesque and twisted chaos. Go, Sylvia, he said, smiling very gently, and nodded slightly to Sylvia. Wait until Sylvia left completely. Sushi's gaze was cast on the wizard world outside the tower, and the endless underworld farther away. With a mortal body, looking directly at the world and chaos itself. With only a 5-ring soul, confronting an indescribable personality. Sure enough, it's here. Sushi's fingers holding the magic wand loosened slightly, and then tightened even more. The soul fire is burning. The soul is surging. The vast soul that has been stored for decades and accumulated to an immeasurable level bursts out at this moment. On the top floor of this high tower, block the most insane malice. Sylvia listened to Sushi very much. So, Sushi asked Sylvia to comfort people, and Sylvia went there quickly. But while running, the hero was confused. Why did she subconsciously refuse Sushi's tower spirit authority? Why? Master Wizard, I can't figure it out. The bone fingers in silver armor clenched into fists silently. The answer to the question seemed clear, but it was deliberately vague. The hero couldn't make a judgment, so he could only follow Sushi's instructions and go to various places in the tower to comfort the panicked people. Thank you, Miss Sylvia. Thank you so much. The previous wave of vibration caused chaos in the wizard tower and injured some people. Sylvia used witchcraft to give everyone simple treatment. After that, she didn't care about responding to people's gratitude, and kept returning to the top of the tower. She was urged by inexplicable anxiety and kept increasing her speed. It was as if Sushi at the top of the tower would be in danger. But that was impossible. Sushi was very strong. He was the person Sylvia trusted the most. Since the first day they met, he has been able to create all kinds of miracles. Today, he can even take everyone out of the wizard world. The brave man felt from the bottom of his heart that such an omnipotent wizard would not be in danger. So, hurry up. Please hurry up. Wizard Master, are you hiding something from me? In inexplicable anxiety, Sylvia increased her speed again and again, flying towards the top of the tower. She wanted to witness the safety with her own eyes. But suddenly, above the Tower of Savior, an indescribable immortal power emerged. Scarlet flames, grey death, and the most terrifying hell was about to engulf the wizard tower. That was a power that Sylvia could not imagine. It twisted everything. It messed up everything. In just a breath, the Tower of Savior had multiple floating platforms that collapsed and fell into chaos. At the critical moment, it was the top of the tower where Su Shi was located that burst out a brilliant and dazzling soul light column, forcibly separating the impact. Wizard Master. The space broke like a mirror. Sylvia was stunned. After she reacted, she flew to the top of the tower at a faster speed. As soon as she got close, her body was violently thrown away, and cracks appeared on the light armor she was wearing. It hurt. It hurt a lot. The unknown power on the top of the tower was destroying Sylvia's soul. It was ravaged, broken, and torn apart. Compared with her own pain, Sylvia was more afraid of the unacceptable future. She staggered to her feet. She moved towards the direction of the person she was worried about. It will be fine, the wizard will be fine. Her broken heart comforted herself in this way. The wizard is very powerful, he will be fine. Muttering such words, Sylvia sped up and wanted to get closer to the top of the wizard tower. But the closer she got, the more distorted the indescribable power seemed. The order of life and death was reversed. The living turned into the dead. The dead returned to the living. The damaged space on the top of the tower seemed to be played by the evil god, who arbitrarily distorted the laws of life and death. Sylvia's skeleton body began to recover flesh and blood. However, not long after, the new flesh and blood died directly again. Life and death, the cycle never ends. I can't see anymore. The hero struggled forward. The hot nether fire burned through her new flesh eyes, blurry and charred, and it was difficult to discern the direction of advance. So, Sylvia released the wizard's eye. Used the spell to replace her own eyes. Only this is still not enough. Sue's battle with the unknown enemy has exceeded the limit that Sylvia can bear, whether it is the bones that make up the body or the soul fire in the skull. At this moment, they all wailed. It is difficult to move forward. It hurts so much. The hero who should not be afraid of pain felt all kinds of extreme tearing because of the regeneration of his flesh and blood. Blood flowed on his face. Dyed the green iris red. The hair on his forehead dripped with blood, and gathered into a bloodline along the road. Half kneeling, it was difficult to maintain, and he could only breathe heavily, and make meaningless hoarse sounds with a hoarse throat like burning fire. Master Wizard, you need me now. I must, go as soon as possible. The thin body trembled violently. The whole body was on fire, showing a deformed state of life and death. Can't see anything. Fallen with a bloody head. Even so, Sylvia still wants to move forward. She is a pretender who escapes reality, a fake thing despised by countless people, inferior, cowardly and timid, without any advantages. But someone affirmed such a Sylvia. Invited Sylvia. Needed Sylvia. Said that without Sylvia's help, his research would be troubled. So, Sylvia wanted to respond to that trust and give her insignificant power. Then roast a few strings of charred sand fruit. Feed it to the wizard who was too despicable and always wanted to take everything alone. Sylvia, are you going to leave with me? I need you, Sylvia. I need Sylvia for my research. I will be very distressed without Sylvia. Despicable, really despicable. He made such an invitation and said such words, but he chose to abandon her and face the enemy that he could not defeat alone. Such a wizard is terrible. Buzz. Sylvia's eyes were blurred, and she could only vaguely sense that the battle fluctuations above her head were more violent. The unknown enemy seemed to have launched a new attack. Even time and space began to reverse. I really want to help. But I can't do anything. Even if Sylvia stretched out her hand tremblingly, using all her strength, holding the hilt of the knight's sword with both hands, aiming at the indescribable power in the air. Blood slid down her arm, dripping. This is the only thing that the brave Sylvia can do, and she must do it no matter what. Even if it is only a little bit, she must protect the safety of Su Shi. But some people don't want Sylvia to do this. Sylvia, leave this to me, okay? A familiar figure flashed in front of Sylvia, blocking the indescribable power for her and the people of the entire tower. It was at this moment that Sylvia finally saw the familiar man's current appearance. His life and death were interfered with and reversed. His vitality quickly disappeared. His white hair changed color, wrinkles spread, and his originally young face shrank rapidly. His life, which should have been long, passed quickly at this moment. I'm sorry, Sylvia, for letting you see me like this. Noticing the hero's dull eyes, Su Shi held up the soul shield, turned around and forced a smile. The power of the immortal at the 7th ring level was far beyond Su Shi's expectations. Tampering with common sense, the rules are reversed. Even with a large number of soul fires, Su Shi could not offset the crushing of that status. The enemy has not really arrived yet. The chaos of time and space. The reversal of life and death. Just because of a distant glimpse. The real danger, the truth that distorts everything, is approaching from the other side of the chaos at a steady pace, aiming directly at the Tower of Savior and Su Shi. The worst situation has already happened. An immortal has set his sights on the Tower of Savior that escaped from the wizard world. I'm so tired. I really want to rest. But I can't do it yet. Su Shi's body, due to the reversal of the state of life and death, his limbs are like dead branches, his chest is shriveled and slightly sunken. He looks so withered. But the strong feeling of bloating seems to be about to burst the whole body, soul. Billions of soul fires, because the constraints of the collector's entry are released, are burning the body like dead wood like crazy. While bringing great power, it is also destroying Su-Shi himself. Master Wizard, I will treat you now. A voice full of sorrow sounded. Sylvia rushed to Su-Shi's side at the fastest speed. Su-Shi saw it. That beautiful face was crying. Tears gathered and fell, soaking Su-Shi's body. The girl searched for potions in the space ring with clumsy and panic movements, and treated Su-Shi again and again. I will definitely save you. With a crying expression, she said the most determined words. Such a brave man. It was the fragility that Su-Shi had never seen before. The space ring was glowing with a bright green glow, and it became brighter and brighter due to frequent use. It shone on Sylvia's face, reflecting the suffocating tears. Sylvia. Su-Shi was lost in thought. That withered and corrupt body showed no signs of improvement. No matter how many healing potions and life witchcrafts were used. The soul fire was still burning Su-Shi's body. But the dry and pale face smiled gently at this moment, gently holding Sylvia's wrist, asking her to stop this useless behavior. That's enough, Sylvia. No more treatment. Su-Shi said words that made Sylvia tremble. Look directly into those grey gem eyes. I'm sorry, I kept it a secret from you. I thought I could solve everything safely with my own strength. But now it seems that I'm a little too arrogant. His eyebrows were soft. His body was torn and bleeding in many places. Su-Shi endured the pain of his soul being torn apart and smiled apologetically to the hero. Holding the magic wand, he looked at the chaos outside the tower again. The dark and twisted darkness made it impossible for Sylvia to see the familiar gentle features. While staring at the chaos, he stroked Sylvia's hair and wiped the tears from the corners of Sylvia's eyes. A very dangerous enemy is coming, Sylvia. The hero fell silent, not moving, but his eyes trembled more and more. I will go and deal with that enemy. So, when I'm not here, can you please protect yourself and everyone in the tower? The dry and old palm gently placed on Sylvia's head. The white gold hair color was the opposite of the witch's, but it was just as soft. The girl could clearly feel that the strength of his palm was getting weaker. Please, Sylvia. Su-Shi made a request. It was a tone that Sylvia could not refuse. But, I don't want to. Only at this moment, I don't want to listen to your words. The tears that had been wiped away flowed again, and my throat was blocked by a heavy heart, leaving only the hand holding the sword and the eyes watching trembling. Master Wizard. Please allow me to go with you. Sylvia didn't know the whole picture, but she knew. The enemy that Su-Shi could declare dangerous was at least a 6 environmental existence, or even a 7-ring immortal. I can't let you face danger alone. I'm your knight. So, at least, let me protect your safety. Sylvia suddenly raised her head and rejected Su-Shi's request with a face that was embarrassed by tears. I don't want to. I do. NT want to sit and watch important people step into danger. And I can only watch. The pain of parting tightened and twisted my fragile heart, and I never want to experience it again. So please, please let me face the danger together and become someone who can protect you. Master Wizard. You are all I have, only you. Heavy emotions rushed out of my heart, breaking through the blocked throat, revealing my fragile heart. I like you. I am attached to you. Please. There is no separation, no parting. I am a fake that cannot survive without you. Only by being with you can I experience the real life. Master Wizard, please, please. Promise me to be willful this time. Don't go alone. The blood-soaked face showed extreme sadness, and every tear expressed a heavy heart in the air. The palm that stroked the top of Sylvia's head paused for a moment. The owner of the palm felt it. The strong sadness from the hero. It was the weakness of not being able to face everything alone. It was the humility of being afraid of losing precious things. It was the fear of not being able to grasp the future that he wanted. All of them condensed into Sylvia standing here. She was a hero. She was also an ordinary girl who was afraid of the dark and thunder and was redeemed by Su-Shi. I'm sorry, Sylvia. Su-Shi's eyes were turbid and blurred. The container was too small to bear the impact of the flood, and the same was true for the power of the soul. There was not much time left for Su-Shi. Sylvia. Su-Shi opened his arms and embraced the terrified hero into his arms, so that the trembling figure could rely on him. Parting is for a better reunion. One day, the minute hand will meet the hour hand. Even if I'm not here, you are the best. Because you are my hero. It doesn't matter if you are not recognized as a hero by everyone. It doesn't matter if you don't have the favor of the world. Here in Su-Shi, the brave named Sylvia Crawfield is always recognized, affirming her efforts and courage, encouraging and watching, becoming the guiding light for the brave to walk out of the darkness. Master Wizard. The brave wanted to say something, but the flame of emotion had burned her throat so much that she couldn't speak. She could only kneel down in embarrassment. She cried in Su-Shi's arms. She cried without spirit and lost her mind. Gradually, the crying calmed down, and the girl took the initiative to stand up and make way for Su-Shi. Just as Su-Shi believed Sylvia was a true hero, Sylvia also believed that Su-Shi would meet her again. Thank you, Sylvia. A gentle thank you fell. Su-Shi took a step forward with a magic wand in his hand, directly penetrated the defense barrier of the Tower of Savior, and went to the boundless chaos. On the top floor of the huge wizard tower, only Sylvia's thin figure was left. She stood, watched, waiting for Su-Shi's return. No matter how long it takes, she will wait. Even if the deadline is endless, infinite eternity. You didn't get the favor of the goddess of luck. After leaving the wizard world, the Tower of Savior was soon targeted by the immortals of the endless underworld. You felt deep malice, and even though you were far away, you were sure that the other party was very powerful. You decided to carry out the plan. Exchange your life for the survival of Sylvia and others. Everything was in chaos. The rules were reversed. After leaving the Tower of Savior, Su Shi had to use his body to fight against the chaotic and empty environment and the terrifying oppression of the endless underworld. Well, it's a bit troublesome, but not much. Su Shi no longer suppressed the soul fire. The soul surged, the body cracked, and the vast breath washed around wantonly. Reversely suppressed the chaotic environment. The concepts of life and death were intertwined and confused at this moment. It was only by relying on the effects of the simulator that Su Shi could barely use this power. Is this also an alternative way to gather life and death? I don't have the power of a 7-ring wizard, but I have some of the characteristics of a 7-ring wizard. Su Shi chuckled. I didn't care too much about this power. Turning to face the Tower of Savior. With chaos as a reference, the cross-dimensional speed of the Tower of Savior is too slow. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Without wasting a moment, Su Shi stood in the chaos and struck the void with his magic wand. The vast and majestic soul power pushed the entire tower to fly away at a high speed, heading towards the distant Herika world. This was Su Shi's main goal. He burned himself and turned into firewood for billions of soul fires, just to bid farewell to Sylvia and others. To ensure that people's lives are safe. The secondary goal is. Su Shi turned calmly and faced a chaotic grey fog that seemed far away but was actually approaching at a high speed. Concentrate the truth, converge the spell, and converge the possibility of life and death. Sure enough. Are you a 7-ring wizard? Or should I call you the culprit who destroyed the world? Life, death, soul. When Su Shi was promoted to the 5th ring, the self-path he controlled, with the help of the mighty soul fire, burst into a dazzling light of truth, illuminating the chaos, but showing the meaning of death. 5-ring wizard. Genius. Those bastards who escaped certainly didn't know that a genius like you would be born in the mother world. You can do such an incredible thing at the 5th ring stage. The tone of sighing. It seems that he is casually pointing out and evaluating his own juniors. Chaos creeps, and truth gathers. A vague and huge human figure appears. Just by existing, it crushes the chaotic space in pieces and denies the continuation of the law. This is the 7-ring wizard. Endless knowledge builds up a terrifying essence. Even if you take shortcuts to advance, you can interfere with the law at will. After that, the vague and huge human figure's expression gradually became hideous, flashing with the madness unique to wizards. Very good, you did a good job. As long as I analyze your memory, I can know the reason why you gather souls. You don't know how great this is. Only I can make it work. The attack was launched suddenly. The immortal will collided with the universe, with a mighty momentum, setting off a howling chaos storm. But such an offensive did not work. It was offset by the endless soul fire as soon as it touched Su Shi. This number is. How is it possible? How many souls have you collected? Hearing the angry voice, Su Shi stood calmly in place. The brilliance of the magic wand in his hand became more and more eye-catching. Yes, how many souls have you collected? Even Su Shi didn't know the answer. The demise of the wizard world has left the interior full of undead. Whether it is Su Shi or the wizard tower, a single attack can harvest hundreds or thousands of soul fires. Every day's accumulation. Every month's accumulation. Every year's accumulation. The number of soul fires stored by Su Shi has already reached an incredible number. If it weren't for the collector's entry, which could regulate the soul fire for Su Shi, I'm afraid Su Shi's body would have exploded long ago. And now, Su Shi chose to release it, condensing billions of moments into a synchronized moment. Come on, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Su Shi said, and his flesh and blood quickly dissipated, changing from a shriveled and lonely body to a skeletal state of undead. There was no further reversal from the undead state. Su Shi's body, like a speeding train without brakes, was heading for the state of extinction. Even his own soul was burned by the fierce soul fire. In the end, everything of Su Shi, together with the immeasurable soul fire that even illuminated the chaos, condensed on the magic wand, forming a blow that penetrated the chaotic universe. It was the struggle of the living. It was also the anger of the dead. The murderer who destroyed his home was here. How could he not be angry? Madman, you madman. Chaos completely rioted, and even the nearby wizard world also had turbulent space ripples. The anger of people burned towards the high and mighty ruler. To make him afraid. To make him hurt. It was impossible for it to catch up with the Tower of Salvation that had already gone far away. With only one strike, the mortal spell of life and death had worn away one of his arms. What a relief. Su Shi grinned miserably, calculating the time. Sylvia should be here soon. Don't worry about it. Su Shi laughed happily, but tiredly. He wanted to do something else, but he couldn't move. The flames of the soul burned him. He could only be passive. Let his broken body float in the chaos, waiting for the final dissipation, and face the furious counterattack of the 7 Rings Wizard. Very bright. It was the Scarlet Hellfire. It could torture a person's soul and body to the greatest extent. Su Shi looked at the spectacular scene, his eyes reflected the shape of the flames, and the last thought emerged in his mind. Fortunately, Sylvia was not allowed to come. She is very afraid of pain. In the pain of burning his soul and flesh, Su Shi's face was tired, and he slowly closed his eyes. Together with his soul, eternal silence. Don't give the Seven Rings wizard a chance to dissect the soul. From then on, the adventure story of the wizard and the brave will never continue, becoming a faded chapter, falling into grayness. In a trance, Su Shi saw this scene. Sylvia looked at him and cried, crying very fragile and helpless. Su Shi subconsciously reached out, wanted to wipe the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes, but his hand was illusory and ethereal, and it went straight through Sylvia's cheek and couldn't touch her. Sorry, Sylvia. The voice disappeared, and the last trace of Su Shi's soul was extinguished. You died. Simulation ends. You have completed a complete adventure. You woke up from a mass grave, starting from a corner of the world that no one knows about. You fought against the mastermind single-handedly, and fell at the end before dawn. You are a real miracle. You are the adult praised by countless people. You are proficient in the balance between life and death. You are not the god of death, but you are better than the god of death. The soul cannot be easily dissipated from your hands. You personally train the brave to become a truly powerful person, taking care of both body and mind. You sense the wizard tower entering a new world, with no regrets in your heart. Your journey ends here. Simulation ends. Start counting highlights. Simulation evaluation calculating. Simulation rewards generating. Real world. Su Shi opened his eyes. The scene in the courtyard still maintained the time and space blockade before the simulation began, silent and motionless. The extraordinary powers of cultivation, magic, martial arts, etc., washed and surged in the body, calming Su Shi's weakness after the end of the simulation. Emily, did you see anything? Su Shi asked the four girls in front of him. Before the fifth simulation began, he asked Su Emily and others to help block the time and space possibilities of the courtyard, wanting to explore the reality of the simulator. Now is the time to test the harvest. But it is very subtle. The atmosphere at the scene is too weird. Su Emily frowned, Krisha sniffed the air, Wu Yingxiu lowered her head in thought, and Ai Lei didn't know what she was searching for. Before the simulation started, they were all observing the start of the simulation together. But after the simulation ended, they were busy. Teacher, you have a special smell. The witch with the keenest sense of smell. Speak to Su Shi first. Kryza, who is not good at expressing emotions, is terribly strong in some aspects. Herka world. Blazing white fireworks burst out from the scorching sun. The fireworks became more and more magnificent, covering a small half of the sky. A huge monster came from the sky and fell heavily into a lush ancient forest. Birds screamed in fright. Rows of trees collapsed. In the vast world, there was only the hissing sound of the floating wizard tower. Sylvia was very obedient, listened to Su Shi very much, and perfectly implemented every order issued by Su Shi. She protected herself and the panicked people, like a tireless machine, maintaining the wizard tower again and again, clearing the surrounding dangers again and again. But it hurts, my heart hurts. When there is nothing to do, Sylvia chooses to be alone, curled up in the deepest room at the top of the tower. Turn off the lights, close the windows, and shiver in the cold corner like a long time ago. Master Wizard, I can't do it. Without you, I can't do anything. Hot tears kept falling, wetting the cheeks that were in a balance between life and death. The sad emotions echoed in the thick darkness, inspiring more fear and shrinking. The hero couldn't face the darkness alone. He couldn't face the despair of completely losing Su Shi from now on. So, she leaned against the thick wall, curled up and squatted, activating the magic tool book given to her by Su Shi again and again. There were simple lighting formulas on it. Injecting a small amount of soul power can emit warm light. That was the light that Su Shi left for the hero Sylvia. Very weak, but warm. Saving Sylvia Clawfield, who was trapped in the darkness and almost drowned in sadness. You said you would come back. You told me in person. The voice was unsustainable. Completely hoarse. Only tears dripped to the ground. After that, the tears were exhausted, and only the wailing person continued to tremble. The sunlight from the outside world poured freely, warm and bright, but it could not shine into the room at all, nor into the cold and necrotic heart. Hate your own incompetence. Regret your own cowardice. Sylvia refused to be like this, and closed herself in the light of the magic book. I can't go back. I can't go back anymore. The light that will lead the hero, embrace the hero, and accept all the hero's shortcomings, will no longer be seen by anyone. Every day from now on, his voice, his appearance, and everything about him will not participate in the hero's life. The daily life that has long been accustomed to has become eternally incomplete. The most important part is missing. Time has passed for a long time, and Sylvia has cried for a long time. Gradually, she stopped making any sound. The magic book given by Su Shi also lost its original lighting effect due to frequent use. Master Wizard. He believes in me, I can't let him down. Staggering. Stand up like a doll that has been in disrepair for a long time. Sylvia held onto the wall, trembling and moving forward slowly, with her uncontrolled 5 fingers gradually resting on the door handle. Her eyes were empty and her expression was broken. She seemed like she would fall down at any moment. Her broken heart was dead, but she couldn't fall down here. Because someone believed in the hero and believed that the hero would become an outstanding person, the hero didn't want to disappoint that gentle expectation. She wanted to be a true hero who would not let that light down. Click. Sylvia pushed the door open after pressing the door handle. She stared blankly at the golden light that flowed like a waterfall, illuminating every corner of the room and coating her skin with gold. The breath of life permeated the new world. That was the scene that Sylvia had dreamed of. But now, the lifeless eyes could no longer show joy. Tower spirit, the dry throat barely uttered 2 words. Sylvia remembered that before the enemy arrived, Su Shi had asked her to take over the authority of the tower spirit and then control the entire tower of salvation. I don't want to. I don't want to be the only authority of the tower spirit. But now, Sylvia must do it, because that is the last order of the wizard. Sylvia doesn't want to disappoint the wizard. Click, click. The steps move. Sylvia, like a stiff puppet, arrived at the center of the wizard tower in a completely unconscious state. The tower spirit transformed into a dark crow, flapped its wings and landed in front of her. Subconsciously, Sylvia was attracted by it. Which, wizard, the dim eyes, because of the sudden astonishment, showed a slight dilation. The tower spirit released a voice, which was set by Su Shi in advance. It roughly explained about the endless underworld and the immortals, and the key points of multiple fields such as cultivation breakthrough, potion making, magic tool forging, soul application, etc. The voice is the tenderness in memory, soft and slow, paving the way for the future for Sylvia. Finally, ending with a paused, apologetic and gentle words as a farewell. Sylvia, I'm sorry. Tick, tick. The dried tears fell again. The world was reborn in the light, and the hero cried in pain. You always like this. It's obviously me who troubles you. I'm the one who should apologize the most. Master Wizard, I don't accept your apology. The tower spirit center is quiet, but the hero's sadness is surging, filling between bones and flesh, blocking the mouth and nose for breathing, making people lose all their strength. Can only reveal the ugly crying. The important person who personally pulled the hero up and led him to the light, even though he knew that death was coming, still paved the way for the hero. The warm heart turned into a heavy blow at this moment. The hero wants to sink into darkness forever, but that is not allowed. The wizard wants to see her living in the light and smiling happily. So, Sylvia must walk out of the darkness. I must stand up. I can't let the wizard down. Driven by the sad will, the dilapidated body reached out to touch the tower spirit and established an authority relationship with it. Since then, the owner of the Tower of Savior has changed. Sylvia Crowfield has become the new owner of the tower. Due to the death of the previous tower owner, she was automatically promoted to the first authority. Wizard, I will become good enough, until I meet you again. Sylvia left the tower spirit center. Along the way, the sun was shining. Sylvia's back stretched out in the light, gradually becoming hazy and blurred, lonely and trance. She walked all the way to Su Shi's former room, collecting those familiar memories and bits and pieces of ordinary daily life. Because of her trance, she fell many times along the way. The pain of falling did not wake Sylvia up. She mechanically got up and repeated the action of packing things. Among them, there were densely packed papers with records of Su Shi's research on flesh and blood regeneration. There are also research materials that Su Shi has cultivated mutants of dead mushrooms and considered for many years. Or, it is the broken product of Su Shi's forged sword-shaped magic tools. Su Shi's weapon has always been a magic wand, not a sword. Wizard Master, Sylvia packed up everything. Facing the items in the house, she no longer cried sadly, just stood quietly and watched. Imitating what Su Shi did to the Hansen couple a long time ago. Perform the dust-avoiding spell for the items. Seal this room forever. Let that memory solidify in the most beautiful moment, difficult to fade. Good night, Wizard Master. The door closed. The hero's feelings for Su Shi, the hero's memories of Su Shi, everything, are sealed in this room. She wants to live. She wants to grow up to be outstanding enough. Waiting for the reunion with the Wizard Master. Then, with a brilliant smile and powerful strength, protect the despicable Wizard Master. The arrival of the Tower of Savior finally attracted the attention of the local forces in the Herika world. They are not wizards, but they control the same powerful way of using souls. With a greedy and excited roar, they wanted to capture the Tower of Savior and obtain the mysterious knowledge of the other world. At the critical moment, the interdimensional shuttle was activated again. In a subtle way, they made a detour in the Herika world and jumped out of the encirclement of the Herika people. The wind was blowing, and the momentum was shaking. There was only a huge hole and grass leaves fluttering in the wind at the scene. What happened? Is it a miracle? The Herika people looked at each other, and they all saw fear in their companions' eyes. They had never seen the interdimensional shuttle before, and in the face of this terrifying unknown, they fled in all directions, fearing that they would also become part of the disappearance. After that, it was 10 years later, when the Herika people discovered the Tower of Savior for the second time. Sylvia, who broke through the fourth ring wizard, destroyed all the invaders by herself. No, it should be called cleaning. The movements between her hands and feet were like humans cleaning the garbage in the room, casual and fierce, without any effort. How dare you? You are disrespectful to me. You, the demon from outer space, have already sought death. Quick, surround that man. Shocked, the strong men of the Herika people came out in droves. They became more greedy and wanted to obtain the wizard's practice method from Sylvia. But Sylvia appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. After a fierce battle, she used the interdimensional shuttle again to leave. Sylvia always kept Su Shi's words in mind. She did not entangle with the Herika people. Even if she fought, it was to let the Tower of Salvation evacuate. Plenty of time will allow her to climb to a higher level. Before that, everything is based on safety. Moreover, Sylvia's goal has never been the Herika world. What she really cares about is the indescribable end of the world. Endless underworld, immortals. He must be the culprit who caused all the tragedies, who made the dead unable to rest in peace, and who made the wizard unable to return. I will. For my father and mother, for my grandparents, for the wizard, for everyone, I will defeat that malice. The hand holding the hilt of the sword was shaking because of too much force. The voice was hoarse. It was like a suppressed volcano ready to erupt. The hero wanted to avenge Sue's family and all the dead. She couldn't accept that the initiator of all the tragedies was still living happily somewhere, and even creating new tragedies. Unforgivable. I will never let him go. Miss Sylvia, please be careful. Do you really not need us to stay? Raise the sword to the immortal of the 7th environment. This matter is too dangerous. Sylvia is willing to sacrifice her life and devote her whole life to complete it, but she does not want ordinary people in the tower to be affected by her. Therefore, Sylvia found a quiet and peaceful place in the Herika world to accommodate the people in the tower. There is not much difference between the humans in the two worlds. As long as there is no salvation tower, people coming from the wizard world will not arouse suspicion of their identities. Thank you, everyone. But this matter is too dangerous, I don't want you to get hurt. Sylvia smiled and rejected people's kindness. Just like a long time ago, Su-Shi refused to let her participate in the war. The two have very similar personalities. They are the type who would rather sacrifice themselves than affect others. Because of this, Sylvia could not accept Su-Shi's departure from the bottom of her heart. She always felt that she was the one who should sacrifice her life. Goodbye, everyone. Make a final farewell. Amid many reluctant and worried eyes, Sylvia returned to the wizard tower alone, started the interdimensional shuttle and left. No longer alone, no longer lonely. The brave has become accustomed to such an environment. She will continue to move forward on the road to becoming stronger, until she kills the twisted and evil immortal. I am the Lord of the White Crow, the great wizard of the 5 rings. Who can stop me? Who dares to stop me? So many soul fires. I have never seen them before. Hand over your wizard tower. After saying goodbye to the people, Sylvia left the Herika world. She drove the tower, shuttled through the chaos, and searched for traces of the endless underworld. During this period, Sylvia met wizards from the same world and fought fiercely with them. She also mistakenly entered the space rift and almost got lost at the end of time and space. One after another difficulties and obstacles, one after another near-death experience. Sylvia arrived at the 5 environment world. She walked on a brand new road, which was unclear and difficult, bumpy, and dark. It was the road called Brave. She was once an imposter, but because of someone's recognition, she bloomed with real brilliance. He said, Sylvia will always be his brave. Sylvia is a fake without talent. She knows it. She has always known this. No matter how bright the emerald of Clawfield is, it is limited to the land of Clawfield. She is not the darling of the world, nor is she favored by fate. Surviving in destruction, wandering in loneliness, and stranded on the earth with a skeleton body of suffering and misfortune. It was not until she met Su-Shi that she ignorantly embarked on the path of a wizard. Sylvia like this. She never knew where her own path was. She only knew how to find the light and turned into a flying insect chasing the light, stumbling behind Su-Shi. She listened to Su-Shi's teachings and learned Su-Shi's witchcraft. Sylvia wanted to go on like this, but she couldn't. The light that would gently lead her had already disappeared silently. The rest of the way, Sylvia needs to walk by herself. At the moment of being promoted to the 5th ring, Sylvia chose and practiced her own path. There is no life, because she is a dead person who has passed away. There is no death, because she is a living person who is still alive. Sylvia's path rejects both the beauty of life and the ugliness of death. There is only a pure soul. Sylvia, it takes more courage to regain the light than to endure the darkness. I saw that kind of courage in your soul. It's beautiful, I like it. Sylvia has nothing. But someone affirmed Sylvia's soul, saying that it was a holy soul that was more eye-catching than novels and biographies. Praise courage, kindness, and tenacity. So Sylvia walked her own way. It was a mixture of courage and faith, but also mixed with cowardice and fear. It was a unique road for the brave Sylvia, which was rugged and painful, and she carried out her faith with her thin soul. In the chaos, many planes of the world were like stars, dotted in the gray and undulating disordered time and space, making everything silent and making everything rotate. Such a scene was dark and gloomy. There were living people who sank into despair, and there were dead people who could not be reborn. But the fake brave raised the sword high and released a holy light that was more intense than the real thing. Warm and bright. Cut off all the sufferings of the world. Master Wizard, I will not let you down. In the dark and painful world, Sylvia could not see any light, so she chose to become a new light. One person, one sword, one tower. While pursuing the endless underworld, she also saved those who were suffering the same pain, like the former wizard world. Gradually, Sylvia saved countless worlds. Gradually, Sylvia's strength became stronger. Long time. Years piled up. That thin soul became more noble. She reached the end of the miracle, gathered the dual concepts of life and death, and ascended to the 7 environments that countless people dreamed of. Holding the holy sword given by Su-Shi, blooming the holy light of the soul, alone into the endless underworld. In the endless underworld, encompassing the vast soul plane, Each layer, each one, is comparable to the real-scale world of the living. Chaotic and complex, intertwined with each other. Sylvia had a clear goal. After entering the endless underworld, she followed the familiar breath of the wizard world and kept breaking through the air. Finally, Sylvia saw her hometown, which had become unfamiliar but still had many familiar places. The past, the beautiful memories, kept stimulating her dull thoughts. Father, mother, Grandpa Hansen, Grandma Mina, Master Wizard. Tears fell silently. The brave man who saved countless worlds could only look at the wreckage of his hometown and could not change it at all. But she still had something to do. It was something that only she who was alive could do. The silent and dark old wizard world was filled with the clear sound of swords being drawn. In an instant, the laws and order were in chaos and were torn and destroyed by the holy sword. The great power of salvation. The indestructible courage. Pushing up and lifting, allowing the sacred and noble soul to ascend to a position beyond all miracles in the world. The breath of the mother world? How is this possible? In front of Sylvia, the void twisted into a vague human figure, and in an unbelievable tone, he told Sylvia's true origin. No, this is impossible. The mother world has become my plane, how could there be? The sharp voice stopped abruptly, as if thinking of something. The immortal's movements paused for a moment, and the persona made up of countless truths was thinking and recalling in a state that ordinary creatures could not understand. That simple behavior directly led to the collapse of large areas of space. So that's it, is it someone who escaped before? Are they relatives of those old guys? Or, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, with a sarcastic and mocking expression on his face, it's one of the bugs that the idiot risked his life to protect his safety. Bang! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The shaking of the world conveyed the anger of the brave. With a knight's sword, Sylvia pressed the immortal back heavily, straight into the infinitely distant end of the world. He he he. He he he. The sword pressure was heavy, and the person was terrified. The immortal was suppressed, but he still looked like he was sneering. While resisting the brave man's slash, he recounted the past. Brother and sister, best friends. Or, husband and wife. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that the insects I killed casually would attract a newly promoted 7th ring. What a pity, you didn't see how painful it was when he died. The great power based on the laws of the underworld began to suppress the light of the brave. The sky and the earth lost their color, time and space were destroyed, and the storm strangled everything in the world. That is the power of destined death. It can make the deceased usher in the final extinction. Even the immortal 7th ring strongman will be in danger of falling in the face of such an attack. The immortal's sarcasm was even more intense. How could a newly promoted 7th ring compare to him who had accumulated for many years? This is the gap. The immortal demon laughed grimly, suppressed and beat Sylvia, and talked about the pleasure of destroying the world, saying that it was a good deal to exchange the fate of hundreds of millions of lives for his promotion. With each word, Sylvia's blade trembled a little. Kill you, I must, kill you. No matter what the price, I must kill you. The hoarse throat, shouted the most angry voice. Sylvia looked miserable, but the anger in her eyes, the bloody body, and the clenched teeth all reflected the rising anger in her heart. The voices of the dead echoed in her ears. Every sentence, every word, turned into heavy firewood for the burning soul. Father and mother, kill you, protect. Sylvia. Mr. and Mrs. Hansen, Miss Sylvia, you are such a good person. Lord Wizard, Sylvia, you are my hero. The dead cannot sleep, and the living live in fear. The initiator of all that was right in front of him, mocking and laughing at how ugly people's wailing was. It depicts the misery of the Sioux family being burned by the flames, with their bodies and souls annihilated together. Pain, torn heartache, sadness and anger, at this moment, become the heaviest foundation, paving the way for the brave man to move forward. I must kill you. The bloody eyes, the tearing voice, and the brilliant edge that cut off the entire old wizard world, echoing inside the battlefield on the verge of destruction. The road to salvation. It is long and difficult, but Sylvia keeps walking. Whenever she wants to give up, whenever she feels cold and lonely, whenever there is thunder and lightning, her fingers will always grasp the hilt of the sword involuntarily. She longs for that illusory reunion, to work hard for it, to become the light. Over time, the great cause of saving the world has been engraved in the soul of the brave and become part of his truth. That is the immortal king of the endless underworld, and even the sight of him will shock people. It is light. It is courage. It is the gratitude of countless creatures, worlds, and planes. That light is so beautiful that it is impossible to look directly at it. How could it be? The immortal looked down in astonishment, looking at the holy sword that pierced through him, with a puzzled look on his face. Soon, the astonishment turned into ridicule. The immortal is ready to fight back. The 7-ring wizard controls the fate of life and death, and is not afraid of any harm unless there is a higher authority, such as the root of death in the endless underworld. Mindless bugs. The power of tampering with the law surged again inside and outside the world. The immortal broke free from the restraints of the blade. He once again fought fiercely with Sylvia. The cold and warm flowers bloomed in the sky of the soul plane. It was a collision of laws and an immortal battle that transcended life and death. Sometimes the plane collapsed, and sometimes chaos reappeared. The blood of the immortals who fought to the death stained every piece of land. In addition, 2 7-ring towers flew out of the void, gathering infinite light and heat, shooting out rune beams that destroyed the world and forcibly wiped out a large number of undead. Something's wrong. Time passed. The immortal who thought he had won the victory found something wrong with his body at this moment, and his face changed drastically. My origin, how could it be Shua? The blade that condensed the will to save the world and gathered the gratitude of countless worlds, at the most appropriate time, slashed the concept of the immortal's existence itself. That was a path that the immortal had never expected. It was an impossible miracle. But now, the brave man used the sword to complete the final blow to the immortal. Master Wizard, did I win? Sylvia fell from the sky and fell on the fragmented netherworld. She looked tired and bleeding. No one could answer her. All she could hear was the shrill and wailing wind. Loneliness surged into her heart. Tears filled her eyes again. The brave man was very strong. She held back her tears and stood up again in silence. She looked up at the sky of the underworld. From the despair and strong sense of death, she felt many prying eyes. They were the masters of other soul planes. In the endless underworld. Among them, there were many beings that were more powerful than the 7-ring wizard. They were the pinnacles of the 8-ring and even the 9-ring. Master Wizard, I seem to have become as willful as you. I can't turn a blind eye to those painful worlds. Sylvia staggered to her feet and accepted the legacy of the dead immortal in the countless prying eyes. That is, the authority of the underworld in the soul plane of the wizard world. At this point, those prying eyes disappeared. The hero had no intention of controlling anything, but she knew that if she did not accept it, this soul plane would be controlled by the new immortal. I need time. Dragging her tired body, Sylvia smiled miserably. She was frightened by her own thoughts. She actually wanted to purge the immortal kings of the endless underworld, reverse the laws of the underworld, and prevent similar tragedies from happening in the wizard world in the future. If the wizard knew about it, I would definitely be criticized. But now, the wizard can't control me anymore. The voice suddenly became quiet. After a moment, the sound of water drops falling was heard. Soul and truth are the necessary path to becoming an immortal. Eternal life. Immortality. These are all privileges of the immortals. The eternal time has erased the desires and humanity of the immortals. The only thing they want is to further their strength and status. It is too difficult to comprehend themselves. Therefore, the immortals chose a shortcut and took charge of the soul plane of the endless underworld. Through this, they can communicate with the endless underworld. They can peek into the most ancient mysteries. As time goes by, the underworld has developed its own rules, which restrict the actions of the immortals. For example, they cannot corrupt the world of the living at will. For example, they control the upper limit of the number of soul planes. In this way, they can maintain the most basic order. But how can the ignorant instincts of the underworld really restrict the immortals? Even the underworld itself means the most terrible disaster. If it is slightly close to other worlds, it will cause turmoil and destruction. During the interdimensional shuttle, Sylvia has seen too much. Therefore, she wants to change everything and reverse this wrong world from the root. She wants to change everything? How dare you? How dare you? Kill her. At worst, sink this plane. After years of silence, the hero named Servia Crawfield launched an attack on other soul planes, wiping out the lives of immortals one after another. At first, the immortals watched indifferently. They only thought that the hero was for the power of the underworld. People with stronger strength should occupy more planes, so no one stopped the hero's actions. But later, everyone found something wrong. The hero's killing never stopped. Even if the number of soul planes she controlled reached the upper limit stipulated by the underworld, she still maintained the original speed of killing. Naturally, the hero's behavior of breaking the rules caused the immortals to collectively counterattack. The immortals at the 7th ring level joined forces, combined with the strong men at the 8th ring level, to launch an eternal hunt for Servia. However, the result of the matter was shocking. It was obviously killing immortals, but such behavior seemed to be in line with the truth of saving the world. The hero continued to practice his own justice, fighting to support fighting, retreating decisively, and miraculously breaking through the 8th ring level in the successive pursuits. Her sword blade became heavier, and every strike carried the weight of the vast world, so heavy that even eternal immortality would disappear. Have you ever heard the weeping of the world? She asked this question. The sword light of salvation cut off a corner of the endless underworld. Some people retreated, some were curious. There was even a great existence at the 9th ring level, known as the Creator, who fought with the hero. The hero no longer fled, but tried his best to use himself as burning firewood to burst out the fire of salvation. Strength improvement. Agility improvement. No profound witchcraft was used. The hero only cast 2 of the most basic 0-ring witchcraft on himself. But the holy sword that was drawn was fast enough to transcend time, heavy enough to split space, condensed the will of countless living worlds, and opened up an eternal light in the endless underworld. The 7-ring wizard controls life and death, and has only one destiny. The 8-ring wizard imprints the truth, and his own path becomes one of the laws of the heavens and the world. The 9-ring wizard is omnipresent, and can reshape everything in the world with his own strength. Therefore, the pinnacle of the wizard system. The 9-ring wizard is also called the Creator. But even the 9-ring wizard, the great ruler who controls the truth of all things, is still as small as a grain of sand in front of the endless underworld of infinite size. The immortals headed by the 9-ring Creator, eager to explore the essence of the underworld, control the death that all things must reach. For this reason, the storm with the power of the underworld as the core swept across billions of planes. The storm blew for a long time, wantonly impacting the world of the living, playing with souls, distorting fate, and causing one world after another to enter destruction. But now, the wind has stopped. In the name of saving the world, the brave man carries the wishes of countless living worlds. Dim, weak, and fragile, she became the only light in the dark chaos, fighting against the death that has existed since ancient times. She won. Purge all the immortals who do evil. Stepping on those dissipated truths, she stepped into the deepest part of the endless underworld and became the only one who controls the soul plane. Master Wizard. Can I make you proud of me now? Sylvia whispered softly. She held an ordinary holy sword in her hand, and under the common gaze of the vast heavens, her back was blurred and bright, and she stepped into the root area of the endless underworld. This is pure nothingness. It is the end of the world that symbolizes nothingness and death. Even the nine-ring wizard cannot walk here. However, the brave man who saves the world regards it as nothing, bathing in the hazy warm light, and standing here safely. The creatures of all realms all think that the brave man will become the only master of the endless underworld. But Sylvia did not do so. She just calmly raised the long sword in her hand. The great cause of salvation engraved with one's own soul, the light that countless living people longed for and prayed for, gathered into an ordinary slash. Crack, crack. The underworld collapsed. The huge and majestic volume was broken apart by the sword of the brave man. Sylvia stretched out her hand, grasped the concepts of reincarnation, death, rebirth, and distributed them equally to each world of the living. From now on, every normally functioning world will have its own miniature underworld. And there will be no superstandard existence like the endless underworld that will easily crush and destroy the weak world. Some people cheered, some cried, and some were sad. The actions of the brave man brought new changes to the heavens and the world. The gratitude of the living, the last wishes of the dead, the world consciousness of the living world and the new underworld, at this moment, turned into layers of overlapping waves, pushing the brave soul to the end that no one has reached. The existence that symbolizes the existence of all things and the origin of life. The nothingness that symbolizes the end of all things and the withering of souls and flesh. At this moment, a balance is achieved in Sylvia. Master Wizard, I will wait for your reunion. No matter how long it takes. In the boundless chaos, the once destroyed wizard world was restored in an intact state. The lives that died in pain got a second chance at life, but some people could not return and stayed in the past forever. Father, mother. Sylvia crossed time and space to meet her resurrected parents. Sylvia, you seem to have changed a lot. The parents were at a loss, feeling that the girl in front of them was both familiar and strange. In the quiet afternoon sunshine, Sylvia pulled her parents to sit down and whispered to them the adventure story of her encounter with a kind wizard. This story is long, boring, and tedious, but it really happened. The real world. The summer is long, the shadows of the trees are mottled, and the rattan chairs are tied with thick ropes, and intermittent shaking and creaking sounds are heard in the breeze. Su-Shi sat in the courtyard. Listened to and summarized the girl's intelligence. Blocking time and space in advance cannot prevent the simulation from starting, but it can delay it. Let everyone who could not detect the simulator discover the changes at that moment. It seems so. The essence of the good life simulator is not as superior to the Supreme as I thought. At least, when prepared, the Supreme can discover the simulator. Su-Shi thought for a while and summarized all the information in his mind. Good life simulator. The beginning and origin of everything. Since the first simulation, Su-Shi has been curious about the true face of the simulator. Now it seems to be getting closer. At first, it was because of vigilance and alertness. Now, it is more of a desire to understand the old friend. Brother's reincarnation is indeed very strange. As if to avoid the hot light of summer, Su-Moli walked to the shadow behind Su-Shi, squinted his eyes and crouched on Su-Shi's shoulder. But, brother, don't worry too much. When my real body comes in, I can help brother to further explore the nature of reincarnation talent. The sister's words reminded Su-Shi. Indeed, the girls present were just a wisp of distraction from the original body. If we can use our full strength, we should be able to see more details about the beautiful life simulator. Krisha, Wu Yingxiu, and Ai Lei also expressed their support. Then I'll trouble you all. Su-Shi nodded and said. His eyes reflected the sunny, green courtyard with mottled light and shadow. The four girls stood separately, quiet and well-behaved. Dragonflies touched the water, and birds schemed the leaves. The scene in front of him was so warm that Su-Shi felt very relieved and felt that the hard work of several simulations was worth it. By the way, when you can enter the earth in person, what are you going to do? Su-Shi asked while sipping the black tea brought by the witch. The witch froze. The sister froze. The servitor froze as well. Haha, yes, what should I do? It's so hard to guess. The princess looked unnatural, lowered her head and looked at her kicking toes, and smiled awkwardly. Su-Shi, when I typed the question mark, it wasn't me who had a problem, but I thought you had a problem. Then, let's check the gains from this simulation. After saying goodbye to the girls, Su-Shi returned to his bedroom and began to check the settlement rewards for the fifth simulation. On the panel, lines of text were neatly arranged, listing all the information. Ding dong. Fifth simulation statistics completed. Congratulations to the host for activating the following achievements: Undead Slayer, Hero Training Master, one who escaped destruction, Underworld Destroyer, one who puts the ring on him, Undead Slayer, you have been killing undead in the wizard world for 52 years, and your heart has long been as cold as a corpse. Hero Training Master, your care and concern have made the fake a true hero, and you have an indispensable position in the hearts of heroes. One who escaped destruction, you have witnessed every moment of the world's destruction, and because of your actions, many lives have survived fortunately. Underworld Destroyer, according to unofficial history, you are the root cause of the destruction of the endless underworld, and you are often marked as a key point to teach the newcomers. One who puts the ring on him, he has been waiting for the one who puts the ring on him, waiting for the next distant encounter. Is it true? Servia also became the supreme. Su Shi looked at the result of the simulator panel, nodded slightly, and acted quite calmly. It's not that he has confidence in Servia, but after several simulations, the supreme was born, which made Su Shi accustomed to it. But how did Servia become the supreme? My original plan was to let Servia live in the Herika world until she reached the limit of her soul and entered the underworld normally. But now it seems, Servia seems to have blown up the endless underworld. No, is this true or not? Su Shi fell silent. His intuition told him that behind the sudden rise of the hero, there must be a contribution from his successful sacrifice. It's obviously a good thing, but I can't be happy. Su Shi sighed and continued to watch the simulator panel. Simulation summary. You struggled to advance in the world of destruction. You witnessed the fall of the sun and the moon, and looked directly at the immortal chaos. In a very short time, you became a five-ring wizard. In the vast chaos, countless creatures regard you as the first light. It is you who broke the shackles of fate and illuminated the way forward for the savior with death. Final evaluation of simulation No 05S. Rewards are being generated. Beep, beep. Host, please choose 4 of the following 5 rewards, which will be issued immediately after selection. 1. The Peak Realm in The Sims. 2. All the spells in The Sims. 3. Enhanced soul perception. 4. Tiny fragments of the underworld. 5. A magic tool book that never expires. The S-level evaluation was expected. In this simulation, Su Shi neither became a super strong man nor did he do a great feat that shook the world. He was able to get an S-level evaluation because of Sylvia's help. Let me see what the rewards are this time, Su Shi pondered, looking through the 5 options given by the simulator. Option 1 is strength. For a wizard at the 5th ring level, this is undoubtedly a must. Option 2 is a spell. It covers multiple fields such as life, death, soul, and elements, and comes with parameter adjustment, so there is no need to adapt to the laws of the earth. But Su Shi felt that he didn't need this. He already had enough means of self-defense, and adding some witchcraft within the 5th ring was meaningless. The most important thing is the existence of options 3, 4, and 5. None of them is waste. Soul perception is a fusion version of life and death and soul collector. Even if I don't harvest souls, I can enhance my talent for souls. It's very suitable for people like me who practice hard. As for this underworld fragment, through the introduction of the simulator, Su Shi already knew that this fragment came from the endless underworld. It's not the outer soul plane. It's the true body of the core. The value of such a fragment is inestimable. In my case, perhaps integrating into the blood and chi world of martial arts would be a good choice. Or, based on the law of death in magic, create an exclusive underworld kingdom. Su Shi thought about the purpose. His eyes turned to the last option 5. Is it the one I gave to Sivia when I broke through the 3rd ring wizard? It says it will never expire. I remember that the upper limit of the use of this magic tool book is nearly 1,000 times. That means Sivia has used it all. Su Shi paused. A lonely figure who was afraid of the dark and curled up in the corner sobbing appeared in his mind subconsciously. Such a brave man was helpless and pitiful. That child must have suffered a lot. Su Shi was not the supreme, but he knew the difficulty of this road. Fortunately, after the rain, there will be a rainbow. Sivia has passed the most difficult stage and has become the pinnacle that countless people look up to. From now on, Su Shi no longer has to worry about Sivia's safety. Maybe, there will be a chance to meet again in the future, but I don't know how long it will be. Su Shi smiled. Let's collect the simulation rewards first. Quickly select 1, 3, 4, and 5. Exclude the formula of option 2. The reward settlement for this simulation has come to an end. Ding, reward selection is complete, and distribution begins. The simulator panel glowed, and the text of the 5 rewards disappeared, replaced by the rewards quickly becoming reality. Persistence and hard work. Diligence and sweat. I have worked hard all my life for this moment. Simulator, help me. Touch the truth, observe the truth, and condense the truth. The 5-ring wizard has made a breakthrough? In the bedroom, obvious spatial ripples were rippling. There are truth laws engraved on Su Shi's status. Although it cannot bring a leap in strength, it has expanded a new possibility. Since then, Su Shi has a 4th extraordinary system in his body. If the high-dimensional observation of science fiction can also be regarded as a system, then I am now an alternative 5 spiritual roots. Cultivation, magic, martial arts, science fiction, wizard. These 5 spiritual roots are promising at first glance. Su Shi sighed. Feeling his own mana, mental power, and blood, the 3 intertwined and jointly gave birth to a more surging soul power, stirring and washing every part of his body. Compared with ordinary extraordinary people, it was undoubtedly too much. This is the result of sweat and hard work. Su Shi nodded slightly as he quickly mastered the power of the 5 environment realms. More rewards are being materialized by the simulator. Soul perception talent quickly melted into Sushi's body. Like the previous heavenly spiritual roots and elemental perception, it silently improved Sushi's cultivation efficiency. The fragments of the underworld are stored in Sushi's blood world. Its amazing and magnificent essence. If it is taken out casually, Sushi feels that the entire Yanshan city may disappear directly. Finally, this is it. The sun was shining outside the window, shining obliquely on Sushi's open palm through the wooden window like a picture frame. Gradually, from nothing to something, a magic tool book with an old cover appeared in Sushi's palm. Slightly flipping through a few pages, you can see the familiar lighting technique and the silencing technique used to shield thunder. It was engraved on each page in the form of runes. Sushi had used it to help the brave, so that the brave could be alone without fear of darkness and thunder. But now, the brave who had achieved the highest level seemed to no longer need it. Sushi walked to the collection cabinet, took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and opened the glass door of the collection cabinet. The magic tool book was held in his hand and put into the fifth compartment of the collection cabinet. Time flies so fast. Before I knew it, the collection cabinet is already full. The sunlight shines through the glass cabinet door, reflecting the sediment of the past. Mottled light and shadow, soft warmth. Everything in the cabinet, the 5 neatly arranged items, is full of delicate and real texture. It has been a long time since the end of the first simulation, but Sushi clearly remembers the complicated feelings when he first got the sugar jar. Later, he got another magic wand. As the number of simulations increased, Sushi had to purchase a collection cabinet to better store these items. It condenses precious past and beautiful memories. In fact, if you squeeze it, the collection cabinet can hold more things. But, it's better to have a moderate amount. Too many items will only look messy. A beam of slanting golden sunlight lightly hit Sushi's face, outlining a three-dimensional outline and a faint smile. Step back a few steps. Observe the layout and display of the collection cabinet with a wider field of vision. Sushi nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, it looks very nice. He is worthy of it. Then, it's time for me to do my own thing. The spirit of immortal cultivation, the spirit of magic, the spirit of martial arts, and the soul of wizards. Supported by high-dimensional observations of science fiction. The power system in my body complements and interpenetrates each other. It's time to break through to a higher level. It also saves the old master from nagging. Turning his head slightly, looking at the rustling flowers and leaves in the courtyard outside the window. In Sushi's eyes, the upgrading and changes of the earth are reflected. It's almost there. It won't be long before the Earth will be upgraded and become the true center of the universe, surpassing the universe in which it is located. It's really exciting. Imagining such a future, Sushi chuckled. Then he took a step, left his bedroom, and walked towards the practice room deep in the courtyard. Click, click. The footsteps faded away. The room returned to silence. But faintly, there were several noble wills communicating. The words were intriguing. There were strange words such as come again, guard the house, and sneak attack. After entering the practice room, Sushi spread out the cultivation materials and the corresponding supreme soft rice one by one. I have a great advantage now. With the magic system of becoming a god as the main one, I will drive the backward cultivation of immortals, martial arts, and wizards. The progress of the 3 will promote the growth of magic. This cycle repeats, plus various tenfold improvements. And the most critical dash. Sushi stretched out his hand, using the supreme crown, using the obscure and complex law of time. Time acceleration, this is the most suitable way of cultivation for seclusion. In various hot-blooded works, it is a must-have breakthrough method for the protagonist. The only 2 disadvantages are that it will consume life and mind. Life, I don't need to worry about. Mind, as long as it is not practiced continuously for tens of thousands of years, it will not hinder me either. Sushi put his palms together. The power of time rippled. Encircle the scope of the training room and accelerate a single area. The training began. The spiritual power of the true god level became the most solid seesaw, driving the other systems to climb up at a crazy speed. Eternal tears, supreme crown, dust starlight, follow starflower. 4 flavors of soft rice. At this moment, it turned into 2 words, persistence. Break it for me. Time witnessed Sushi's efforts, and sweat witnessed Sushi's growth. In the extreme time acceleration, Sushi broke through the realms one after another. The magic power of the immortal cultivation side broke through first. Ascending immortal light, golden lotus gushing from the ground, true immortal realm. After that, it was the blood and chi of the martial arts side. The void was broken, the world was derived, and the transcendent realm. Finally, the 3-in-1 of essence, chi, and spirit. With essence as the basis, chi as the driving force, and charm as the flow, it promotes the truth of the soul to converge and reach the end of immortality. The 7-ring wizard broke through in an instant. No immortal tribulation. Sushi stopped practicing, looked up at the dark stone slab, and his expression was regretful. If you don't cross the thunder tribulation when cultivating immortals, you always feel that something is missing. However, Sushi can understand it. After all, even the most ignorant planetary consciousness knows to avoid the highest residence. Ascend to become an immortal, ascend to the level of a true god, transcend the martial arts, and have an immortal soul. Now, I have nothing missing. Various great powers surrounded Sushi's side. With a slight raise of his hand, time and space broke, and were filled with mysterious invisible energy. When his palm pressed down, time and space restored themselves to integrity. This is the power of persistence. Su Shi nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the growth of his own strength. He felt that the shining of the millions of stars in the sky were also in his palm. Compared to the Supreme, it is definitely far inferior. But if the target is an ordinary immortal or god, it is absolutely crushing. Su Shi's eyes were shining. The 5-in-1 status constantly distorted the real space, and even the law of time acceleration collapsed and shattered into its original appearance. After sitting in meditation for most of the day, Su Shi barely controlled the skyrocketing strength. However, it is not time to come out yet. The soul power as vast as the ocean swept a piece of the underworld fragment, and it fell into Su Shi's palm with a difficult and obscure swaying posture. Think about it carefully. The laws of the underworld have nothing to do with me. It's better to use this fragment for other purposes. It looks like a sword but not a sword, and like a staff but not a staff. The sword and staff weapon made of Jian-mu appeared in front of Su Shi, emitting a faint layer of green light. In the past, Su Shi was unable to perfectly refine Jian-mu, but now, his strength is sufficient, and he is ready to add the underworld fragment to shape it into a new weapon. Sword. Su Shi waved his hand, and the surging fairy flame burned the void, refining Jian-mu with fairy power, making its hideous and rough surface constantly change until it turned into a sword shape. World destruction. The underworld fragments collapsed and turned into pure Tao and reason. All of them were integrated into the blade of the fairy sword. The dim light was cold. Su Shi held the hilt of the sword, injected the fairy power of the immortal side, and the fairy talisman pattern flashed automatically. Injecting the magic power, the Jian-mu immortal sword changed its appearance and became a slender and simple staff. Su Shi kept adjusting. Finally, the weapon was fixed in the usual sword staff posture. It's finally over. Su Shi put away the sword staff, stood up and walked towards the door of the training room. When the door was opened, the sun was shining, still maintaining the summer heat before the retreat, which made Su Shi subconsciously squint his eyes. The sound of footsteps startled several insects to crawl away quickly. The law of time. It's really magical. I have been practicing in the training room for a long time, but in the outside world, only 3 or 4 days have passed. Su Shi sighed, looking at the courtyard exposed to the summer sun, and felt that the difference in time was huge. Teacher, congratulations on your promotion. The brilliant corridor. The witch came towards him and gave Su Shi the first blessing after leaving the retreat in a calm tone. At the same time, she brought hot tea to Su Shi. Thank you, Kryza. Su Shi took the hot tea and subconsciously wanted to ask how the girl knew that he had left the retreat. But he suddenly remembered. The time law that he used was the gift from the witch. 1 step faster, every step faster. The witch was still super god. Krisha, did anything happen while I was away? Please rest assured, everything is fine. Well, that's good. Walking side by side with the witch. On the way, Su Shi asked Krisha about the latest situation of the courtyard during the retreat, as well as other matters. The witch was excellent and managed the courtyard very well. The earth was also calm and there was nothing unusual. The slightest movement will usher in the friendly gazes of the 4 supremes. Teacher, I have prepared lunch for you. Krisha walked, her tone as calm as white water, and invited Su Shi to the kitchen. Su Shi agreed. However, when arriving at the dining table, Su Shi saw not only the meals prepared by the witch, but also the Manchu and Han banquet prepared by the Mecha servants. I'm sorry, Master. Ai Lei was wearing a home apron, her expression full of apology. In order to celebrate your promotion, I actually forgot to greet you. So that's it. Not far ahead, but evenly matched. Su Shi sat down calmly, skillfully applying the laws of time and space, while tasting the food of Kryza and Ai Lei. From another perspective, this is actually a kind of training. It can effectively improve the application of the laws of time and space. Thank you, I like this lunch very much. In the end, Su Shi said thank you and ended the day perfectly. After eating the food of the witch and the robot servant, Su Shi left the courtyard. I am the teacher's disciple. It is reasonable to tell him this good news. After all, the teacher is always worried about my becoming an immortal. It seems to be an ordinary step, but it easily crosses time and space. Under the wrapping of the laws of time and space, Su Shi took a step from Yunshan City to the capital, and scanned the world with a powerful divine sense to confirm the location of Li Wanshao. Not in the Tianjian sect. Then, it's in the Kao Fan General Administration. The figure flickered. Li Wanshao no longer needed to actively pull him in. This time, Su Shi walked directly into Li Wanshao's wood-attributed small world with his own strength. This place is still familiar to Su Shi. The water is gurgling, and the bamboo leaves are rubbing. The golden light just right, hanging from the sky above, is refracted by the flowing stream, and the white light is sparkling, like an undulating and concave mirror. There is a burst of fairy light. But after identifying Su Shi's identity, it fell into a strange stagnation. Teacher, I have become a fairy. In the old man's doubtful and confused expression, Su Shi landed on the ground, smiled and revealed his own aura. The realm of true fairy is revealed. Surprise, confusion, and great joy. In just one breath, Li Wanshao's expression changed continuously, and finally he stroked his white beard with trembling. Humph, the master has seen it a long time ago. You stubborn disciple, you are so impetuous just after becoming an immortal, won't it be laughed at if it gets out? The old man admonished Su Shi, but the smile on his face could not be hidden. He waved his hand, asked Su Shi to sit down, took out the immortal wine that he had treasured for many years from the mustard seed space, and happily filled a cup for Su Shi. Then he poured himself an equally full cup. Drink. Under Su Shi's astonished gaze, Li Wanshao drank it all in one gulp, drunken from the wine, his face flushed. The old man seemed to do this on purpose, allowing himself to immerse himself in the drunkenness, instead of using immortal power to drive away the drunkenness. Teacher, you've drunk a little too much. Nonsense. This is just the first cup. The skinny Mu Jianxian blew his beard and glared at this moment, slapped the table and stood up. It's rare to be happy, the master should drink 3 jars. With a wave of his sleeves, several jars of immortal wine jumped onto the table. Su Shi was helpless. He could only let the old man drink and accompany him to drink 2 or 3 cups. In the end, Li Wanshao still failed to fulfill his promise to drink 3 jars of wine. The immortal wine was too strong and spicy, so he couldn't finish it, and couldn't drink it. Good wine, the wine in the immortal world is special. I am happy for you. The strong wine burned his throat hoarse, and his eyes were turbid and spicy, with a little water. Li Wanshao stood up shakily. He looked at Su Shi with a complicated expression, including relief and silent sadness. You foolish disciple. Finally, became an immortal. From now on, you can only walk the road alone. I can no longer teach you anything. Lonely. Reluctant. The old man drank 1 cup after another, and soon he couldn't handle the alcohol. He was intoxicated by the dreamy sweetness of the immortal wine and fell asleep on the stone table. We will go on together, teacher. After all, I, a rebellious disciple, still need your encouragement. Gently shook the wine glass in his hand. The full water surface swayed with a mellow aroma. Clear and fragrant, indulgent, and leisurely. Su Shi sat quietly for a long time, watching the bamboo leaves falling in the small world, sipping the fairy wine in the cup, savoring the burning throat and the subsequent sweetness. Thank you very much for your care for me all the time, teacher. I will come to see you again. Before leaving, Su Shi walked to the opposite side of the stone table. That is, he refilled Li Wanshao's empty wine glass. When Su Shi left, the empty and deserted little world was left with only bamboo leaves rubbing against each other, casting scattered spots of light on the old fingers that were struggling to move. He held the wine glass, paused for a moment, and drank it all in one gulp. You little bastard, you run so fast. The voice laughed and scolded. After leaving the supernormal general administration, Su Shi glanced at Hong Long on the way. Seeing that Hong Long was in high spirits, he also left with relief. Good spirits mean good dragon blood. Congratulations. Su Shi returned to Yanshan City, leaving Hong Long with a sudden start, poking his head out of the mountains of gold and silver, and looking around the treasure hall in doubt, trembling with fear for some reason. Scare yourself. Rex Sanchez muttered, burying his head in the pile of gold coins again. Squinting his eyes, enjoying it comfortably. Ah, dragon life should be like this. A peaceful life, back again. Without the advantage of a single high realm, Su Shi's cultivation speed has slowed down. Therefore, after returning to Yanshan City, Su Shi no longer went into endless retreat. Instead, he chose to let nature take its course and use the supreme soft rice to drive the realm up. Spend a peaceful daily life. The sun is bright and beautiful, and the breeze blows through the flowers and plants in the courtyard, and also blows the hair of Kryza and Alii. Wu Yingxiu squatted beside Su Shi, studying a cookbook. Emily is not here. She has been more diligent in slashing the world recently. It seems to have unlimited motivation. Perhaps because of this, the speed of the Earth's upgrade has increased again. Every morning, Su Shi can clearly feel the transformation of the Earth and the increasingly perfect planetary consciousness. The era of spiritual energy recovery has officially come to an end. The Earth is about to usher in sublimation and transformation, become the gathering center of all heavens and worlds. This speed is much faster than I expected. Is it because of the help of multiple supreme beings and the thrust is too great? Su Shi was sitting in the study, looking at the sky outside the window, feeling only the brilliant rays of light and the faint sound of immortals. Beijing Satellite TV reminds you that the Earth Destiny community headed by China will hold the 17th Extraordinary Conference on the 25th of this month. Interrupt urgent news, the number NT56 and number KC07 Jiexo will soon appear in Weichuan City. Citizens are requested to prepare for the impact. Recently, the number of extraordinary personnel in our country has increased sharply, and Director Li Wanshao has made an important speech on this. If you are causing disasters, I also know a little about immortal methods. According to reliable data statistics, the crime rate of extraordinary people has dropped significantly. The upgrading of the Earth. The popularization of extraordinary people. It has brought a series of changes. The influx of a large number of Jiexo has expanded the area of the Earth. From then on, humans no longer have to worry about the lack of living space in the future. It's just corresponding. The alien creatures in the Jiexo also have friction and tentative exchanges with humans. Moreover, there are many powerful people at the level of immortals. Is it kind or malicious? Humans cannot know the answer directly, and can only confirm the good and bad of alien creatures through repeated exploration. Those alien creatures are the same, looking at everything on Earth with a curious and vigilant attitude. Master, why don't you let me interfere? the area above the dimension, the layer outside the earth. Su Shi walked in the void, observing the overall changes of the earth. The loyal robot servant followed beside him, tilting his head in confusion. The fusion of all heavens and worlds has made the order on earth evolve towards chaos. But if Ai Lei is killed, or the other girls in the courtyard, with the omnipotence of the highest level, it can easily correct everything. Let the order of the earth become an absolutely peaceful state. Ai Lei, sometimes, comprehensive interference is not a good thing. Benign guidance, moderate wind, and rain, will make the flowers bloom with unique magnificence. Su Shi explained gently. This is not only his idea, but also Li Wanchao's idea, the conclusion after negotiating with the old man. It is true that the supreme power can change everything, but the supreme idea is not necessarily what people want. In the end, the order on earth will no longer be the order of people, but a single, rigid logic set by the supreme being. Therefore, rather than letting a few girls directly tamper with everything, Su Shi prefers to guide. He gave a lot of insights into his own extraordinary power, as well as information about other worlds, and donated a large amount of dragon blood grass free of charge. In addition, there are a large number of extraordinary props. The Extraordinary General Administration Bureau is backed by the official, and has a lot of talent reserves, and has begun to make progress with this. I seem to understand what you mean. Ai Lei blinked. The silver blue eyes reflected the trajectory of light. Yes, she knows. She should be the one who understands this best. On the Federation planet, Su Shi awakened the housekeeping robot 9090 and gave it a new name, but never restricted anything, just gently led and guided it. That light and warmth, the robot servant still remembers it. Let's go, Ai Lei, it's time to go back. Yes, master. Ai Lei followed quickly, her silver blue eyes shimmering with thousands of ripples, staring at Su Shi's back, and followed him gracefully. The space was humming. Light and shadow intertwined. In the interweaving of illusion and reality, Su Shi and Ai Lei left the high-dimensional state and returned to the urban area of Yunshan City. Before returning to the courtyard, Ai Lei prepared to buy some things. Ai Lei, what are you going to buy? Ingredients for tonic soup. The mechanical servant answered concisely. She said that with the upgrading of the earth, more extraordinary ingredients appeared in the market, which was suitable for developing new flavors of tonic soup. Is that so? Su Shi wanted to say something. For example, for him, ordinary tonic soup has long lost its effect. After all, he is a man who combines immortality, God, martial arts, and witchcraft. But when he met Ai Lei's eyes and that overly serious expression, Su Shi couldn't say no at all. Then I'll trouble you, Ai Lei. It's my honor to serve you. Elegantly lifted the skirt. Responded calmly. That overly delicate face presented unique light and shadow in the sun, the brightness brushing across the nose, the shadow under the neck, interlaced and merged. Master, to prevent getting separated, please hold my hand. That's impossible, right? This is a necessary measure to prevent accidents, master. The robot servant was too loyal. In the blurred and disillusioned sunlight, Ai Lei took the initiative to hold Su Shi's palm, and intertwined their fingers, bending and hooking each other. 36 strategies to have love. The 21st strategy. Through active physical contact, quickly improving the opposite sex's favorability towards oneself is a strategy with a very high success rate. What's wrong, Ai Lei? Master's hand is very warm. The development of the situation was somewhat beyond the robot servant's expectations. The human body she created for herself. At this moment, her heart was beating very fast. That's it. The lethality of the 21st strategy does not distinguish between the two parties holding hands. Ai Lei clenched her hands and felt that her knowledge was +1. Well, thank you for the compliment. Su Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He maintained the state of holding hands and walked towards the supermarket in Yunshan City. On the way, the sun was dazzling. Like a sharp sword, it tore through the clouds in the sky, and the burning heat made people's eyes subconsciously squint. Su Shi stared at the summer heat. His thoughts drifted away. He remembered the first time in the 4th simulation that he created a mimic skin for Ai Lei and spent that illusory summer together. At that time, Su Shi had blessings and expectations for Ai Lei, believing that one day, the hazy human figure would break free from the shackles of the cold body and feel real joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Now it seems that it has come true. Ai Lei. Yes, I'm here. There are not many people now, why don't you let go? No, there is a possibility of getting separated when there are few people. Ai Lei said. Ai Lei is a good bodyguard. In front of the supreme power, no one can disturb this precious time. At the same time, she is also a good maid, who can accurately select ingredients of qualified quality. It's just that her standards are a little strange. Tianyang fruit, very nutritious. Yangshen Linghua, also very nutritious. Rik meat, suitable for soup. After strict selection, Ai Lei quickly bought the ingredients for the soup, and at the same time, bought some other things to supplement the consumption of the courtyard. Ai Lei is very capable. Su Shi smiled and affirmed. So, Ai Lei's ears trembled quickly. She was obviously an elegant and rigorous maid, but she looked too cute. In order to better serve you, I still lack a lot. She said so. Try to maintain a calm face and respond to Su Shi in a normal tone. Very good. Keep it up. Ai Lei, keep moving forward. As the purchase of ingredients was completed, Su Shi and Ai Lei began to return to the courtyard. On the way, AI Lei naturally held Sushi's hand again. This is all for the safety of the master, the machine servant had a good reason. What is a miracle? Sushi felt that it was probably a repetitive daily routine, plain and tasteless, with neither thrilling accidents nor sudden changes. It seems small, but it will settle with time. A different charm emerges. Sushi is very satisfied with his current life. On the way back to the courtyard with AI Lei, Sushi raised his head slightly and saw a corner of the clouds in the clear sky being lifted by the wind, and a bird swooped down and flew sideways over the building. It's really good. Now, there are loyal mechanical servants around him. There are also younger sisters, witches, and princesses waiting at home. Although he suffered a lot in the simulation and suffered 5 sacrifices, Sushi sincerely likes the real world. He likes the peaceful beauty created by his own hands. Satisfied. This is Sushi's psychological state. I just don't know how Sylvia is doing now. The weak, helpless, and pitiful undead girl always makes people worry. Sushi is waiting for a reunion in the distant future. Master. Summer tranquility. The voice from AI Lei interrupted Sushi's thoughts. In the scorching heat, the girl's fingers tightly grasped Sushi's, but her calm eyes were staring at a fountain on the roadside. It was very ordinary and common. It was the clear water that could be seen everywhere in the city. Master, can I use that? The white fingertips pointed to the fountain. AI Lei spoke vaguely, waiting for Sushi's response, but Sushi knew what she meant. A long time ago, in the 6th satellite city of the 4th simulation, AI Lei had an experience of playing with water. The servitor who did not understand human hearts experienced the existence of beauty for the first time from the refracted colors of the water light, and was addicted to the splendor. Of course, AI Lei. Sushi's expression was gentle, and he stretched out his hand and gently stroked the top of AI Lei's head. The black and golden long hair had a delicate texture, like the embodiment of light. It slid silently across Sushi's palm. This is your freedom. Go if you want. I'll wait for you. The gentle voice was warmer than the sun in the sky, giving the robot servant the power to act. Thank you, master. After politely thanking him, AI Lei, wearing a maid outfit, walked towards the fountain. Her eyes blinked, her expression was serious, and her hands were stretched out. As if she was doing some sacred and rigorous scientific experiment, the robot servant AI Lei used her own hands to hold up the clear, slightly cool spring water. The water was so transparent. But in the sunshine, gradually, the palms filled with water burst into a hazy halo. First it was pure white. Then it was a dazzling array of colors. Snap. The palms loosened, and all the water flowed back into the fountain. The dreamy brilliance disappeared, but there were water droplets left between the palms. It looks good. The girl tilted her head and raised her hands to the air. She bent and opened them lightly. She kept flipping back and forth between the palm and the back of her hand. It was a scene like a child, with an ignorant mind chasing in the light, exploring the beautiful beauty. Master, it looks good. AI Lei squatted beside the fountain and stretched out her hands to Sushi. She showed her results to Sushi. Those were 10 slender and white fingers covered with water droplets. Well, I saw it. It looks good. Sushi walked to AI Lei's side and squatted down as well. He was stared at by those blank silver blue eyes and stroked her head again. Water splashed and dripped nonstop. In that summer tranquility, Sushi affirmed the girl's exploration results with a gentle expression. AI Lei, you really like water. Because it looks good. The robot servant stretched out a single index finger and gently stirred it in the running water, watching the colorful halo being disturbed by itself, becoming more blurred and brilliant. It was the collision of water and light. It was the intersection of cold spring water and hot sunlight. It was outlined at the fingertips and bloomed into a momentary dream. In the 6th satellite city, AI Lei did the same thing, but could not understand the feeling specifically. But now, she has a human body. Finally, she can accurately understand the aesthetics of that light. Master, am I closer to a real person? AI Lei suddenly asked this question in the bright sunshine. Her expression was calm, but she revealed a different kind of joy. Closer to a real human. That means, closer to Sushi. AI Lei was happy about this. Her silver blue eyes clearly reflected Sushi's figure and the gorgeous light. Sushi stroked her black gold hair. You have been one for a long time, AI Lei, and you are very beautiful now. As beautiful as light. No, the AI Lei I see is more beautiful than light. Light is the most beautiful thing in the eyes of the robot servant. And the robot servant in Sushi's eyes has a beauty that surpasses light countless times. Are you talking about me? The voice was a little confused. The robot servant felt that she could not get such an evaluation. Because she was the murderer who killed her master with her own hands. She could neither protect Sushi nor save his life. In the past, she could only watch Sushi die in agony. But Sushi was sure of such AI Lei. He looked into her eyes. Of course, my AI Lei is beautiful, isn't she? She couldn't answer. She didn't know how to answer. The girl's brain stopped thinking. Her cheeks were burning from the sun. She was dazed, unable to maintain her body's movements, and could only passively lead and follow Sushi on the way back to the courtyard. It took a long time for AI Lei's thoughts to return to normal. In the blind spot where Sushi couldn't see, AI Lei silently took out a booklet with the words 36 strategies to have love printed on it. Turn to the last page. Skip the densely packed strategies. AI Lei saw the last line of black words. 37th strategy, being loved. Those who are loved can ignore the previous 36 strategies and still have love. Is that so? AI Lei stared at the line of words for a long time. In the past, AI Lei regarded this small booklet as a holy book, constantly learning the strategies in it, hoping to gain Sushi's love. But now, AI Lei suddenly realized. It seems that she doesn't need to do this. AI Lei closed the booklet, and burned the holy book that had been treasured for countless years in the form of flames. AI Lei, Sushi's voice came from the front. What are you burning? You don't have to care, I'm just saying goodbye to the past. Past? What does that mean? Sushi was a little curious, but didn't ask too much. AI Lei is an independent person. It is normal to have privacy. Although AI Lei calls her master, Sushi has always treated AI Lei as an equal, and naturally would not invade her privacy. It's really strange. It's still summer, but I feel a chill on my back. Roasted sun sparrow meat. Tianyang fruit plate. 9 yang spirit soup. Hearing Sushi say that his back felt cold, the loyal robot servant felt that this must be a sign of body coldness. For this reason, after returning to the courtyard, she quickly took the purchased ingredients and went into the kitchen to start cooking. Rare. The witch and the robot servant get along well. The two discussed together how to replenish Sushi's body, cooperated with each other, improved each other, and worked together to make a delicious and fragrant meal. Teacher, please taste it. Master, for your health, please drink more. The maid attribute exploded. Facing the steaming table full of delicious food and the inexplicably harmonious two girls, Sushi always felt that something was subtle, but he couldn't tell. Then, I won't be polite. He did not refuse the kindness of Kryza and AI Lei. Sushi was quite emotional. He began to taste the taste of the tonic meal. Speaking of which, this was the first time he did not need to use the laws of time and space to taste the dishes of two girls at the same time. I hope that in the days ahead, Kryza and Elle can continue to maintain this harmony. There is not a cloud in the sky, not a breeze, and the sun is as warm as a flame, lighting the earth into a golden world. Summertime. Quiet and silent. But in an unknown corner of the world, the passionate upgrading process has reached an unprecedented climax. The world is colliding. The laws are blending. The earth is becoming more and more magnificent, and the vast ancient charm is emerging. At a slow but firm speed. It began to surpass the extreme of the physical universe. That should have been the ultimate sublimation, the subversive landscape that shook the entire universe, but it was calmed down by the thoughts of many supremes without causing any waves. Therefore, Sushi's daily life is still peaceful. Yingxiu, your meat is burnt. Seeing Wu Yingxiu distracted and becoming flustered, Sushi couldn't help laughing. No matter how long it has been, Wu Yingxiu always looks so reckless. Yingxiu, it's time to change your temper. Sushi cast the rod, and a silver line fell into the fish pond, lightly without splashing any water, and began today's daily fishing. Hihi, next time for sure. The princess blinked. Her eyes were too lively, making people dare not believe her words. You have said this dozens of times. Sushi laughed, and suddenly felt a pulling sensation on the fishing rod, so he casually threw it upward. There was a dragon dancing wildly in the water, roaring and thundering, causing the sky to darken. But in the process of pulling up the fishing rod, it quickly shrank in size. When it fell into Sushi's palm, it had turned into a thin strip 2 fingers long and was casually placed in a plastic basin. Sushi nodded slightly, and was quite satisfied with today's harvest. He looked at other places in the courtyard and found that Krisha was baking cookies and AI Lei was researching new supplements. Everything was plain and beautiful. The sunny summer. Like a poem and a painting. Just looking at the silent heat wave, there is a kind of spiritual comfort. But, what on earth is Emily busy with? Sushi lowered his head and pondered. Since the day when the 5th simulation ended, he had not seen Su Emily again. He was in a hurry, as if he had made up his mind. I always feel that something is going to happen. Sushi murmured. At the same time, in his bedroom, the tall wooden collection cabinet was shining brightly in the sun. In the 5th grid, the cover of the magic tool book was slightly hot from the sun. Flashing, flashing, dazzling and blurred. As if sensing something, Kryza, Wu Yingxiu, and AI Lei all paused. He is coming. Infinite, infinite, endless. Billions of galaxies condensed into a moment, and billions of moments condensed into a drop. Above the roaring mother river of time, several supreme wills collided in chaos. They are the origin of Tao. Every action is a legal principle. But at this moment, the supremes gathered in the boundless chaos, stepping on the years and discussing the coming one. I'll guard the house, someone suggested. I'll guard the flank, someone else assigned it this way. I'll be in charge of the front. Someone else volunteered. It's not that they have ill will towards the newcomers. Until now. In fact, everyone has long understood that they all have the same goal, including the newcomer who has not yet met. They will neither attack the Earth nor the Su family. They just want to meet again. However, this does not mean that the Supreme who arrived first will directly get out of the way. If you have to say the reason, it's probably because they have been caught in the rain, so they want others to get soaked as well. Especially the princess and the mecha servant. If the newcomers have no problems, wouldn't it seem that they suffered in vain? It's unreasonable? What do you think? The fire of seeking life is also heading towards death, and the blurred and distorted figure of the red lotus fire looks back. You decide. I'm not interested. The white jade-like hand, holding the dark wooden sword stained with blood, went back along the endless river of time, accurately slashing down the great worlds of cultivation ravaged by the devil. The heavens shook. The myriad worlds trembled. He had been repeating this action for a long time. After all, 3 against 1 is an advantage. Even if there are more of me, it is meaningless, Su Moli said calmly. He rejected this 3-to-1 battle. Indeed, the other 3 supremes nodded slightly, approving Su Moli's statement. So, the river was surging, the years were surging, and the supreme immortal existence began to waiting for the latecomer who came without any disguise and in an upright manner. Crack. A crisp crack. The barrier of infinity and diversity was broken. Then came the second sound, and the blockade of the past and the future was penetrated. From nothing to something. Between something and nothing. From something to nothing. The magnificent personage that symbolizes the beginning, present, and end, stepped from the other side of distant time and space. Each strand of lightly dancing white gold hair condensed the faith of countless living worlds. He has come. You are. The brave man stopped and looked at the 3 figures in front of him with a slightly surprised expression. There was no malice, no murderous intent. And, it was a little familiar. It's the smell of the wizard. The brave man was a little confused, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend. Fortunately, the other party quickly sent a message and shared the truth. So that's it. I'm not the only one who knows the wizard. Sylvia has a good personality. Gentle, kind, and tolerant. However, facing several supreme girls not far away, she couldn't help but have such a thought. Wizard, how many other people do you have besides me? Thinking of this, Sylvia also shared her information to prove that she had no malice. I have been waiting to meet the wizard again. Slightly lowered her head. With gentle eyes, she looked at the ring on her left hand. Sylvia's voice was full of expectation. At this time, the supremes on the other side of the long river of time suddenly fell silent. Even in the magic world, the witches who had also been given space rings by Su Shi had very subtle expressions. It was the same ring, but the meanings could be very different. Fortunately, Sylvia quickly explained. This is just an ordinary ring, and it has no special meaning. Hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene eased. Then, can you let me pass? In the chaos, the long river of time is surging, stirring up an infinite plane world, but Sylvia's eyes are always only on the Earth universe behind the few supremes. She felt it. The important people are inside. Just enter it, and the minute hand can catch up with the hour hand, completing the long-lost encounter and long-lost overlap. However, whether it is the witch, the machine servant, or the princess, there is no sign of making way for the way forward. Is this a test? Sylvia frowned, standing on the long river of time, with the great cause of saving the world turned into an extension of truth, reshaping the chaotic order. The supreme auras confronted each other. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. Time and space were illusory, and the boundless sea of boundaries evaporated in an instant, and then surged and swept at a faster speed. If you think so, it's okay. Wu Yingxiu raised her lips, and the 3,000 worlds condensed into a gun, which was held in her right hand. That was the condensation of one. It was also the manifestation of all. Swinging, eternal and arbitrary. Stabbing, one evolution of the heavens. This time, the princess must wash away the shame of the past. Last time, the robot servant ran in, and she didn't believe it would happen again this time. Come on, Wu Yingxiu. The girl made a confident move, and the endless truths of heaven and earth gathered at the tip of the gun. She was about to make a move with the force of thunder and win the victory of this blocking battle. However, accidents always come suddenly. Just when everyone thought that a war was inevitable, the earth and the universe behind them came to a startling change. How could it be? My projection. The action stopped suddenly. Wu Yingxiu was in doubt. Just now, the consciousness projection she left on the earth, including the witch and the robot servant, was destroyed and cut off by the tyrannical force. The instigator did not hide his identity. Su Moli. The 3 supremes looked back. They didn't know when the female sword fairy's real body was gone. She, before everyone else, at the most unexpected time, entered the earth with her real body. Moli. Yes, brother, I'm back. Moli, have you seen Krisha and the others? Well, I didn't see them. Maybe they were busy. Earth, Yinshan City. The sunlight passed through the brick and tile fence and hit the corners of the eaves obliquely. It was separated into small spots of light by the dense branches and leaves, fragmented and dense. Several ladybugs crawled over the grass branches and flew away from the flower bead in the courtyard. It was very unexpected. Su Shi, who was resting in the courtyard, suddenly saw his sister's return. She stood in the golden sunlight, smiling happily and brightly, announcing her return to Su Shi. Brother. Su Moli laughed. He trotted behind Su Shi, crossed his arms around Su Shi's neck, and pressed directly on Su Shi's back like he did when he was a child. What's wrong, Emily? So happy. Because from today on, I can always be with my brother, so I'm happy. Su Shi laughed. Isn't it always possible? The girl shook her head. The past was the past, and now is now. To the supreme. The projected body also has a sense of reality. But no matter how real it is, a projection is just a projection after all, and it can't satisfy the longing mood. Finally, at this moment, the dry heart is moistened by sweet water, becoming lively and happy. Brother, with arms like jade lotus roots, crossed in front of Su Shi, and the delicate voice was full of uneasiness and secret joy. Today's Emily is not a projection. Not a projection? What else could it be? Sushi was a little confused and was about to ask, but he thought of a possibility that should have been realized later. Emily, is this your real body? The girl hummed softly and pressed on Sushi willfully. Brother, did you just see it? It's too late, too late. Emily explained to Sushi in a proud tone why he could enter the earth faster than others. The greatest credit for this should be attributed to the fact that the earth perfectly integrated the fragments of the immortal realm, as well as a large number of other immortal cultivation worlds. The laws of the immortal realm were perfected before other laws, and together with the earth itself, it could bear more of Sumoli's status. Brother, I'm very smart, right? The summer sun poured down. The light shattered on the ground. The ripple-like debris slightly illuminated Sumoli's face, illuminating every sentence that was easily overlooked. The pure eyes reflected the summertime, without any tiredness or hardship, only the face of the brother in front of him was presented. He did not mention how much time he had spent. He just took credit from Sushi in a brisk tone. Because it was not important. What's important is that she was with her brother before everyone else, enjoying that beauty alone. That's enough, that's enough. Sushi gave the response the girl wanted. He was surprised, but still had his previous gentle smile. Well, Emily is very smart. To be honest, you scared me today. If Sumoli hadn't revealed the truth herself, Sushi could never have imagined that his sister would appear in front of him in her original form, with the highest status. The earth and the universe were not crushed. It's really surprising. So, is Emily's true body like this? In the hot summer light, Sushi turned around and saw an impeccable beauty. It was a blooming flower, unique for one person. I don't know why. It was obviously a very long time apart. In front of Sushi's eyes, his sister's former sickly appearance appeared. The brokenness at that time overlapped with the flawlessness at this time, forming a more real appearance. It's so brilliant. It's so delicate. Brother, what are you looking at? Nothing, I just suddenly thought that my Emily seems to have grown up. Sushi smiled, stretched out his empty hand, gently placed it on the top of his sister's head, and rubbed it with a slight force. The withered flowers will eventually usher in new life. The yellow leaves will also bloom in spring. The broken ending has been beautifully mended. Brother, I'm not a child, the girl retorted for herself. Emily, since you can come in your true body, it means that you don't need to go to the world of slashing in the future. Yes, brother. Then is there anything you want to do? I guess so. Emily stretched out his hand and caught the golden sunlight of summer. It was very warm, but not as warm as the broad palm on his head. There is no need to slash the world anymore. I am the fastest and the first one. So, this also means that as the winner, I can collect some rewards from my brother, right? My world is blurry. You are the focus. You are also the one I see. For this reason, I cannot leave you. Brother, can you accompany me for a walk? The girl asked. She said that she would not go to the world of slashing again in the future and would live a stable life in the courtyard. Suddenly having nothing to do, it is inevitable to feel bored. So Sumoli asked Sushi to take her around the city to experience the life of ordinary people. In a sense, this behavior can also be called dating. Is it okay, brother? Sushi readily agreed, of course. Although he did not know where Kryza and others had gone, given the strength of the girls, Sushi did not worry too much and just thought that they were busy. For example, not wanting to fall behind, they are also committed to the great cause of slashing the world. Then, during this period, it is naturally no problem to accompany my sister for a walk. It was just quite subtle. Looking at the smiling face of his own sister in front of him, Sushi suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his back, just right. The heat of summer. It has not been reduced because of the upgrade of the earth. The steaming environment and the overly dazzling golden light made the streets sparsely populated, and the occasional passers-by looked hurried. Sushi and Sumoli were exceptions. Walking on the road, the shadows responded to the sound, not disturbed by the heat at all. Brother, what's wrong? No, it's okay, I just suddenly remembered. Sushi slowed down his pace and recalled, it's been a long time since we took a walk together like today. In the first simulation, since Sumoli encountered the disaster of heaven, he has been unconscious frequently. In order to find a way to save him, Sushi explored day and night. Later, the simulation ended and they met again in the real world, but it was also a rare situation for the two to get along. Therefore, Sushi was very emotional. Yeah, I haven't been alone with my brother for a long time. A quiet environment can always evoke memories deep in people's hearts. Sumoli's eyes were complicated. But soon, that complexity turned into a pure smile. So, from now on, brother has to make it up to me. Sushi smiled. Okay, Moli, is there any place you want to go? Yes, where should I go? Sumoli looked at Sushi beside him, and his spiritual sense quickly swept through the people on earth, observing the actions of those couples on a date, and soon had an idea. Brother, let's go buy some clothes first. All along, Sumoli has always dressed like a cultivator. She is used to this. And most of the time, she is working hard in the chaos to cut the world, and she doesn't need to consider the image problem. But today, the first day of dating with her brother, the female sword fairy feels that in order to live a better life with her brother in the future, perhaps it is time to change her clothes. Brother, does this look good? In the clothing store, Sushi saw the brand new Sumoli black base dress, with dark red off-shoulder sleeves on the outside. Her hair is black and long and straight, and her face is curious and confused. Compared with the previous female fairy temperament that strangers don't approach, now she looks more youthful and energetic. I feel good. Sushi answered truthfully. Well, what about this one? Su Moli walked into the dressing room, and like an ordinary person, she selected and changed into clothes in the store for Sushi to comment on and choose. This time, it was a cute style. The slightly tight neckline made the girl pull it subconsciously. White base clothes, pink thin jacket, gentle colors matched with the bright sunshine. Looking at it made her feel at ease. Sushi shook his head. I feel like something is missing. It looks good, but it's too inconsistent. Exquisite facial features and a good figure make Su Moli's appearance more attractive than she could imagine. But a person's personality will not change with the change of clothes. In essence, Su Moli is still the immortal supreme who walked out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Cuteness and the like don't match her. Then let's look at the next one, brother. The girl blinked. As if to show her beauty in one breath today, Su Moli tried more than a dozen outfits in the following time. Every change of clothes will bring a different sensory experience. The shop assistants were watching from the corner, marveling at her, but not daring to approach, fearing to disturb the beautiful presentation. Graceful, gentle, well-behaved, cool, and mature. After changing clothes many times, Su Moli asked again, brother, which one looks better? I think they are all good. If I have to choose one, I think. Sushi hesitated for a moment. Finally, he chose a more casual one. What a coincidence, the one you chose is also what I like. Didn't you lie to me? Of course I wouldn't lie to you. The girl's eyes first looked at the clothes, then looked at Sushi beside her, and suddenly smiled brightly, making the store brighter. There was indeed no lie. What Sushi chose was indeed what the girl liked. However, it was not exactly the same. It was because Sushi liked it, so the girl liked it. After all, how could an existence that transcends the world and forever attains the highest realm be happy or sad because of ordinary clothes? It was just because what that person gave was more important than anything in the world. Brother, can you buy it for me? Like when she was a child, Su Moli hugged Sushi's arm and asked for what she wanted. Is it too childish? Such a thought flashed through the fairy's mind. But someone responded to her childishness. Okay, buy it, I'll buy it all. Sushi paid and bought all the clothes he had just tried on. Not one set, but all of them. Brother is the best. After leaving the clothing store, Su Moli had already changed her clothes and went to the next place with Sushi. She had a lot. Many things she wanted to do with her brother. There was nothing wrong with it. This was the exclusive reward she deserved as the winner. The sky was blue and the sun was dazzling. Su Moli hugged Sushi's arm, half squinting his eyes, sensing the four anxious figures in the chaos, feeling calm and happy in his heart. Brother, let's go to the movies. Of course you can, but can you really watch it? If you are here, Moli can watch it. Okay, I got it. Sushi stretched out his hand and gently stroked his sister's head, feeling the soft sliding. The sun was even stronger. It was like the wrath of the gods, making the road surface extremely hot. Especially after Sushi took Su Moli and walked into the cinema, the scorching light directly evaporated all the evil spirits on the earth. They would have become one of the difficulties of the new era, tempering countless immature transcendents. But now, the supreme wrath burned everything, and they turned into ashes and no longer existed in this world. Su Moli has a lot of things she wants to do with Sushi. Just the two of them. No third party to disturb. Spend the days in peace, accompany each other in silence, witness the repeated sunrise and sunset, and taste her brother's luminous food. If she has to set a deadline, Su Moli hopes it will be forever. But she clearly knows that this is impossible. Although she is the eternal supreme, there are more than one supreme person. Will she win if she fights 4 people alone? Reality is cruel. Su Moli knows that the current advantage is only temporary, so she tries her best to experience more of that warmth. Facing the scorching sun, fearless of life and death, a hero who is only for her. This warmth. Don't want to let him go. Brother, this looks scary. In the cinema, Su Moli clumsily imitated the couple on Earth and learned to choose a horror movie. When the movie reached its climax and the whole audience screamed, it was natural. The girl hid in Sushi's shoulder with her head buried, and held a bucket of popcorn in her hand, and handed it to Sushi's mouth. A proof of eternity, the supreme that transcends time and space. Even the supreme is not afraid. So, will the supreme be afraid of fake movies made by humans? Su Moli knew the answer, and Sushi knew it too. Thank you, Moli. Without scolding or correcting, Sushi just opened his mouth, accepted his sister's feeding, and thanked her warmly. From childhood to adolescence, from adolescence to youth. A hero who remained the same until death. In the dim movie theater environment, like countless times before, responding to the girl's willfulness. Brother, will it cause you trouble today? No, Sushi shook his head. I think this is also good. It can relax my mood. With Sushi's affirmation, the uneasiness quickly turned into joy. So, after watching the movie, Su Moli took Sushi to experience more dating projects. The project itself is boring, but because of Sushi, it is very interesting. Singing together, strolling in the snack street together, watching the sunrise together, watching pedestrians rushing together. Many. There is so much content that it is impossible to complete it in one day. Fortunately, there was plenty of time. In the short term, Su Moli didn't need to worry about anything. She was greedy and unsatisfied. She enjoyed the meals prepared by Sushi every day, chewed the candy Sushi bought for her, and walked on the street with Sushi. The privileges of the winner were so amazing. Even the high-ranking female fairy was a little obsessed with it. That joy was seen by Sushi. During this period, Moli's mood seemed very good. In the bedroom of the courtyard, the window was like a picture, reflecting the dragon blood grass fluttering in the wind outside. Sushi sat on the wooden chair with a backrest by the window. His eyes looked sideways, looking at the tall collection cabinet in the bedroom. At this time, the order of the collection cabinet had already changed dramatically, and the sugar jar firmly occupied the first place, and it had not changed for many days. Sushi could roughly guess what others were doing. This is probably. Is it considered a great victory for Emily? Sushi laughed. While waiting for the return of others, he gave his sister the company she wanted. He didn't know what it was like to slash the world day and night in the chaos, but it must be extremely boring. Emily persisted for so long. He was so busy that he was tired. He spent very little time in the courtyard. All he wanted was to come to Earth in his true form and truly reunite with Sushi. Sushi didn't want to disappoint Emily. Accompanying and caring for her were the few things he could do. The date continued. In the following time, the smile on Su Emily's face became brighter and brighter, pure and beautiful. At a certain moment of turning a corner, Sushi was in a trance. He saw the girl's previous appearance again. Not the haggard and sick body of Tianji, but the carefree little girl before that. What are you looking at, brother? Nothing, just. I feel like I had a dream. Dream. Yes, a dream full of malice, but with a beautiful ending. Do you like it, brother? I think so, because there is Emily in the dream, so I can't hate it. Sushi looked up at the golden sun, and his deep eyes flashed with memories of time. Time rushed silently. It passed in a flash, leaving no trace. The first simulation, the starting point of a turning point in life, has been deposited in the depths of memory, not as profound as before. But the things experienced and the emotions between people will not fade because of this. 2 months have passed since Su Moli's true body came to the earth. The weather has turned cooler, and the heat between heaven and earth has turned into a cool breeze from the end of summer to autumn. The other Supremes are probably coming back. There is no basis for this. It's just that Sushi has such a premonition in his heart. Su Moli did not panic. He just looked at the sky calmly for a while, then turned to Sushi and smiled. Brother, can you go to the amusement park with me? Okay. Brother agreed so quickly. Because I never thought of refusing. Ah, it's true. Su Moli hummed softly, and pushed Sushi's back forward like she did when she was a child. That's why I like him so much. I also hate him so much. When will my brother think about himself and stop doing stupid things to save others? Su Moli couldn't think of it, because she was also one of the people who were saved. Brother is so stupid. Muttering softly, with a slight smile on her lips, the girl pushed Sushi to the last destination of the winners. Amusement park. A well-known entertainment venue. There are towering Ferris wheels and roaring roller coasters here. Colorful is its theme, and dreamy joy is its synonym. Even with the resurrection of spiritual energy, the amusement park did not usher in silence. Instead, it introduced extraordinary elements and added new projects such as Sword Roller Coaster, Dead Ghost House, and Magic Elimination, which further increased its popularity. For ordinary people, it is naturally fun. The extraordinary people are not interested. Sushi did not ask Su Moli why he came here specially, and there was no need to ask. He gently took Su Moli's fair and soft hand, and accompanied her to play each project, sitting on a very slow carousel, passing through a haunted house that was not scary at all, and spending time silently in each project. The surroundings were noisy and bustling. A family of 3 ran past. There were also couples walking by with laughter. Lush trees, colorful buildings. As the night fell, the amusement park seemed to be really independent of the world. Brother, let's take a ride on the Ferris wheel before we leave. The sky was dim, and the amusement park turned on the lights one after another. Su Moli suggested, holding the ice cream that Sushi bought for her in one hand, and pointing to the Ferris wheel in the distance with the other hand. Among the couples she had seen, they all liked the Ferris wheel particularly. Sushi did not refuse. Okay. The Ferris wheel is a classic dating destination. A closed space, a quiet atmosphere, and a slowly rising height. When the steel and machinery slowly turn, the outside noise will be isolated, leaving only the slight breathing sound inside and the face-to-face gaze. Therefore, even now that the spiritual energy has revived, the popularity of the Ferris wheel remains unabated. Emily, come on up. Sushi took Su Emily's hand. With light steps, he boarded one of the cabins. Buzz. The world began to turn. The night flowed between the steel parts, like a sticky and thick syrup, covering the inside and outside of the cabin. Only a few gaps were illuminated by the night lights of the amusement park. It was a colorful neon. As the height rose, it was flattened by the horizon into a flickering glimmer. Then it was refracted by the glass into an intermittent grating. Soft and psychedelic. Extraordinarily magical. The girl blinked her eyes lightly, and the scattered night lights shattered into tiny spots. It's so slow. After getting on the Ferris wheel, the first thing Su Moli felt was such a simple thought. But she didn't hate it. Because in this small space, there were only her and her brother. This was a private space called Sushi and Su Moli that belonged to this moment, no one disturbed, quiet and leisurely. Has my brother been to the amusement park before? Su Moli asked. She sat opposite Su Shi and turned her head to look at the night view outside the window. It was a hazy and flickering building light spot, which became smaller and smaller due to the height increase. Looking from Su Shi's perspective, it was just right to see that the girl's profile was illuminated by the colorful light from the outside world, and it looked white and soft. I haven't been here. Su Shi stretched out his hand to help Su Moli tidy up her hair. When I was short of money, I didn't dare to come. When I had money, I didn't want to come. Listening to Su Shi's answer, the girl turned around, her expression was surprised, and then her eyebrows curved, revealing a happy look. Then Moli is very happy. Why? Because my brother's first amusement park was with Moli. He stretched out his finger, slightly bend. Tap. Brother, it hurts. The lights were intertwined, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and the movement of the car changed the light and shadow together. Su Shi looked helpless and tapped Su Moli's forehead again. Don't say such ambiguous words. If someone hears it, it will be easily misunderstood. Moli knows. The girl nodded obediently. Did she really know she was wrong? Su Shi couldn't see it very well, and he didn't intend to pursue it. He just tapped the smooth forehead again. As a punishment, the Ferris wheel rotated at a constant speed, and the heavy steel car was like a speck of sand in the starry sky, covering the moon shadow in the sky again and again. Su Shi watched, watching the alternation of clouds and moon. Here, after punishing the eccentric sister, Su Shi took out a few candies, all of which were Su Moli's favorite flavors. Lime flavor, blueberry flavor, strawberry flavor. Thank you, brother. He took the candy with both hands. The girl's fingers gently peeled off the sugar coating and put one of the candies into her mouth, savoring it carefully like tasting a precious treasure. She savored it slowly, slower than the flow of time. She savored it carefully, more carefully than the trivial daily life. The candies my brother gave me are still delicious. Su Moli smiled. She didn't eat them all in one breath, but sealed the remaining candies solemnly in a small space. She said she would save them for later to savor. That expression reminded Su Shi of the strange dream he saw when the witch first came to the real world a long time ago. In the dream, there were scenes of the witch traveling the world alone, and there were also scenes of Emily lying on the sickbed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, waiting for his brother to return. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more. No, brother. The fairy's tone was playful, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was a bit beautiful. Emily, these are enough. These candies are very sweet, one can last a long time. As she said that, Su Moli's eyes were cast out of the window again. After a while, the car had risen higher, and the crowd on the ground was like black dots, blending into the night. Brother. The light voice became blurred in the movement of the machine. I'm very happy these 2 months. Really. Thank you very much, brother. You have always indulged me, always tolerated me, and accepted all my willfulness and unreasonableness. The slender fingers grasped the iron handrail unnaturally. It seemed to hesitate. It seemed to hesitate. Finally, an honest apology was said. I'm sorry. Okay, I know. The car happened to be driving to the dark side. The interior was dim and dark, and the faces of people could not be seen clearly. The echoing voice was still familiar and gentle. The girl felt guilty, thinking that he had kidnapped Su Shi, but Su Shi didn't think so. Emily, do you still remember life in Blackstone City? Blackstone City. In the first simulation, Su Shi and his sister depended on each other in the mortal city before entering the Tianjian sect. Yeah, I remember. Su Moli nodded. Su Shi smiled and told about his life in Blackstone City in the dimly lit cabin. It was a time full of hardships, when the two of them only relied on each other to keep warm, cold, and shivering. Emily, I actually always feel sorry for you. Su Moli's pure eyes reflected the silent world of the night and the familiar figure in front of her. She was confused. Why would her brother feel sorry? Su Shi stroked the girl's head gently and said in a gentle voice, in fact, I always wanted to give you a rich living environment, but I failed to do so. I feel guilty, because the purpose of saving you was not to make you suffer. Later, we entered the Tianjian sect. Life began to get better, so good that I thought it would continue forever. But I was still too arrogant. You thought that an environment with abundant spiritual energy would be good for you, but it made you comatose for many years. Emily, because of my mistake, you missed the most important childhood in your life. Su Shi paused and said with relief, so I like these 2 months very much, because it makes me feel that I am making up for the regrets I once had. The world became quiet. Only the bright eyes were trembling. Su Moli didn't know what words to use to describe her feelings at this moment. It was Su Shi who saved her, and this alone was better than anything else, better than thousands of words. But Su Shi still felt guilty for not being able to bring her a happy life. A sentence echoed in the girl's mind. Love is always indebted. Brother. Su Moli smiled at Su Shi. That complex smile contained the coquettishness of childhood, the fragility of illness, and the tenacity of growth. The only thing was that there was no sadness or tears, because such an expression would make his brother worried. Brother, can you continue to accompany me and do such willful and boring things in the future? Yes, of course. The answer is yes. Tianji's illness has long been cured. But the cracks in his heart from parting with his brother have not been warmly healed until this moment. No way. Last night, Su Shi witnessed the whole process and stopped the farce. but because it was dark, he chose to wait until dawn to ask questions. Yinshan City. Courtyard living room. Sushi got up and looked at the 5 honest, well-behaved, obedient, and sensible supremes in front of him, listening to their explanations. Kryza, Yingxiu, Alii, Sylvia. You mean, you mistakenly thought I was being held hostage, so you rescued me? Yes, sir, Wu Yingxiu blinked. It looked like I believed it anyway, whether you believe it or not. To sum up, what happened last night can be summarized as follows: the 4 supremes bravely rescued Sushi, and the sister sacrificed herself to protect her brother. In short, no one was wrong. Sir, listen to my quibble, ahem, listen to my explanation. Last night was really just an accident. You know, I'm such a quiet person, how could I take action for no reason? Wu Yingxiu sat on the sofa in the living room. 2 index fingers poked at each other. With a wry smile, he said to Sushi, so, what happened last night was really like this. Sushi looked at the other 4 people. Yeah. Everyone nodded in unison. Sushi reluctantly accepted this sophistry, but in order to punish him, he bent his fingers and tapped each person on the head loudly. Don't do this again in the future, understand? I know, brother. Yes, mentor. The girls are very well behaved. All of them should be. So far, last night's farce has come to an end. The courtyard is no longer empty. The Supremes who disappeared for 2 months have descended from the outside of chaos again. For the sake of caution, Sushi made a final confirmation. Kryza, are you all here in your true form now? Yes, mentor. Kryza covered the place where Sushi had tapped her head before. The gray-silver hair color tends to be transparent in the sun. She explained to Sushi, in the past 2 months, several people have been working hard to improve the laws of the earth, so that it can complete the ultimate upgrade and be able to carry the arrival of the Supreme. But the changes on the earth are still continuing. For a long time in the future, the earth will continue to expand and breed new extraordinary life, until it becomes the upper world of all the heavens and worlds like the fairyland in the past. Is that so? By that time, it will surely be spectacular. Imagining such a future, Sushi was very emotional. The inquiry was over. Apart from the brain bang, Sushi had no other punishment, and he didn't plan to do so. The courtyard, which had been empty for 2 months, returned to its former bustle. It was even more real. It was a subtle experience. Obviously, in the past, Sushi never felt that the projection clone was fake, but after the girls' real bodies came, he felt that it had a more real texture. This is probably the so-called psychological effect. The golden autumn sun fell on his body and was extremely warm. Sushi led Sylvia to his bedroom, ready for a private conversation. After a long time of reunion, Sushi had a lot of things to ask. For example, the follow-up of the Tower of Savior, the destruction of the endless underworld, and whether Sylvia herself was doing well. Come in, Sylvia. Yes, Master Wizard. Beautiful face. Platinum long hair. Elegant figure. Sylvia wore a white dress embellished with light green buds and a golden iris embroidered on the collar. With a curious expression, she followed Sushi into the bedroom. Is this Master Wizard's room? Walking into the bedroom, the first thing that caught my eye was the tall and peculiar wooden collection cabinet and the 5 items placed inside. A sugar jar, a magic wand, paper flowers, a number plate, and a magic tool book. 5 items, representing the 5 Supremes. It was easy for the brave to recognize their respective owners with their exclusive auras. I miss it so much. Walking to the 5th compartment of the collection cabinet, looking at the magic tool book through the glass, a brief nostalgia emerged on the girl's face. The green eyes were like clear emerald lake water, reflecting the appearance of the book. Sylvia, do you want to take it away? No, Master Wizard, just leave it here with you. The brave smiled. She used to be lonely, huddled, and afraid of the dark, and had to rely on the magic tool book given by Sushi. But now, Sushi is right in front of her. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Click, click. The turning of the brass gears. The hands of the wall clock chase forward. When the sun shines obliquely across the dial, dust flies in the light and shadow, and the longitude and latitude of time begin to overlap. The minute hand successfully catches up with the hour hand. It is warm and dazzling in the light. Master Wizard, it is great to meet you again. She imagined many words, but could not say them all. All the emotions, all the surges, all turned into diffused glimmers. Carefully, as if silently, speaking of one's thoughts and joy, the eyebrows were curved, with a faint smile, but also with a layer of sadness. It seemed that there were infinite grievances and infinite expectations, gathered in the gem-like eyes. Sylvia, you have become a very outstanding hero. The face of mixed joy and sorrow was moving. Sushi stretched out his hand, gently wiped the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes. That was not a sign of weakness, but the hero's countless years of suffering, condensed into a brief moment of crystal. It was a helplessness that even parents could not understand. Only Sushi could understand. Thank you for your praise, Wizard Master. Sushi affirmed the hero's growth, and this encouragement made the tears in the hero's eyes more obvious. Because she finally became a real hero, became a hero worthy of Sushi's recognition and that Sushi could be proud of. The praise and affirmation of others are not as good as this. Tears were warm and bitter, flowing freely, expressing all the joy and sorrow in Sylvia's heart, but she quickly restrained herself, not wanting to worry Sushi. I'm sorry, Master Wizard, I'm causing you trouble as soon as I came. It's okay, Sylvia. Su-Shi took the girl's hand and asked her to sit on the chair in the bedroom. You are not a trouble, but a hero I recognize. Yeah. Sylvia took a deep breath. Try to calm down. Quiet, well-behaved, and try to fit the image of a hero as best as possible. In the bedroom, the warm light was slightly slanted. Su-Shi sat on the other side of Sylvia and began to ask her about the specific things that happened after the end of the 5th simulation. Sylvia, can you tell me how everyone is doing after entering the Herika world? Of course, Master Wizard. Sylvia nodded lightly. In a delicate and warm tone, she told Su-Shi the subsequent story of the 5th simulation that he didn't know. Go deep into the Herika world. Fight with the natives of the world. Let the people of the Tower of Salvation hide and find peace and a home. Sylvia told Su-Shi all her experiences seriously. In order to improve my strength, I left the Herika world, because I want to avenge you. I understand your thoughts, but I can't forget your pain. I can't forget Clawfield's misfortune. The golden sunlight quietly illuminates every corner of the room, penetrates the silent silence. Sylvia sat under the window, her long platinum hair untied and draped behind her, smooth and bright, with a unique nobility. She lowered her head and spoke in an uneasy tone, because she disobeyed Su-Shi's orders. Not only did she fail to protect herself, instead, she took the initiative to face the danger. It's okay, Sylvia, it's all over. Su-Shi comforted the hero and asked her to continue. The master of the White Raven Tower, the promotion path of the 5 rings, the journey of saving the world. Encouraged by Su-Shi, Sylvia told more about her experiences. That was something Su-Shi had never expected, a miraculous adventure belonging to the hero Sylvia, with an unrepeatable uniqueness. Sure enough, the Tower Master of the White Raven Tower went to other worlds long ago, the road to salvation. So that's it. Contrary to the death represented by the endless underworld, Sylvia has become the life of countless living worlds. At this moment, Su-Shi finally understood why his hero could compete with the endless underworld. It was the collision of concepts and authority. It was the confrontation between life and death, existence and non-existence. But why did this potential only burst out after his death? The attributes of sacrifice are endless, right? Su-Shi lamented his own disasters and continued to listen to Sylvia's subsequent experiences. It was difficult to break through the 7th ring, enter the underworld to find enemies, control the soul plane to paralyze the cognition of the immortals, and accumulate strength to break through the 8th ring. Sylvia seemed to have become a true destiny hero, enemy with all immortals. Under the pursuit of the 9-ring creator, she was surrounded by dangers, but she was able to break through on the verge of death, and with the desire of countless living worlds, she cut out the first light of the endless underworld. Sylvia, your progress is really fast. Su-Shi said in a complicated tone. He was happy for the girl's growth, but also worried about his own sacrificial attributes. Is there no way to pass the level without his death? So, Sylvia, did you finally break the endless underworld? Sylvia nodded. Yes, Master Wizard, I think as long as the endless underworld continues to exist, new immortals who ignore life will be born. I divided the underworld and let it exist equally in every living world. People's bodies will never be desecrated again. Dead souls can be reincarnated directly. There will be no high and mighty immortals to play with and tamper with the fate of the world. The breeze ruffled the brave man's platinum hair. She smiled and smiled happily. Master Wizard, everyone can live well and don't have to live in such a dark world. A fake thing that longs for recognition. Become a real thing that saves the world. She doesn't feel proud, and doesn't feel anything about people's praises. She just wants to watch people live normally. Tell the wizard that she has done it and become a hero worthy of him. Sylvia, you did a great job. Su-Shi responded to the expectation. Smiling, he gave the hero the recognition he desired. You are really outstanding now, and you are the best hero in my mind. It was not a gorgeous compliment, but Sylvia was very happy. With bright eyes and a beautiful curve at the corners of her mouth, she told Su-Shi about other things. Wizard, everyone in Crawfield has recovered. Did you turn back time, Sylvia? Yes, Wizard, I don't want everyone to die as undead. They should live a normal life. What about the Hansen couple? Farmer Hansen and Farmer Mina. In the 5th simulated wizard world, the 2 old men leaned on each other, spent one desperate tomorrow after another on the hill, and agreed to walk to the end of their lives. That emotion, possessing a light that surpasses everything in the world. Even the black sun and blood moon in the sky cannot cover up that warmth. They passed away peacefully. On the last day of their lives, they held each other's hands, full of happiness and satisfaction, and rushed to the unknown reincarnation. Su-Shi had wanted to extend the life of the 2 elderly people, but they refused. Death was a decision made by the Hansens together. Died hand in hand and fell asleep peacefully. Grandpa Hansen and Grandma Mina. Sylvia's expression softened. I went to find their souls, but they still refused to resurrect. Whether the world of the living is wonderful, the 2 old people don't care at all. Their only concern is each other. I respect the ideas of Grandpa Hansen and Grandma Mina. I didn't resurrect them, but opened up a separate space for them in the new little underworld. Let the souls of Grandpa and Grandma continue to embrace each other, until they enter reincarnation, Sylvia said slowly, looking forward to and blessing the 2 old people to have a brand new next life, and help them escort and prevent the souls of the 2 old people from being bullied. Servia, you did a great job. Sushi reached out and gently stroked the top of Servia's head, which was so bright that the sun felt ashamed of itself. Sushi was originally worried Servia would disregard the wishes of the old man and resurrect them without authorization. But now it seems that Servia has really grown up very well. She has both the power to save the world and the heart to respect others, and she takes care of everyone's ideas perfectly. Master Wizard, do you want to go back and take a look? The souls of Grandpa Hansen and Grandma Mina have not yet entered reincarnation. Grandpa and Grandma will be very happy if you go over. Feeling the warmth on her head, Servia raised her head slightly, looked at Sushi with her emerald eyes, and asked Sushi what he thought. Okay. Sushi agreed. He had a good impression of the Hansen couple. That was a warm emotion in the true sense, better than thousands of things in the world, which touched Sushi a lot in the wizard world at that time. After that, Sushi and Servia talked about other things. For example, the former Tower of Salvation has been transformed into a 9-ring tower, which has a terrifying combat power second only to Sylvia in the world plane of the dead side. For example, Sylvia's parents are sorting out the Clawfield territory and want to revive the glory of the family, and the wizards who escaped that year, because they were scattered from each other. Different wizard civilizations have emerged in different worlds. As they chatted, the sun outside began to change, and its position moved slightly. Master Wizard, I seem to have disturbed you for too long. It's okay, Sylvia, I have something else to ask you. You say, Sylvia, did you arrive near the Earth 2 months ago? Yes, Master Wizard. Sushi nodded. Sure enough, his own brave man was not the source of the spiritual energy revival. Then, the answer is very clear. The only thing that caused the first spiritual energy revival on Earth can only be the life simulator. Master Wizard, although it may be a little late, please accept this. At the end of the conversation, Sylvia looked at the supreme ornament on Sushi's body, gathered the laws in her palm, and gathered a new existence. That was the hero's apology to the wizard. It was also an attack that was unwilling to fall behind. She came the latest, but that didn't mean she had to accept her fate. The real war has just begun? Sylvia, what is this? Sushi vaguely guessed what would happen next. Master Wizard, you have always been taking care of me. This is my return and gratitude. Please accept it. The light gathered. Sylvia gently grasped Sushi's wrist and held up the tip of the ring finger. Condensation, contraction, and fixation. On the ring finger of Sushi's left hand, a dark green ring slowly formed, like emerald glass, bright and deep. This position is known as Eternal Love. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Eternal Oath. Eternal Oath. Item introduction. His thoughts wander in the sea of chaos, turning into an eternal wait, just to wait for the next encounter. Item effect. The speed of soul cultivation is increased tenfold, the power of witchcraft is increased tenfold, the speed of truth comprehension is increased tenfold, the effect of potion research is increased tenfold, the effect of magic tool forging is increased tenfold, the growth speed of the art path is increased tenfold, the damage to the undead is increased tenfold, and the damage to the immortal status is increased 100 times. The blessing of the beginning of life, you exist forever, and no one can deny the foundation of your existence. The blessing of the end of death, you transcend death and will never reach the end of extinction. The blessing of the soul, your soul will continue to grow stronger until it reaches the limit of the flesh. The holy light is refreshed once a day, and any malice that attempts to approach you will trigger the protection, rebound, and pursuit of the holy light. The holy sword is refreshed once a day, which can ignore the status and authority and cause original damage to the enemy you identify. Requirements for use, the person who has made an appointment with him to reunite. Fresh and hot soft rice? Sushi sighed. He just worked too hard, so that after all the hardships, the soft rice chased him. Master Wizard, don't you like it? I like it very much. Sylvia, thank you for your gift. Hearing Sushi say that he liked it, the brave man smiled, innocent and brilliant. It's great that you like it. I have been worried about whether you will feel useless. After all, you have become a 7-ring wizard. No, Sylvia, this gift is very helpful to me. Sushi felt. The brave man's worries were a bit redundant. Who would complain about too much such hot soft rice? The only problem is that the position is a little strange. Did Sylvia wear it in the wrong position? Swoosh. Sushi tried to change the position of Henjayuan's oath. But the oath ring is very strange. The ring finger of the left hand that had just been pulled out automatically jumped back to its original position, as if nothing had happened. Sushi, Master Wizard, today's weather is good, don't you think so? The brave Sylvia turned her head unnaturally. The brave Sylvia began to change the subject. The brave Sylvia's face showed an unnatural blush. At this time, the earth had just entered the rhythm of autumn, and the air still had the sultry heat of summer and the faint chirping of insects. But Sushi had already felt it. The bitter cold from the severe winter and the first fire of winter. Teacher, can you please take some time to taste the new tea I prepared? Sir, I also want to watch a movie. Master, Ai Lei's body is weak and needs your hug to restore her strength. Sylvia is the same as Wu Yingxiu. In the original world, there was a clone to accompany the relatives. The main body lived on the earth. The reason was very justified. I am the knight of the wizard, and I need to protect the wizard closely. When saying this, the girl lowered her head slightly, looked at the ring on her hand with gentle eyes, and looked at the ring on Sushi's hand with the same eyes. The courtyard was silent, but there were sounds everywhere. Something cracked. In the days that followed, apart from Su Moli's leisurely life, the witch, the princess, and the mechanical servant all became busy, and often needed to find Su Shi for something. I always feel tired and fulfilled. The study room in the courtyard. Heavy wooden shelves were displayed on both sides. Due to the angle, only a small amount of light could shine into the room, illuminating the tiny floating dust. Su Shi walked in from the middle aisle and sat down at the large desk in front of the window. When he sat down, in addition to the sound of the chair moving, there was also the slight movement of the collection cabinet in the bedroom in the distance, which was changing rapidly. Yes, the collection cabinet has entered a new season. The fight was fierce and hot. Su Shi didn't care, or he was used to such a daily routine. Quiet, plain, but noisy. This kind of life is actually quite good. Su Shi pulled out the desk cabinet and took out several books from it to make new training records and plan for future actions. The Earth's upgrade went smoothly. There is no need to worry about anything anymore. Several girls were finally able to appear on Earth in their true forms. Su Shi smiled as he witnessed the beauty and accompanied them through their ordinary daily lives. Is it too boring? Su Shi didn't think so. Compared to the life many years ago when he could only sit in a wheelchair and lived in fear all the time, this ordinary daily life is exactly what Su Shi longed for. He cherished and liked the current situation. Eternal Supreme. My current realm is still a long way from Emily and the others, but compared to ordinary people on Earth, I am already proud enough. Flipping through the records in the book, Su Shi thought, in terms of strength, there is no need to consider it for the time being. The current realms of true immortal, true god, martial arts transcendence, and 7-ring wizard are enough for me to use, and I can't go any further in the short term. After thinking for a while, Su Shi wrote new words on the page. Life and simulation. When strength reaches a certain level, it will lose the meaning of pursuit. Compared with the endless pursuit of becoming stronger, Su Shi focuses more on the daily life in the courtyard. Tasting new candies with my sister. Trying new dishes with the witch. Counting stars with the princess. Observe the blending of water and light with the robot servants. Grow new flavors of dead mushrooms with the heroes. These daily routines without any ups and downs, neither exciting nor thrilling, are what Su Shi cherishes most. Secondly, it is simulation. Everyone comes to the Earth in their original form. In other words, the next time the simulation starts, there will be 5 top beings in the heavens and the world to help me observe and capture the truth of the simulator. If there is no gain in this way, then I can only admit defeat and completely give up the pursuit of the essence of the simulator. Su Shi pondered for a moment. Finally, a time that is not too far or too close is set. Next year, he will start the simulation again, and with the help of the 5 supreme beings, conduct a new world-side simulation. Which one should I choose? If you want to gain more, you can consider the fantasy side. If you want a lower difficulty, you can consider the urban side. Other sides also have their own advantages. Tisk, it's difficult. Su Shi had watched the changes of the 4 seasons. That was before he got the simulator. He sat in a wheelchair, in an old house with limited space, watching the hustle and bustle of the outside world through the square window frame and the small, bright mobile phone. The revival of spiritual energy and the rise of myths, what a fanatical and exciting slogan. Almost everyone was thrown into such a craze. But at that time, Su Shi could only sit alone at home, watching himself being left behind by the times and gradually becoming an inconspicuous tiny grain of sand. Recalling the time of reviewing the simulation experience. In his heart, Su Shi actually asked himself why he saved his sister, the witch, and others, and even sacrificed his own life. Su Shi thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a simple answer. Simple. He didn't want anyone to be like him in the past, helpless and wandering on the verge of drowning, but unable to grasp anything to rely on. The study was quiet. The sun was shining. Su Shi, who had made plans for the future, put the books back to their original positions. Leaning back, lying lazily on the wooden chair, watching the flowers and plants in the courtyard swaying in the wind outside the window. Time flies so fast. Suddenly, Su Shi laughed. That loneliness will never come back, replaced by the overly lively daily life in the courtyard and the occasional watering of dragon blood. Perhaps, next time, you can consider cultivating dragon blood mushrooms. Teacher, your afternoon tea. The voice as calm as flowing water interrupted Su Shi's thoughts. Thank you, Kryza. Su Shi took it from the witch's hand, took a sip, and felt the warm water dispel the autumn chill. Kryza didn't move. The indifferent eyes of black, gold, and red reflected the appearance of light. Teacher. What's wrong, Kryza? I also want to watch a movie with you. The witch clearly remembered that when watching a thriller movie, Su Moli threw himself into Su Shi's arms. So envious. No, so hateful. The witch condemned this behavior, and in order to condemn it deeply, she decided to experience it herself. Of course, Kryza. Su Shi agreed. He smiled and encouraged the witch to do more of this, instead of spending all her time taking care of the courtyard. I understand, mentor. The Kryza set sail. The next day, in order to fulfill the agreement with Kryza, Su Shi went out early and went to the cinema with Kryza. Su Shi's idea was to choose a gentle and cheerful movie in case Kryza didn't like it. But the witch acted quickly. She bought 2 tickets for the horror movie early. Teacher, let's watch this. Then, okay. After entering and sitting down, waiting for about 30 minutes, The movie entered the first horror moment, the music was shrill, the lights were flashing, and the atmosphere on the scene was constantly set off and pushed forward. It was at this time that Kryza lay crooked in Sushi's arms with clumsy and stiff movements. She looked at Sushi expressionlessly. Teacher, I'm so scared. The witch said so. It was a subtle tone as plain as white water, and anyone who heard it would have a question mark on their head. Sushi laughed and could only stroke the witch's head to comfort the frightened girl. The beautiful three-color eyes were hollow and lifeless, but clearly reflected Sushi's figure. They did not change with time, nor did they blur with the years. As time passed, Yunshan City became more and more cold and lonely. The chill of autumn and winter blew violently, blowing the dead leaves on both sides of the road. In the third simulated martial arts world, autumn and winter are the most difficult times. Cold means no food, which means someone will starve to death. But since coming to Earth, the people of the living army no longer hate autumn and winter. Sir, everyone is very happy. On the outskirts of Yunshan City, Su Shi and Wu Yingxiu walked into the gathering place of the living army and watched the lively lives of the people. They came today because they received a piece of good news. Anyu's wife began to be pregnant. He was excited and told Su Shi the good news first. Brother Su, I'm going to be a father. The dark-skinned man smiled naively, not knowing where to put his hands, so he kept grabbing the back of his head, laughing foolishly for a long time. Congratulations, Anyu, you must be more cautious in the future. Su Shi's expression was very gentle, blessing Anyu and his wife and children. Then he took out a gift, a longevity lock engraved with a spell. He handed it to Anyu. The honest man wanted to refuse, but Su Shi forced Anyu to accept it in the name of his elder brother. Sir. On the way home, Wu Yingxiu hesitated, sometimes looking up at the sky, sometimes looking at the ground. Do you think, when will we? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Without waiting for Su Shi to reply, the princess stomped her feet, and her figure disappeared directly, and no one knew where she went. Su Shi. Later, the weather became colder and the pure winter night descended on Yunshan City. The new year is coming. The courtyard became quiet. Everyone was looking forward to and preparing for the coming new year. There is no New Year's Eve in the wizard world, but this does not affect Sylvia's joining. She even offered to help prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. But soon, the hero was defeated. What's wrong, Sylvia? Master Wizard, my cooking skills need to be improved. Sylvia was a little embarrassed, because her cooking skills were far inferior to those of witches and servitors, and she was embarrassed to show them off. It's okay, Sylvia. Su Shi comforted the hero. He said that in the days to come, the hero's cooking skills would definitely improve. After that, the New Year's Eve dinner officially began. In addition to the table full of delicious dishes, Ai Lei also specially prepared a tonic soup. Only for Su Shi to eat. Master, this is the perfect tonic soup I prepared for you. The aroma is rich and the soup is golden. It is a special dish exclusively for servitors. Alii, thank you. Su Shi was a little frightened when he sensed the rich energy in the soup, but he still accepted the kindness of the robot servant. He also touched the robot servant's head to show encouragement. Everyone, Happy New Year. At the table, Su Shi kicked off the new year with a blessing, accompanied by the loud fireworks outside. The bells echoed, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. The new year is here. The sixth simulation planned by Su Shi is about to begin. Before that, Su Shi left the Earth and went to the small underworld created by Sylvia to visit the two old people, Mr. and Mrs. Hansen. They are still as loving and respectful to Su Shi as before. Master Wizard. Really, thank you very much, and Miss Sylvia. The two old people thanked Su Shi for being able to bury their bones after their death. The turbid spirit eyes were full of expectations and blessings. Looking at the figures of Su Shi and Sylvia gently. Goodbye, Master Wizard. Goodbye, Miss Sylvia. It seemed that an unfulfilled wish had been fulfilled. After talking with Su Shi for a while, the spirits of the two old men gradually became transparent, turning into dots of light foam. With a happy expression on their faces, they waved goodbye to Su Shi and Sylvia. Goodbye, Grandpa Hansen. Goodbye, Grandma Mina. Sylvia stretched out her hands, held them together in the air, and gently caught the dissipated light foam. She was not sad. Instead, she sincerely blessed the two old men and hoped that they would continue to be happy in the afterlife. It was an extremely beautiful picture. The underworld was dim, gray, and silent, but there were golden souls flying high in the sky, like the dawn of dawn leaving their own traces. Good night. Su Shi looked up at the sky, watched the entire process of the two old men's reincarnation, and said goodbye to them again. After returning to the courtyard, Su Shi began to check the things at hand. The dragon blood has been released, and the new stock is enough for a long time. The earth has been checked, and the upgrade process is very stable. Then, it's time to start the sixth simulation. After checking without any omissions, Su Shi began to prepare for the new simulation. After more than half a year of thinking, he has chosen a new side of the world, the fantasy side. Emily, Kryza, Yingxiu, Ai Lei, Sylvia. I'll leave it to you this time. Yunshan City, courtyard. The sun is shining, and spring is in full swing. The red and dark green dragon blood grass lies on the ground in the wind, like red and green interlaced waves, showing the rhythm of life. Su Shi sat in a corner of the courtyard. In front of him were the 5 supremes who were ready. No problem, brother. Yes, mentor. Sir, just leave it to me. AI Lei is happy to serve you, Master. I understand, Wizard Master. Under the curious eyes of the 5 girls, Su Shi called out the simulator panel and skillfully recharged Krypton Gold. Ding. Loading degree of fantasy side anchor point media, +1%, +1%, +1%, +1%. The simulator progress bar rose rapidly, and in just a moment, it reached 100% of the full state. After that, a new prompt appeared in the simulator. The fantasy side anchor point media has been loaded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the number of simulations. Would you like to simulate and start a wonderful life of simulation? Current number of simulations, 1. The mechanical prompt sounded, and the panel loaded text synchronously, densely packed and flickering. Su Shi did not rush to start the simulation, but looked at the girls. Did everyone find anything? Su Shi pointed to the simulator panel in front of him. It seems a little bit. Su Moli frowned. Brother, I can't see your reincarnation, but I can roughly feel that there is something around you. The others nodded and said that they had the same result. Is that so? Su Shi thought, it seems that only when it really starts can we find more information. No longer hesitating, Su Shi chose to start the simulation. Simulation is starting. World line is being deduced. Traversable world is locked, analyzed as fantasy side world. Entries are being generated. Entries are generated. Please select 3 entries as the character talents of this simulation. Entry levels are white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Late bloomer, blue 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the old and poor. Holding your breath, white you are good at holding your breath, and holding your breath for 30 years. A fortune, blue you have no shortage of money in your life, and you will have plenty of gold and silver no matter where you go. Health master, green you are proficient in health preservation, and your lifespan is far beyond the limit of mortals. Perhaps, you can really outlast your enemies. Fight to the death, purple in a battle where your life is at stake, your strength will continue to grow. Survive, white you have a strong ability to survive, and you can survive tenaciously in most environments. Su Shi quickly browsed through the entries. I was just full of question marks. No, can this be played? Sir, something is happening. When Su Shi was about to say something, the 5 girls suddenly made a move. They seemed to have discovered something. At the moment when the simulator was activated, they all blocked time and space, carried out the supreme power, and reached the invisible end. After that, Su Shi saw an incredible scene. Ding dong. Correction of this simulation entry. Entry correction ended. Host, please choose 3 entries as the character talents of this simulation life. Destiny protagonist, red you are the darling of the world, with comprehension, talent, physique, and luck. You are the protagonist appointed by heaven and will eventually reach the pinnacle of the world. Good times come after bad times. Red whenever you encounter a major change, you will be able to reverse the situation and turn disadvantages into advantages. Supreme attention, red they are watching you and following you. Huh? 3 red entries? Su Shi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he could eat hot soft rice before the simulation started. Ale, what happened just now? Su Shi looked at the robot servant who was best at analysis. Master, we have discovered your reincarnation. No, we should say we have touched it. The robot servant stood quietly in the sun, with his hands crossed on his lower abdomen. He explained to Su Shi in a gentle tone. Just now, when Su Shi chose to start the simulation and obtained the simulation entries, the 5 girls discovered the more specific existence of the simulator. It is the intersection of concepts, laws, possibilities, and other fields. It exists in the past. It exists in the future. It is difficult to capture. The 5 Supremes acted at the same time, and finally left a faint impact on the simulator. So that's it, Su Shi thought. No wonder the entry given by the simulator suddenly turned into 3 red lines. This start is simply too perfect. Thank you for your trouble. Next, please continue to observe my changes. Seeing the girls nod, Su Shi quickly selected the 3 red entries as the final combination of this simulation. Entry selection is complete. Do you want to start the simulation? Okay. As Su Shi confirmed, the familiar feeling of detachment came again. He hadn't seen the endless ocean of possibilities for a long time. Every white line, every drop of water, every glimmer of light. It symbolizes billions of possibilities in different worlds and different times. Hualala, hualala. Su Shi's consciousness left his body and entered an uncontrollable journey again, but the girls discovered this situation and broke through many time and space to follow. In the end, he collided with Su Shi in the same world line. No 06 simulation officially begins. You open your eyes and find yourself sitting on a rattan chair in the courtyard. Su Moli is beside you. Krisha is beside you. Wu Yingxiu is beside you. Ale is beside you. Servia is beside you. You sensed something and looked up at the sky, just in time to look at the Daeun truck. When you are staring at Daeun, Daeun is also staring at you. Facing the 5 Supremes beside you, Daeun is fearless and bravely dives from the sky, hitting you like a meteorite. Due to the obstruction of the Supremes, you were not hit, but you still crossed at the beginning of the ancient times, the Emperor preached. The universe was in chaos, and the saints opened it up. Congratulations, you have won a lucky time travel package because of the resentment that the big truck failed to hit. You traveled to a wonderful world. Here is the ancient emperor who preached for 3,000 years, and single-handedly ruled the world. Here are the saints of the human race who fought in the starry sky, protecting the human race with their own laws. This is a wild world, only power can decide everything. 10,000 races stand side by side, the world is in chaos, a blade of grass can cut time and years, a grain of sand can transform the various worlds of burrow. You sigh at the grandeur of this world and slowly open your eyes. Ding! The entry of the protagonist of destiny is taking effect. Your body changes to the appearance of a 16-year-old, without a father or a mother, and has been an orphan since childhood. The bright sunshine. The vigorous vitality. The noisy voices. When Sushi opened his eyes, what he saw and heard was such a vibrant picture. How should I put it? This opening is indeed quite like the protagonist of an online novel. The rise of a good-for-nothing? The rebirth of a broken marriage? The mortal cultivating immortals. I don't know which genre my entry for the destined protagonist refers to. Sushi slowly stood up, observing the surrounding environment. He seemed to be in a martial arts training ground, with whitened stone bricks covering the ground. The sound of fists and feet breaking through the air was heard frequently. A large number of young boys were practicing martial arts. Occasionally, there were also powerful and unknown strongmen who stepped on the void, the world was within reach, and they crossed the distant boundaries in one step, disappeared at the end of everyone's envious sight. That is, Sushi frowned, thinking about which kind of fantasy side this simulation world was. Different from the chi training and foundation building on the immortal cultivation side, and the apprentice mage on the magic side. The fantasy side of the world is quite complicated. Various systems and titles are not completely unified. There are definitely 800 fantasy worlds containing Emperor Realm and Saint Realm, even if there are not 1,000. Next, Sushi. A sudden shout interrupted Sushi's thoughts. He responded and walked over, imitating the person next to him, punching a piece of blue stone with all his strength. Is it a prop to test your strength? Just right, let me see how powerful the 3 reds are. Whoosh! Sushi put all his strength into it, his fist moved with his arm, and fiercely hit the blue stone, stirring up a whirring fist wind. Someone next to him quickly reported the results. Sushi, Xian power, 3rd stage. Sushi was silent. He suddenly understood a little bit what kind of protagonist script he had got. You took the first ignorant step. In the public martial arts training ground, your level of the 3rd stage of the mysterious power caused a quiet noise from others at the scene. Some people felt sorry, some despised, and some were indifferent. As you expected, your identity is a genius who fell midway. In everyone's cognition, you were once a rising star, but now you are just a useless person. A useless person who has been trapped in the 3rd stage of the mysterious power for many years and has never made any progress. You have no expression. Decided to return to your residence and sort out the available information and intelligence. At night, Sushi walked into a slightly dilapidated house. He nodded slightly. After all, reality is reasonable. There is no outrageous plot of living in a firewood room or a doghouse. In the previous simulations, all the games started with black accounts, and everything started from scratch. Now this time, with the influence of the entry of the Destiny protagonist, I unexpectedly got a basic start and don't have to live in a leaky home. Sushi sighed. Entering the home of this world. He checked it out. Although the people around him had an impression of Sushi, they had no related memories of the past. In other words, Sushi did not actually exist in this world. The fallen genius was just a cognitive modification brought about by the entry taking effect. That's right, after all, the Destiny protagonist and other entries were refreshed and generated because of Emily and the others. The supreme power has long reached the realm of creating all things. It's not a problem to fabricate an identity for me. Sushi walked into the house while summarizing the current situation. Soon, he found more updated information. Destiny protagonist, good times after bad times, and the supreme gaze. The combination of these 3 entries not only gave Sushi an initial identity, but also shaped corresponding events. For example, the reason for the fall of the genius. Let me see, that's it. In the cognition of this world, I was a true genius before I was 11 years old. Fame, wealth, status, all gradually rising. And the reason why I fell? Because I adopted a sister, and the innate mysterious bone was dug out by the cold and ruthless sister. This plot, why is it so familiar? Sushi searched in the house. It didn't take long for him to find a lot of useful information and he was speechless. The surprises were far more than that. More jaw-dropping information, like a storm, flooded Sushi's mind. My sister's name is Sumoli. She got my innate mysterious bone and became a super genius. She is now the direct disciple of the leader of Yunhai sect. I also have a fiancée from a martial arts family. Her name is Wu Yingxiu. Because I have become a disabled person, she is going to cancel the engagement recently. Sushi was completely silent. In the wooden house where he was the only one, the candlelight flickered and the wax dripped, further highlighting the confusion in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Sushi sighed. He thought that this fantasy simulation would finally usher in a passionate script of arbitrary eternity. But now it seems that it is still a route of being supported by the Supreme. By the way, since Molly and Yingxiu are here, then the others should be here too. Where did Krisha and the others go? Sushi fell into a long contemplation. When he was in the martial arts training ground, he once thought that he would get an old grandfather to help him reach the top of the world, but the development of the situation was far beyond his expectations. No, wait. I seem to really have In the corner of the semi-dark house, a faint candle flame burned. It illuminated half of Sushi's face, and the bone ring on the ring finger of his left hand silently devoured and absorbed Sushi's mysterious power. Sushi looked helpless. He probably knew what identity Sylvia had appeared in this fantasy simulation. The house at night. The outlines of the furniture are looming in the darkness. The weak candlelight shines through the gaps in the bamboo curtains, emitting a faint glow, blending in perfectly with the lights of the thousands of houses outside. Sushi pondered. The tone of the sixth simulation was initially set. The last time I simulated the wizard world, I embarked on the path of wizards in order to study death and souls. But now, in reality, I have become a true immortal and true god, with a completely transcendent spirit and spirit, reaching the realm of immortality. When I first got the simulator, the extraordinary power of the fantasy system was indeed very useful to me. But today, it can only be said to be dispensable. Strength is not the focus of this simulation. The real focus is to explore the essence of the simulator of a good life. It is not enough to rely on myself alone, but the addition of Emily and others can make up for my shortcomings. Pour out a bowl of water. Sushi drank it and looked at the bright full moon outside. This simulation is different from the past. With the addition of 5 girls, Sushi believes that he will definitely be able to figure out something. After all, at this moment, the 3 red entries he has are the best proof. That is the supreme power, the real interference with the simulator. After drinking the cold water, Sushi subconsciously glanced at the bone ring on his left hand. He could feel a familiar breath surging inside. This is the plugin that comes with the entry of the protagonist of Destiny. In the cultivation novels, the common ring-shaped grandfather is responsible for leading the child of Destiny to take off. But now, Servia, are you okay? The bone ring vibrated twice. It seemed to respond to Sushi's words, but no more movement was made. Are there any restrictions? For example, you must follow the protagonist's process and wait for the ring to be unsealed. Sushi called out the simulator panel, thinking, it's not a big problem. He can afford to wait for this time. You have a preliminary understanding of your situation. Through inquiries and the classics you read, you find that you have traveled to the Tianqian realm. The Tianqian realm is divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Center. You are amazed. It feels that this is worthy of being the fantasy world where the protagonist of Destiny lives. Even the division of regions is a naming method that you are familiar with. After inquiries, you find that you are in a small city in the territory of Dongsu, called Kangguyu City. The you used to be the peerless genius of Kangguyu City. But now, waste has become your synonym. Whenever you go out, you can always detect strange eyes. Some people even whisper and discuss your broken engagement. Look, he is the fallen genius. What? He is Sushi. Oh, what a pity. He is so young, how could his body collapse? Poor child, I heard that someone will come to humiliate you. The people of Kangguyu City feel sorry for your being a waste, and some people secretly sneer at you. You have a blank expression. Practice at your own pace, striving to revive the bone ring as soon as possible. Leisurely, casually, not arrogant or impatient. You wait for the reunion with the Supremes with a calm and tranquil attitude. In the second year of the simulation, you are 17 years old. Your long-term practice has caused your realm to loosen up, and you keenly realize that you are about to be promoted from the 3rd stage of Sunli to the 4th stage. You realize, behind the loosening of your realm is the nearly complete unlocking of the bone ring. As the protagonist of Destiny, you are about to obtain your first golden finger, and then begin a legendary life. The realms of the Tianqian realm are divided into Sunli, Rongsuan realm, Daixuan realm, Tianqian realm, Zandao realm, Saint realm, Emperor realm. As the protagonist of the destiny of the Tianqian realm, your future is immeasurable. Pick the stars and the moon, become a saint and an emperor. The future that countless people dream of, but for you, you can clearly see the way forward. Finally, in the 3rd year of the simulation, you are 18 years old. At the time of adulthood, your bone ring is about to be unsealed. You clearly heard the intimate emotions coming from the soul inside. The destiny protagonist is activated. Good times after bad times are activated. The supreme gaze is activated. Your life has ushered in a major turning point. Your engagement has been cancelled. Tianqian realm, Dongsu territory, Kangguyu City. Mountains and valleys. Hundreds of beasts roar. There are ancient relics carrying mountains and immortals conquering the world. The sun is high in the sky, shining majestically on the Tianqian realm, and sending down endless sun-true fire, burning the world and blooming light. Sushi opened his eyes, and the aura around him returned to his danshan, returning to his original silence. Mysterious power, 4th stage. Still a loser among losers. But starting this year, as the entries gradually take effect, my growth rate will be faster than that of the magic world. Mortal wisdom, just 1 red entry, makes me the first person under the gods. Then, it is not difficult to guess how amazing the final result will be this time with 3 red entries. Sushi calculated silently. He did not feel happy in his heart. Compared with strength, he paid more attention to the exploration of the simulator. Therefore, joining up with several girls is the most important thing at the moment. Calculate the time, Yingxiu should be here too. According to the routine of the protagonist of the online novel, the next scene is Yingxiu humiliating me, and then I will work hard to improve myself. Sushi stood up with emotion. He never thought that he would become the protagonist one day. It's a pity that he is too old to do classic actions such as biting gums and bleeding, sticking nails into the palm of the hand, and showing unwillingness and stubbornness. Fortunately, these are all insignificant little problems. Just go through the scene of breaking off the engagement. It can trigger the entry effect of the destiny protagonist. From then on, I will embark on the road of invincibility. After that, when Sylvia is unsealed from the ring and reunites with the two Supremes, I can conduct a more detailed simulator exploration. Suddenly, noisy voices came from the outside world. Tigers roared and monkeys cried, dragons roared, and horses neighed. The blue sky reflected the glow of the red sun. Amid the exclamations of countless people in Kangwoo City, a huge team appeared on the horizon, riding wild beasts, wearing armor, and holding blades, with a strong sense of oppression. That's it. Dragon horse, it's the Wu family's dragon horse beast? Too scary, they actually let a beast from the earth profound realm pull the carriage. The daughter of the Wu family is so terrifying. What, she is Wu Yingxiu? Hiss. Everyone present changed their faces and gasped at the same time. When Su Shi went out, he saw such a scene. The streets were empty, pedestrians were divided to the left and right, and at the end of the wide road opposite, there were carriages and horses neighing, and the huge force of the beasts was transmitted between the hooves, shaking the air. Are you going to cancel the engagement? Su Shi quietly waited for the plot to develop. The people who watched all this also cooperated very well, and at important plot turning points, they sent malice to Su Shi, the protagonist. Sarcasm, laughing, ridicule. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. The red and white tight-fitting robes fluttered in the strong wind. The fiery figure, with an extremely heroic and free-spirited posture, flashed from the motorcade to Su Shi's front, and gently lifted Su Shi's chin with his slender fingers. Man, I like you, marry me. Wu Yingxiu raised her lips. She looked domineering. Su Shi, where did you cancel the engagement? The ending has been planned, and the rest of the plot is all light-hearted and joyful. Kangwoo City became quiet. So quiet that you can hear people breathing. And the faint sound of the wind. It was so quiet all around, as if even time had frozen at this moment, and everyone was stunned by Wu Yingxiu's remarks. No. Finally, someone came back to his senses. He made a terrified sound of stopping. Then came the second, third, and fourth sounds. The whole Kangwoo City was in an uproar, and was shocked and speechless because of the incredible changes in front of them. How could it be possible? How could the useless Su Shi marry the daughter of the Wu family? Please think carefully, he is just a waste. How can he be worthy of your noble status? In the scorching sun, someone dissuaded with fear, and his expression was extremely excited. Shut up. The gilded and sharp. The handle was black. The long spear swept across, and the flames burned the sky. Wu Yingxiu's expression was indifferent, and the long spear in her hand rose up with a phoenix-like fire, burning the sky and the earth, and there was a vision of an immortal phoenix flying in the sky. Today, I will marry him. I want to see who dares to oppose this marriage. After that, the fire burned the sky. It actually covered the sky of the entire Kangwoo City. The flames intertwined with the dark clouds, giving off a majestic and oppressive feeling of world destruction. Wu Yingxiu no longer concealed her ability to be a great master of the way of slashing, and she showed it. What? A master of the way of slashing at the age of marriage. Wu Yingxiu is so terrifying. The whole audience exclaimed again, not only the people of Kangwoo City, but also the armored team following Wu Yingxiu. All looked shocked. Everyone raised their heads, as if facing the god who controls the fire. Su Shi felt a question mark pop up above his head. No, are you the protagonist, or am I the protagonist? They are both simulations. Why are you so showy? Yingxiu, what are you? SHH. Sir, I'm helping you. Wu Yingxiu raised the corners of her mouth, and her brilliant and proud expression reminded Su Shi of a certain crooked-mouthed dragon king. She put one hand around Su Shi's waist. Holding a gun in one hand, she suppressed everyone. She communicated with Su Shi with her mind. Sir, canceling the engagement is really embarrassing for you. As long as the marriage comes true, no one will laugh at you. The princess's logic is simple. Canceling the engagement is equal to ridicule. Getting married is equal to nothing. In order to prevent the respected gentleman from being laughed at and ridiculed by fools, the princess chose to complete the marriage and save Su Shi's face. Sir, do you think I am right? Wu Yingxiu blinked. Su Shi looked helpless, and just as he was about to say something, new changes occurred in the outside world. The sky and the earth were dark. It was all scarlet. The voices of the people in Kangwoo City were suppressed by violence. Absolute, overwhelming, and unmatched. A stunning sword light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the divine light was blazing, faintly overshadowing the scorching sun, and forcefully destroyed Wu Yingxiu's fire phoenix vision. I don't agree with this marriage. A cold voice came from the sky. The eyes looked down on the past and the present. The sword cut off the future. The snow-white sleeves danced wildly in the sky, and the Dao and divine chains flew. The figure was within reach of time and space, and in one step, it crossed from the distant land to Kangwoo City. It's her. Someone in the city exclaimed. His eyes widened, and he said the name of the visitor. Su Moli, it's Su Moli. The Su Moli who dug out the innate Qian bone and became a top genius. Why is she here? Stalemate, chaos, and confusion. The people of Kangwoo City were already shocked and at a loss, sometimes looking at Su Shi, sometimes looking at Su Moli, and sometimes looking at Wu Yingxiu. In everyone's cognition, Today should have been the second fall of genius Su Shi. Witness the miserable appearance of Su Shi being broken off. Some people sneered and laughed, and some shook their heads and sighed. They all thought that Su Shi's broken off engagement was a foregone conclusion. However, the development of the situation was too bizarre. First, Wu Yingxiu said that she would not break off the engagement, and then Su Moli rushed to express his attitude and disagreed with Su Shi's marriage. How could this be? How could this be? Everyone looked at each other, totally confused as to why Su Shi's withdrawal of the engagement had turned into the current situation. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the raging fire rose again, seeking both life and death, and nirvana reshaped the reincarnation. You don't agree? Wu Yingxiu frowned, pointing the spear in her hand at the white-clothed female fairy in the air. What reason do you have to disagree? Wu Yingxiu snorted coldly. She took out a marriage certificate that had been prepared early. This was one of the items that she automatically obtained after coming to the Tianqian realm due to her identity. Putting aside the real world, she is Su Shi's legitimate fiancé? I don't agree. The sword light slashed out. It seemed like a moment, there was a slash of fairy light, which accurately cut off the marriage certificate in Wu Yingxiu's hand and split it into two. Brother's marriage should not be too rash, it must be discussed by me in person, Su Moli said lightly, his black hair flying. You are not good enough. I can't? Ha, ha, sir, please wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Wu Yingxiu laughed, she was angry. After entering this world, she thought she was sure to win, but she was intercepted halfway and lost a great opportunity. After that, without waiting for Su Shi to speak, Wu Yingxiu directly stepped into the air and fought with Su Moli. The world was in chaos, and the wind and clouds in all directions were extinguished. The divine power was shocking, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The two supremes fought with true fire, and the sound of Tao rumbled. They fought all the way to the outside of the city, destroying large areas of wasteland. Stop it, don't fight anymore. The destiny protagonist is taking effect, good times come after bad times. You are the darling of the world, and due to special reasons, you have been trapped in the realm of mysterious power for many years. But, the trapped dragon will eventually ascend. Wu Yingxiu, who originally broke off the engagement with you, chose to marry you. Su Moli, who originally broke off the engagement with you, chose to return to your side. Your fate began to change, your understanding is improving, your luck is improving, your physique is improving. You have obtained a special physique destiny body. You are destiny. From today on, the efficiency of your cultivation and enlightenment will leap over time until you reach the end of the world. You are calm and unperturbed by this. You stopped the two girls who were fighting fiercely, and asked them to sit down obediently with a rare serious expression. Kangguyu City. Near Su Shi's house, everything was silent. No one dared to approach, and their faces changed when they talked about it. In that silent oppression, Su Shi, Su Moli and Wu Yingxiu sat inside the house and conducted a criticism and education session. Sir, I was wrong. Do you know what I did wrong? I didn't come to see you as quickly as possible, sir. Brother, I was wrong too. Tell me about it. I came too late and almost put you in danger. The curtain of night fell quietly. The house was quiet, and the candlelight burned slowly. While emitting a faint light, it dripped a string of quickly solidified wax. It flickered and illuminated the scene inside the house. The expressions of the two girls were either regretful or frowning. Su Shi had a complicated expression and felt that both answers were very subtle. However, now is not the time to care about this. Su Shi coughed lightly, his expression became serious, and asked the two girls, Emily, Yingshui, can you tell me about your current specific situation? In the past, Su Shi conducted simulations alone. He was very curious. What form do the girls who broke into the simulation world with supreme power exist in, and can they use supreme power? Okay, brother. Su Moli pondered for a moment, organized his words, and told Su Shi about his own experience. The princess supplemented it. Soon, Su Shi understood the specific situation of the 5 girls in the simulated world. What appeared in Tianqian realm was not the real body of the Supreme, but a consciousness that followed Su Shi across endless time and space. If necessary, Su Moli and Wu Yingxiu could use the power of the Supreme at any time to escape from this simulated world. But they chose to stay and prepare to explore with Su Shi about the true nature of the life simulator. Brothers' reincarnation. It's really magical. This world does not exist in the upper reaches of time, nor in the lower reaches of time, and it does not belong to the present world. Cause and effect change, and reality and illusion alternate. Su Moli thought about it and came to this conclusion: if I can stay in this world for a longer time, I think I should be able to see something. The white hand was raised lightly. The fingertips flickered. A miniature of the world that was born and disappeared suddenly appeared in the air. This was the 6th simulation of Tianqian realm from the perspective of the Supreme. Sometimes it was real, sometimes it was illusory, like a hazy dream. Su Shi could roughly guess the reason. It was real because Tianqian realm really existed. Unreal, because of the influence of the life simulator, the direction of the world has changed. The supreme status is far above me. In exploring the essence of the simulator, with the help of Emily and the others, I basically don't need to do anything. Su Shi realized something belatedly. Can I lie down? You successfully joined up with your sister and the princess. This is your first time to simulate with others. You are emotional. You feel this experience is magical. You have a hunch that the simulation on the fantasy side will be the easiest one for you. With 3 red entries and 5 supremes, you really can't think of anything in the Tianqian realm that can stump you. The destiny protagonist entry is taking effect. Your destiny body is transforming, your understanding has become more terrifying, and in a breath, you have broken through to the 7th stage of the mysterious power. You work hard, and you are constantly given elixirs. Your realm changes a little every day, and a big change every 7 days. Brother, I brought some elixirs. Sir, I also brought some natural treasures. The sister and the princess were very enthusiastic. In the Tianqian realm, their initial status was very noble, either disciples of famous sects or daughters of aristocratic families, and they never lacked items to improve their strength. In this regard, Su Shi gladly accepted it. It was not the first time for him to eat soft rice. He was familiar with it and felt at ease. But, Emily, Yingxiu. Su Shi looked at the pile of pills, hesitant to speak, and said, "Isn't this too much? How could it be, sir? You are so thin from hunger, you must eat more." As she said, Wu Yingxiu pushed with both palms, and pushed a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that replenished the body into Su Shi's arms. Su Shi broke through. Just by absorbing the essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the realm broke through again and was promoted to the 8th stage of Sunzili. Can this also break through? Su Shi was surprised and doubtful. With the opening of 3 red entries and the soft rice fed by the Supreme, breaking through the realm is really as easy as eating and drinking water. Your practice is extremely smooth. Breakthrough, and breakthrough again. You break through one after another, like a new star that rekindles its brilliance, burning away the past decadence and forcefully breaking through the bottleneck of the new realm. The human realm, achieved in an instant. Due to your transformation of strength, your portable bone ring finally breaks the seal. As you expected, the soul body in the bone ring is Sylvia. Ring. It is a common plug-in for the protagonist. In all kinds of novels, there are often weapon spirits or souls of ancient strongmen hidden inside, providing assistance and powerful skills for the protagonist. As a matter of course, when Sylvia broke the seal from the bone ring, she also provided Su Shi with a fantasy skill, as well as the accompanying alchemy, weapon refining and other skills. Thank you for your hard work, Sylvia. In fact, long before, the younger sister and the princess brought a lot of skills and the corresponding precious knowledge of the Tianqian realm to Su Shi, but Su Shi did not ignore the efforts of the brave. Smiling gently, he expressed his gratitude to Sylvia. Sylvia, are you in good condition now? Su Shi asked. Please rest assured, Master Wizard, I'm fine. The spirit body materialized into a real posture. Sylvia stood in the sun, her green eyes were smart and watery. Obviously, as the supreme Sylvia, it is not like some useless ring grandfathers who can only wait for the protagonist's rescue before appearing in reality. Master Wizard, you don't seem very happy. No, Sylvia, I just feel a little emotional. Su Shi stretched out his palm and gently stroked the top of Sylvia's head, feeling the smoothness of the platinum color. This simulation was too smooth. There were no setbacks, no difficulties, and no enemies that could not be defeated. His strength and realm grew rapidly, his comprehension and luck were unparalleled in the world, and no matter what happened, there were several supremes to help him out. Even the exploration of the simulator did not require Su Shi to worry about it. Therefore, in this brief moment, Su Shi, who was used to running around in the simulation, suddenly felt a sense of unreality and felt that it was too beautiful and comfortable. Master Wizard, don't you like this? I like it. Su Shi smiled and stroked the top of the brave man's head again. Let's go, Sylvia. The protagonist will not stay in the same map. Su Shi, who was promoted to the human Xian realm, was ready to leave Kangguyu City and go to other realms. Kryza and El haven't arrived yet. That means they are not near Kangguyu City. If we want to find them, we can only go to other places. If I'm not mistaken, they should be in the subsequent protagonist plot. Su Shi looked up at the sky, and the sun poured freely on his face, illuminating his soft features, breaking off the engagement and being a loser. It is a classic protagonist opening, but it is only limited to the opening. Most of the time, there are also classic plots such as auctions, martial arts competitions, heroes saving beauties, and the confrontation between good and evil. Therefore, Su Shi guessed that the location of the witch and the robot servant was in a more subsequent plot location. Because of the improvement in strength, you decide to leave Kangguyu City and formally explore the Tianqian realm. 10,000 races stand side by side, and the strong compete for hegemony. This is a truly big world, with brilliant immortal light and overwhelming divine power. Many spirits, holy bodies, and divine bodies embark on the road to hegemony, just to achieve the emperor realm that suppresses the world. You miss this. You feel that the worldview of the Tianqian realm is quite similar to the online novels you have read since childhood, and it belongs to the orthodox fantasy and passionate world. Through comparison and search, you decide on 2 places: the ancient mountains and the major sects and holy places. The former is home to a large number of ancient beasts, which meets the protagonist's needs for training. The latter is a gathering place for human strongmen in the Dongsu territory, with a large stage, which meets the protagonist's needs for fame growth. You plan steadily, thinking about how to maximize the effect and play the role of the 3 red entries. At the same time, you subconsciously consider the people around you and subconsciously think about how to take care of them. Despite my supreme status, I no longer need your care. The fallen genius left Kangui City, following the protagonist's path, heading towards a farther, more dangerous, and more turbulent area. Along the way, Su Shi kept thinking about how to increase his own strength while keeping the girls safe. He was used to doing this. He was used to taking on everything alone in the simulation world, worrying about the people around him, seeking a way to save his sister's life, accompanying the witch for his whole life, leading the princess and the survival army out of the 100,000 mountains, burning his soul for the mechanical servants, blocking the malice of world destruction for the brave. All along, Su Shi stumbled forward in the simulation world, and rarely had a moment to relax. But this time, Su Shi suddenly found that he seemed to have nothing to do. He habitually wanted to arrange everything. But before that, the three girls had made all the preparations before Su Shi. I will observe and confirm my brother's reincarnation. I will arrange your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. I will protect the safety of the wizard. Su Moli, Wu Yingxiu, and Sylvia gathered together and quickly assigned their respective tasks. Wait, what about me? What the wizard needs to do is to have a good rest. Facing Su Shi's inquiry, the noble girl with white gold hair responded seriously, in the past, I have always been taken care of by the wizard. Now it is my turn to repay the wizard. The sister and the princess answered in the same way. Praise Su Shi for being too hard-working in the past, always forgetting himself, always thinking about others. In this special fantasy simulation, Su Shi must be relaxed no matter what. Oh, sir, just have a good rest. Without further ado, Wu Yingxiu pressed Su Shi's shoulders with both hands and let Su Shi sit on her dragon horse carriage. She laughed, as if she had finally fulfilled her dream, her eyes flickering. This time, it's not Sir's turn to be a hero. The moon in the sky doesn't need to do anything. Hanging in the sky, the empty water surface will reflect the posture of the moon, becoming full and rich, no longer dead and silent. Well, okay. Su Shi hesitated for a moment and agreed to the girl's request. In the days that followed, Su Shi fully delegated power. At first, he felt quite awkward, not used to becoming so comfortable and doing nothing in the simulated world. But by observing several girls, Su Shi also understood one thing. Sisters, or princesses, including heroes, they have long become mature and reliable. In some places, they even do better than Su Shi himself, so there is no need to worry. A simulation without doing anything. It seems, not bad. While driving, Su Shi sat in the dragon horse carriage, holding a cup of fragrant tea steadily with his fingers, quietly watching the wild scenery flying by outside. Wild beasts were rampant, and alien species appeared. The sky and the earth changed color, and the mountains and seas collapsed. Even the protagonist of Destiny could not have a smooth journey on such a road in the early stage when he was weak. But now, with the three supremes paving the way and the dragon horse beasts pulling the carriage, everything seemed to be going exceptionally smoothly. Su Shi wanted to find something to do, but after looking around, the girls' arrangements were very stable, and there was no need for him to add unnecessary details. Gurgle, gurgle, sipping tea lightly, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through the tendons and veins. Su Shi practiced the exercises, refining the spiritual energy in an instant, turning it into the cornerstone of his cultivation. Perhaps, Sylvia and the others are right. I should take a good rest. It's rare to have the protagonist entry. It's not a bad idea to try the treatment of the protagonist. The first month after leaving Kangui City, you became famous. Several nearby human cities all knew that the former waste Su Shi was not humiliated by the marriage, but became the husband of the Wu family. For some reason, this news spread very quickly. Half of the Dongsu territory knew about this news. Wu Yingxiu solemnly promised you that she would arrest the person who spread the rumor. Half a month later, the rumor spread even more violently. Some people felt unwilling because of this. They thought you were a waste and unworthy of being the husband of a martial arts family. He stopped your convoy with a jealous and twisted expression, spoke rudely to you, and claimed that you were not qualified to marry Wu Yingxiu. Women are only worthy of the strong. The man said such arrogant words. You must duel with Su Shi. Su Shi did not respond, but his majestic divine thoughts mobilized the vast blood and chi, and he slashed out with a hand knife from a distance. In an instant, the void trembled, thunder roared, and lightning flashed, and the earth in the distance rumbled and cracked. What? Earth profound realm. This boy is so terrifying. Countless people's expressions changed drastically, and they gasped in cooperation. The second month after leaving Kangui City, because of your actions, people's discussion of you has changed. They no longer call you a waste, but a rejuvenated genius. Someone exclaimed, the husband of the Wu family is so terrifying. The rumors about your marriage are becoming more and more rampant. No matter how Wu Yingxiu fights against the rumors, she cannot curb the momentum. You comfort Wu Yingxiu in a gentle voice, telling her not to blame herself. The third month after leaving Kangui City, you pass by a human city where an auction is being held. The protagonist of Destiny is being activated. Good times after bad times are being activated. You choose to participate in the auction and buy a rusty bronze mirror at a low price. Many people laugh and shake their heads, thinking that you are wasting money and are a gigolo who pretends to know nothing. You drip the blood of your destiny body onto the mirror. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient treasure, the Tianji mirror, and awakened the spirit of the weapon, Ai Lei. Dear Master, Ai Lei is not happy to serve you. After waking up from the heavenly secret mirror, AI Lei put on a grey-blue maid outfit and served sushi again. Originally, the robot servant, knowing that the witch was not there, had a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. But soon, the robot servant learned about Sushi's marriage. So, Sushi saw a steaming hot instant cube after a long absence. It is hard to imagine that this kind of food would appear in the world of fantasy. AI Lei, I'm here, master. Actually, today, I really want to try the food made by AI Lei myself. I always feel that I miss it very much. Yes, master, AI Lei is happy to serve you. The same calm voice, but this time there is a little more joy. The robot servant is as easy to understand as always. Due to the continued effectiveness of the Destiny protagonist entry, you have completed the reunion with the 4th Supreme. I am very happy to meet you. I am very unhappy to hear that you are married to Wu Yingxiu, a martial arts reckless man who is born evil. I said so. Loyal, I am your personal maid in the fantasy world, which makes you, who have nothing to do, have nothing else to do except normal practice. You silently recall the novels you have read online. After a comparison, you choose the ancient mountains as your next destination. You have a hunch that this kind of land where risks and opportunities coexist is an indispensable part of the protagonist's plot. The witch is very likely to be in the ancient mountains. Even if you make a mistake in judgment, there is a high probability that there will be special opportunities waiting for you, the protagonist, to pick up. The dragon horse has a trace of true dragon blood. The essence of heaven and earth, the horse's body is dragon scales. Stepping on the clouds and flying in the sky, chasing the sun and running towards the moon. Thanks to the dragon horse chariot brought by Wu Yingxiu, Sushi's journey was very fast. In just a few months, he crossed the distant wilderness and appeared in front of the ancient mountains. The mountains were as magnificent as waves, arched and extended, firmly occupying the center of the world. The ancient stars evoked the ancient pressure. Above the infinite sky, there were incredibly huge and fierce birds, flapping their wings to cover the sky and the sun, roaring and spitting lightning from their mouths, fighting with giants whose ankles were submerged in the clouds. This is the ancient mountains. This is the Tianqian realm. A terrible world where mountains and seas are destroyed at any time, and the world is turned upside down in the blink of an eye. It's really spectacular. Sushi sighed. He could roughly imagine how difficult it would be if there were no 5 Supremes in this simulation, relying only on himself and the initial inferior entries. I hope to find clues about Krisha in the ancient mountains. I won't be at ease until I find her. Thinking. Taking a step. Sushi's whole body was filled with the aura of the peak of the Daixuan realm. Walking towards the ancient mountains. The younger sister, the princess, the mechanical servant, and the brave followed behind, leisurely and curious, as if they were on a sightseeing tour. Unspeakable great terror spread. The mountains and valleys fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the ancient beasts or the descendants of the emperor's blood, they all fell to the ground in fear, not daring to move. Even the pengbirds and giants who had fought before maintained a strange and stiff posture. Finally, the 4 auras like the abyss and the prison disappeared. The world returned to normal again. Experience in dangerous places and encounter strange things are the characteristics that the protagonist must experience. The entry of the Destiny protagonist is being activated. You harvested a dragon blood ginseng. You harvested 7,000-year-old red fruits. You harvested the bag of a dead monk. During the exploration, you unexpectedly learned from others that a powerful holy land is hunting down a demon king. You feel something and chase in the direction of the demon king's escape. Congratulations, you picked up an expressionless fox-eared girl, cries a Christina. Teacher, I'm injured. The witch said in a calm tone. Those beautiful 3-color eyes. Empty and lifeless. The body that was originally unscathed suddenly broke out with invisible hidden injuries after seeing Sushi's figure. Kryza fell straight into Sushi's arms. Then, the question is, what kind of power can hurt the Supreme? I don't know. The witch shook her head blankly. She lay down in Sushi's arms, adjusted herself to a more comfortable position, and then did not move. That posture was still the expressionless face that Sushi was familiar with. But due to the evolution of the simulated identity, furry and cute animal ears appeared on Kryza's head, fluttering and a little cute. Teacher, are you smiling? Yeah, I think Kryza is cute like this. Really? Kryza tilted her head. She didn't think that she was worthy of praise. But it's good as long as the teacher likes it. After the robot servant, you met the witch again. No more vacancies. No more worries. With the luck of being the child of destiny, you successfully reunited with the 5 girls and no longer need to worry about anything. You found a secluded place in the wilderness. Sat with the girls. Discussed with them and decided on the final plan. The sky in the wilderness was exceptionally clear. As if it had been washed, it stretched out its vastness and the rich natural beauty. Looking at the 5 girls in front of him, Sushi nodded slightly. Finally, the Supremes have gathered together, and we can truly explore the essence of the simulator. The 3 red entries are indeed excellent. But compared to the strength improvement brought by the entries, Sushi still cares more about the essence of the simulator of a good life. Of course, it is far from enough for him alone, but with the addition of 5 Supremes, the situation will be different. Brother. Su Moli pondered for a moment and said, are you really determined to do this? With the power of the 5 of us, we may destroy this reincarnation in an instant, leaving you with nothing. Su Moli knew. The power of his brother is closely related to the gains in the reincarnation. Therefore, She didn't want to ruin the simulation. It's okay, Emily, Su-shi smiled. He first glanced at his sister, then looked at the other 4 girls, Kryza, Yingxiu, Alii, Sylvia. My idea is very clear, that is to uncover all the mysteries. So, can you please help me? Su-shi asked with a smile. Facing such a Su-shi, the girls couldn't say no. I understand, mentor. Okay, sir. At your service, master. Please use my body as much as you can, wizard. The 5 supremes looked at each other. Each used means to reverse the world, break the space-time barrier of Tianqian realm, and use the supreme power to pry the root essence of the simulated world. Can I finally know the truth of everything? Su-shi half squinted. His arms blocked his face to block the dazzling light. He was looking forward to it, but also worried, wondering if it would be as he wished. What is the essence of the simulator? Why is it called a good life simulator? What is the reason for binding yourself? Since the first simulation, these questions have accumulated in Su-shi's heart, and as time goes by, they become heavier and more confusing. It's not that he doesn't trust the simulator, thinking that the simulator will hurt him, but there is an impulse. The impulse to explore the unknown and understand the truth. OM. Ripples appeared in time and space, lightly falling, delicately sweeping, brushing Su-shi's palms, and completing the intersection and collision in the air. Under Su-shi's gaze, the 5 girls in Tianqian realm, their status continued to rise, pressing time and space to crack inch by inch, collapsing the essence of nothingness. Status, authority, concept, law, consciousness sublimated, and the real body descended. In order to help Su-shi to truly analyze the essence of the simulator, the supreme power came across time and space, and fully mastered Tianqian realm with a complete attitude. Master Wizard, please hold my hand. The world came to a standstill. The wind stopped, the rain stopped, as if everything was frozen in an eternal moment. In the silence where the years have lost their meaning, Sylvia took the initiative to hold Su-shi's hand before the other 4 people, wrapped and protected her with the supreme power, and stepped into the infinite space and time. Su-shi saw it. He saw the scene outside the Tianqian realm. It was not chaos, but a more mysterious and brilliant area beyond chaos. Eternal silence. Infinite possibilities. Stagnant myriads. Su-shi knew this place and recognized it. He would come here once every time the simulation started. The sea of possibilities. The endless brilliant white waves, like real waves, almost drowned everything in front of him. Su-shi looked carefully. The so-called waves were essentially a high-density gathering of thin lines of space and time. Each line represented a space and time, and each space and time extended countless possibilities. They split and intertwined with each other. A small storm tide would cause the illusion of several or dozens of space and time. This is the essence of the simulated world. Infinite, endless space and time possibilities. Su-shi was amazed at the spectacular scene before him. The girls around him were also moved by this. This place of miracles with infinite possibilities is not easy to reach even for the Supreme. No, to be more precise, they are completely unaware of the existence of the sea of possibilities. After all, in the common understanding of the heavens and the worlds, chaos is the most vast area. No one could have imagined that there would be such an outside place. Teacher, are you okay? Kryza turned and asked Su-shi, worried that Su-shi might feel unwell. I'm fine, Kryza, let's keep going. Su-shi gently rubbed the top of the witch's head. Looking forward. When the storm of time and space stopped, time also stopped, and the vast and immeasurable white waves became calm and silent. It was in this silence that Su-shi vaguely glimpsed that there was something deeper. Yes, teacher. Kryza nodded. She waved her wand and put a shield on Su-shi to isolate him from the influence of time and space. Several other girls also made similar moves to prevent Su-shi from falling into this endless possibility of time and space. Brother's reincarnation is too amazing. Indeed, I didn't expect that Sir's ability could reach such a place. While moving forward, discussing the sea of possibilities, both Su-shi and the 5 girls were shocked and unbelievable at the end of time and space that embraced everything. Light and shadow intertwined, caressing every inch of space. As the distance got closer, a magnificent wave that crossed countless time and space lines. Su-shi finally saw the pure white path that was hidden behind the endless thin lines and emitted a hazy light. Road. Su-shi was surprised. It was a path that anyone who saw it would feel had no characteristics. There were no gorgeous decorations, nor mysterious features. It was just a hazy light. It showed a small sense of existence in the ordinary. It stretched far away, and I didn't know where the end led to. That was the other side that could not be seen by the naked eye or the divine consciousness. Su-shi pondered, walking along this road. Can you say the truth of the simulator and see everything you want to know? He was not sure. Maybe when this road comes to the end, it may bring the danger of destruction. Master, we can't go any further. Su-shi hesitated. It was the voice of the servitor that woke him up. Can't go any further. Yes, master, we can't go any further. Ai Lei's face showed confusion. The same was true for the others. At this time, Su-shi realized that the glowing path that seemed to be within reach was actually difficult to approach. The previous entanglement was completely unnecessary. For a road that cannot be walked, there is no need to judge whether the end is good or bad. I can't enter. Su-shi frowned and tried to approach the trail again, but the result was a failure. Then, Su Moli held the blood-stained wooden sword. He aimed at the trail and slashed a blow that could destroy the fairy world. However, it was also useless. Even Molly can't do it. Su Shi thought. The seemingly ordinary trail could ignore the supreme. Su Shi had only seen this performance in the simulator. There is no doubt that the existence of the trail is closely related to the life simulator. Then, what should I do to get close to this trail? Su Shi looked at the trail. He could only think of 3 possibilities. The first one is that he has simulated too few times and lacks some conditions to unlock the qualification to enter the trail. The second one is the time limit. He can only enter at a specific time. The third one is the strength limit. When the simulation is turned on, as Su Shi's strength improves, he sees more details about his entry into the simulation world. Perhaps, the entry conditions of this mysterious trail are also linked to strength. Master Wizard, what should we do next? Many attempts failed. Sylvia and the other girls all looked at Su Shi. Su Shi stared at the path for a long time, and finally shook his head gently. Let's go. Leave directly, Master Wizard. Well, after all, we can't get in, right? In the densely packed intertwined time and space lines, there were waves and waves. In that rare time and space wonder, Su Shi's voice was calm. He saw it clearly. He became a god and an immortal, and had an eternal life. Since he knew the existence of this path, then, one day, he would find a way to climb up. Okay, let's go. Su Shi laughed, bent his fingers slightly, and flicked the unwilling princess's forehead. I know, sir. The princess was very obedient. After being flicked on the forehead, she retreated obediently and no longer entangled in the existence of the path. Didn't you end the simulation? It was unexpected. Su Shi originally thought that under the impact of the supreme power, this simulation would come to an end. But when he left the sea of possibilities, and left the eternal silence, he was surprised to find that the simulation of the Tianqian realm was still going on, and the 3 red entries still existed. In that case, Su Shi pondered. He decided to continue the simulation of the fantasy side. The 3 red entries were precious. This was the first time since the simulation began. It would be a pity to give up directly. After returning to the Tianqian realm, Su Shi expressed his thoughts and asked the 5 girls for their opinions. They said in unison that they wanted to accompany Su Shi. The spring was bright and beautiful. A cool breeze blew across the fields. Su Shi reached out to catch the sunshine and smiled gently. Thank you. Looking at the 5 supremes in front of him and the entry of the Destiny protagonist on the simulator panel, Su Shi suddenly had an idea. Speed through fantasy. In most fantasy novels, the protagonist is only in his 40s or 50s when he reaches the finale. For those with a grander worldview, the duration will be extended to 1,000 or 10,000 years. I have a designated protagonist fate, and I have Emily and the others to help me. Is it okay to speed through it? In the 4th year of the simulation, you are 19 years old. You are full of energy and decide to complete all the protagonist plots in the shortest time and reach the final ending. Su Emily, Kryza, Wu Yingxiu, Ai Lei, and Sivia. The 5 supremes are your solid backing, making you fearless. In the same year, you practiced hard. You comprehended the creation of heaven and earth, operated the Wangxiang mentality method, practiced the skills created for you by the supremes, and successfully glimpsed the way forward in the Tianqian realm. In the 5th year of the simulation, you are 20 years old. Your cultivation level has a breakthrough, and you have become a Tianqian realm powerhouse in your early years. The Tianqian realm is also known as the abnormal realm. In this realm, whether it is a human cultivator or an ancient relic, they will open up abnormal phenomena in their bodies, which can be used for conquest or protection. According to ancient historical records, there was once a human emperor who was a sun saint. When the vision appeared, there were 9 suns burning the sky and boiling the sea. There are also ancient records that the Tianpeng clan once had a genius who opened up the vision of the golden rock-eating dragons in the Tianqian realm. Therefore, Su Shi was very curious. What would his vision be? I have been walking on thin ice all my life. Break it for me. Rumble, rumble. The world changed drastically, and the mountains hummed. Thunder fell from the sky, and it was dark, as if the whole world was in darkness. Then, countless visions appeared crazily. There were immortals bleeding. There were gods falling. There were demons extinct. There were also civilizations that died and the underworld collapsed. Good, what a terrifying vision. Who is this boy? He is Su Shi, the husband of the Wu family. What? This boy is so terrifying, such a strong murderous aura. Hiss. The area within 100 miles was covered by Su Shi's vision. The sun and the moon were engulfed, and thousands of mountains were covered. The world was shocked. The strong men in the Dongsu territory were all shocked by this scene. They collectively gasped and exclaimed that it was so terrifying. Su Shi had a complicated expression. He looked at the strange vision in the sky and was speechless for a long time. He probably knew where these strange visions came from. This scene was too familiar. It was exactly the same as the fishing incident. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Su Shi sighed. He chose to accept the kindness of the Supremes. Your path to becoming the protagonist is becoming smoother and smoother. Successfully reached the Tianqian realm, possessed your own magnificent vision, and shocked all the holy places and sects in the Dongsu territory. People are shocked by your achievements. No one calls you a waste anymore. Because your visions are full of murderous intent, destruction, and annihilation, people think you have the potential to be a great emperor and call you Su Qianlong. In Kangguyu City where you once lived, many people proudly stated that they had once been friends with you. I've said it a long time ago, my friend Su Shi has the potential to be a great emperor. Similar words keep circulating, and when you hear them, you just laugh and shake your head. In the 6th year of simulation, you are 21 years old. Your reputation spreads further. This one is the holy son of the current Tei Holy Land. He has already achieved the level of Zhandao at such a young age. I think Su Shi is in trouble. He's actually Zhandao. It's time and fate. No one can save Su Qianlong. What? This Tei Holy Son was defeated by Su Shi and used the holy weapon. The saint's divine weapon was shattered by his single fist. Su Shi stood in the sky. A strange vision appeared. Endless corpses fell like rain, piling up into a sea of blood and corpses. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and struck out a terrifying thunder and lightning that shook the 9 heavens and 9 underworlds. Immortal, God, martial arts, and witch. The accumulation and precipitation of the 4 extraordinary systems all converged into one fist. Calmly shattered everything in front of him. The so-called Tei Saint Son even vomited blood and flew backwards. As expected, the monks watching on the scene cried out again. Should I say that he is worthy of being the protagonist? He has never failed to shock passers-by. Su Shi retracted his fist and looked at the human and foreign cultivators who were watching. He looked helpless. In a way, this is also a fantasy feature that must be tasted. In the 7th year of the simulation, you are 22 years old. Your strength becomes more and more terrifying. As you are at the peak of the Tianqian realm, you begin to feel some of the charm of the Zhandao realm. Fighting 3,000 Tianjiao alone. Sweeping the Holy Land family with both palms. You break through the Zhandao realm in endless martial arts training. As soon as you break through, you kill the ancient desolate dragon with your bare hands, shocking countless people again. A Holy Land wants to recruit you, but you decisively refuse. An alien race sees you as a threat and hides murderous intentions towards you. One day, you are attacked by a strong man in the Holy Realm. Just when everyone thinks you are going to die, 5 divine lights burst out from your body, instantly killing the life of the Holy Realm. In just a moment, the saint falls. Everyone gasps again. Someone plucks up the courage to ask you how you killed the saint. I have been doing this for my whole life. Why should I explain to others? With a classic online quote and a deliberately indifferent face, you made all those cowards who tried to harass you go back in disappointment. In the 8th year of the simulation, you are 23 years old. The entry for the protagonist of Destiny continues to take effect. Su Moli prepared an imperial golden elixir for you. Krisha prepared the immortality elixir of the real dragon for you. Wu Yingxiu prepared the blood of the phoenix for you. Ale prepared skills and magical powers for you. Servia prepared imperial weapons for you. You, who only have the ability to kill, fell into a long contemplation when looking at the many treasures in front of you. In the end, you chose to accept the girls' kindness, work hard to eat their food, and strive to reach the imperial realm as soon as possible. In the 9th year of the simulation, you are 24 years old. You and the 5 girls left the Dongsu territory and went to the most powerful Zhongzhou through the teleportation formation. Your arrival is like a stone that completely breaks the tranquility of the Zhongzhou cultivation world. There are geniuses challenging you, and there are also aliens who assassinate you. You continue to grow and become stronger through the tempering of blood and fire. In the 10th year of the simulation, you are 25 years old. You overwhelm all the geniuses of the time. Some people speculate that perhaps only the descendants of the great emperor can compete with you. In the 11th year of the simulation, you are 26 years old. Your strength spreads throughout the 5 regions of Tianxian. An emperor's son came out of seclusion and challenged you. On that day, a corner of Zhongzhou collapsed because of your battle. At worst, Zhongzhou will be sunk. Someone who was watching from afar heard the angry voice of the emperor's son. But in the end, you still won. In the 12th year of the simulation, you are 27 years old. It took 5 years for you to break through from the realm of beheading to the realm of saints through hard work, with countless people's numb and dull expressions. You bathed in the divine thunder of the Dao tribulation, without any injury, and even absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation in reverse, turning it into a new vision of yourself. Your divine power is unparalleled and invincible. The human race in Zhongzhou was silent. After a long time, someone described the scene of your enlightenment like this. Who is the peak at the end of the Emperor's Road? Once you see Su Shi, the Dao becomes empty. In the 13th year of the simulation, you are 28 years old. When you are nearly 30, your destiny body transforms again, absorbing your luck, Dao, and past, and becoming the only destiny immortal body in the ages. Breaking through the saint realm to the emperor realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But you look at your destiny immortal body, and then look at the girls around you, and feel that it is not too difficult. As long as you are given time, you have the confidence to break through the emperor realm. Ancient great emperor. In the realm division of Tianqian realm, this is an extremely heavy realm. Powerful. Immortal. Suppressing the world. The strongest person respected by all races. But here in Su Shi, becoming a great emperor is a must. Destiny protagonist, Red, you are the darling of the world, with comprehension, talent, physique, and luck. You are the protagonist appointed by the heavenly Dao, and you will eventually reach the pinnacle of the world. Tianqian realm Zhongzhou. In a secluded valley, Su Shi summoned the simulator panel, looked at the red entry on it, and pondered slightly. I have to say that the red entry is indeed powerful. In just 13 years, I have cultivated to the Saint realm, which is second only to the Emperor realm in the Tianqian realm. But, according to the entry description of the Destiny protagonist, this inhuman cheating effect seems to be limited to the Tianqian realm. From now on, you can only rely on yourself. Su Shi muttered to himself. He did not feel sorry about this. Nothing in the world is perfect. If he could really reach the highest realm in one step, Su Shi would doubt whether he was under some illusion. In short, the gains from this simulation are considerable enough. Strength, vision, magical powers, and physique are all maxed out. For me, breaking through the Emperor realm is a matter of time, and there is no need to be too anxious. Su Shi stood up, walked to other parts of the valley. Today's weather seems to be very good. The dazzling sunlight shone on the hazy fog in the valley, dispersing the light and blurring the valley. Su Shi stretched out his thumb and index finger. With just the right amount of force, he pinched a green leaf blown by the wind. What do you think, Sivia? Su Shi looked behind him. The white gold knight was following behind him, fulfilling his duty of protection. It was the luster of the golden sun, like a waterfall, gently spreading on the girl's back, rippling like the surface of water. Very beautiful. And very quiet. I think so too, Master Wizard. Sivia took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with Su Shi. Although her voice was soft, her face was very serious. Sivia, you can relax a little. This is not the earth. It won't let me die. Yes. Su Shi saw the hero's restraint. He smiled. He rubbed the hero's cheek with his hand. Then he looked up at the sky and saw a flock of birds flying over the treetops in the distance, spreading their wings and flying towards the sun. His fingers loosened. The leaves fluttered. The green leaves that Su Shi had pinched before flew up again with the wind, mixing with the countless flying leaves in the valley, forming a dazzling spectacle. The wind hit Su Shi's face, making his cheeks slightly cool. Servia. Yes, I'm here. I'm so sorry. I asked you to help me so soon after meeting you again. The brave man was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression gradually softened, as if he missed you and felt relieved. Master Wizard, you really haven't changed at all. I did nothing wrong, but I always feel that I haven't done well enough. As he said that, Servia put her hands behind her back, her fingers tangled together, and looked down at her toes kicking. Actually, she paused. You don't need to apologize to me, because compared to you, I owe you too much. And dash. Master Wizard, the girl suddenly raised her head, her watery emerald eyes, like bright and sparkling emeralds, made Su Shi see some tenderness. I like it here very much. Although it's not the world I'm familiar with. But I'm really happy to be able to adventure with you again. The sun here is bright, the flowers and plants are bright, and no one will be restless after death. I like this kind of adventure very much. I like the adventure with the wizard. The girl's answer was so firm. With attachment, dependence, and some kind of pure happiness. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Su Shi looked at Sylvia. Facing that familiar face, he recalled many related past events. With a gratified smile, he gently stroked the girl's head with his palm, smoothing the platinum hair that was messed up by the wind. Oh something. Su Shi didn't take it to heart. He never thought of asking the hero to do something to repay his kindness. But the hero didn't seem to think so. She felt guilty and told Su Shi that if he needed to study her supreme status, she would cooperate with all her strength. Her body, her soul, everything about her, can be studied by Su Shi. No need to be like that, Sylvia, I feel your heart. Su Shi smiled and comforted the girl, telling her not to feel sorry. By the way, did the temperature in the valley drop suddenly? Simulated 14th year, you are 29 years old. As a rare saint realm expert, you are very well known in the Tianqian realm, and goddesses and saints are flirting with you. After a while, the old news of your marriage spread throughout the Tianqian realm again. Everyone knows that you have a fiancé. Wu Yingxiu once again solemnly assures you that she will find out who spread the rumor. Simulated 15th year, you are 30 years old. Your cultivation is even more profound, and wherever you go, all races are afraid and retreat, but you are not proud and complacent because of this. You know very well that the saint realm is just the beginning. In order to break through the bottleneck, you enter the outer space and fight against real pure-blooded beasts and even quasi-emperor combat power. Su Shi's growth was smooth. Opportunities. Strong enemies. Life and death crises. Breakthroughs in desperate situations. He experienced all the routines that a protagonist must have. He once killed a quasi-emperor in the starry sky, and once overpowered the stars and fought ancient beasts with his body. In the 20th year of simulation, Su Shi was 35 years old. He broke through the path and became an emperor, ushering in the grand finale of the protagonist's script. It is also a must-try part of fantasy novels. A powerful villain who planned for eternity, but watched the protagonist grow up and was overturned at the last moment. You are very good. The void outside the world. Tens of thousands of grey fairy lights fell. The skeletons of countless emperors outlined the myriad ways of the world, with extreme wailing and pain, paving the way for stronger people to the future. Fight? Fight again? Those skeletons shook and made unwilling sounds, but were suppressed by an ominous crimson figure. He was extremely vague, but extremely real, with many years of tracing back and overlapping, and one person became a world. The moment he opened his mouth, his voice was like thunder. It kept echoing in Su Shi's ears. Even in my time, you are the most amazing one, with talent far superior to mine. But this road is too difficult. It's a difficulty you don't know. The Emperor realm is not the limit of cultivation, but it's as unrealistic as fishing for the moon in the water to break through the Emperor realm. In this land outside the realm, I fought with countless newly promoted emperors, devoured their ways and principles, and absorbed their life energy. It's only half a step forward, and you will become my new nourishment to move forward. The red-haired, terrifying and weird figure. Suddenly, someone laughed wildly. Haha, haha, haha. The laughter was so evil, coupled with the extremely creepy twisted figure, Su Shi felt in his heart that he was really a standard villain, including the gibberish. It also fits the setting of villains die because of talking too much. You are the first emperor of the Tianxian realm, the Tianxian emperor. Su Shi told the other party's origin. You can't call the emperor by his name. Young man, you've already got a way to die. Emperor Tiangxuan's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Su Shi with cold eyes, sublimating to the extreme, and his whole body of qi and blood collapsed. Chaos filled the air, wanting to replay the universe's prehistoric times. Arrogant young man, die. Great terror. Great faith. The shocking fairy light condensed into a punch, blasting through layers of space. Although it hadn't hit yet, Emperor Tianxian could already imagine how miserable Su Shi would die under this punch. But something was wrong, very wrong. The weak young man, with an extremely calm expression, suddenly appeared on his body with 5 items. One looked like a teardrop. One looked like a necklace. One looked like a red line. One looked like a brooch. One looked like a ring. Playing tricks, Emperor Tianxian frowned, ignoring the words 10 times that came out of Su Shi's mouth. He rushed out, he punched, and he fell down. Behead. The extremely plain voice made time stop. It struck the 9 heavens and the 9 nether worlds, destroying the eternal eternity and the past and present. The invincible Tianxian Emperor. He is dead. Su Shi retracted his knife-like right hand and shook his head. In this way, his protagonist's script was over. As expected, after completing the finale, the blessing of destiny disappeared. Su Shi felt the luck in his body and nodded slightly. That's right. After all, the upper limit of Tianxian realm is only the Emperor. The world cannot breed existence far beyond itself. Chaos lingered, and dim light flickered. 5 figures appeared beside Su Shi. They witnessed Su Shi's battle throughout the whole process and escorted him attentively. Brother, do you want to go back to Earth? Su Moli asked. The exploration of the life simulator has ended, and the sea of possibilities and the existence of unknown paths have been explored. The protagonist plot of Tianxian realm has also been completed. It can be said that the cost-effectiveness of continuing to simulate is extremely low. Wait a little longer. Su Shi planned to stay for a while to see how much the promotion speed would be after losing the help of the Destiny protagonist entry. In the 20th year of the simulation, you are 35 years old. You break through the path and become an emperor, becoming the strongest person who dominates an era, with invincible faith and combat power. You work hard. Solo kill the mastermind behind the Tianxian realm. From now on, the Tianxian realm will usher in a prosperous development stage. Countless people regard you as a role model, and create a golden body for you. Wu Yingxiu is committed to fighting rumors. But because of your strength, the rumors about you spread more and more in the Tianxian realm, and they can't be suppressed at all. Even, from the original version of Wu Yingxiu getting married, it changed to marrying 5 girls at the same time. You were silent for a long time, feeling that it was too terrible to spread rumors. In the 30th year of the simulation, you are 45 years old. You are still in the Tianxian realm, using the trace amount of luck and comprehension provided by the Tianxian realm to take your own destiny immortal body one step further and explore the direction of the Emperor realm. In the 40th year of the simulation, you are 55 years old. The rumors about you are becoming more and more unrealistic. When you were relaxing, you heard others say that you and the princess were already husband and wife, and had a son and a daughter. In the same year, 5 Supremes started a friendly competition, and the brave princess fought 1 against 4. In the 45th year of the simulation, you are 60 years old. With the help of several Supremes, you successfully explored the way forward in the Emperor realm. At the same time, because your strength has become stronger, the Tianxian realm can no longer help you. You choose to leave the Tianxian realm, wandering in the chaotic heavens of the Xianhuan side, looking for a breakthrough opportunity. In the 60th year of the simulation, you are 75 years old. Your bottleneck is broken through and you achieve above the Emperor realm. The gaze of the Supreme continues to take effect. Because of the gaze of the Supreme, your destiny immortal body has transformed and evolved towards the special state of Hunyuan Endless. This child, you must not stay. In the Chaos Realm Sea, a strong man is horrified by your progress and vows to strangle you. However, the strong man disappeared inexplicably on the way, and you luckily escaped. In the first 100 years of the simulation, you are 115 years old. Thanks to the soft rice fed by the Supreme and your own hard work, you break through the realm again and reach an indescribable mysterious realm. Has it been 100 years? It seems that this is my limit. In the chaos filled with grey fog, Su Shi stopped traveling and tempering. With his eyes lowered, he felt the changes in himself and finally came to a conclusion. His current realm on the fantasy side, equivalent to the golden immortal on the cultivation side and the powerful divine power on the magic side. It is not surprising to have such an achievement. After all, in this simulation, there are 5 supreme girls who continue to pave the way for Su Shi and find all kinds of natural treasures. If possible, Sushi really wants to maintain this frequency until he becomes the supreme on the fantasy side. But a certain intuition came from the body that broke through. Remind Sushi. Tell Sushi. This is a path he cannot take. The simulator's reaction also confirms this conclusion. Ding. Your strength has reached the upper limit. Do you want to end the simulation? In Sushi's memory, the only way to end the life simulation is by death. In the world of immortal cultivation, Sushi died in the golden core stage. In the world of magic, Sushi died in the holy domain mage. In the world of martial arts, Sushi died in the realm of human. Immortal. In the world of science fiction, Sushi was just a mortal with modified genes. In the world of dead spirits, Sushi died in the Five Rings Wizard. Because he died frequently and quickly, Sushi had never thought of one thing, that is, the end condition of the life simulation does not necessarily have to be death. Until today, when he saw the end reminder of the simulator for the first time, he realized that in the simulator's judgment, death is only one of the ways to end. Ding. Your strength has reached the upper limit. Do you want to end the simulation? Since Sushi broke through, the simulator panel that only he could see has been flashing these words. Is there a problem, Master? The loyal robot servant beside him asked. The other girls looked at him. Sushi smiled, indicating that he was in good health, and then apologized. I've been a real pain to everyone. I think it's time to end it. You mean, are you ready to end this cycle? Yes. Sushi nodded slightly. Let the girls get ready. Then, he directly confirmed the simulator's end option, with a curious look in his eyes, quietly waiting for the simulator to end normally for the first time. Everything lost its color. Time and space became stagnant. It was as if the rewind button was pressed, the picture was black and white and blurred, becoming a distorted nothingness. Then, when Sushi was ejected, he saw the vast sea of possibilities again. The scene in front of him changed and flickered, and quickly retreated in the roar of the waves. Closed, opened. He returned to the courtyard from the simulation world. You have completed a complete simulation. You are the darling of the world, the protagonist favored by heaven. You are born extraordinary. Even if you encounter setbacks and blows, you can go against the current and become a hidden dragon in the eyes of countless people. You are destiny. Your life is full of ups and downs, with troughs, highs, forbearance, and domineering. Your life is hailed as a legend. You successfully eradicated the final villain of Tianxian realm, making the world circulate. You started in Tianxian realm and transcended Tianxian realm. As the protagonist of Tianxian realm, you have created achievements far beyond the world's upper limit. Your strength is unquestionable. The simulation ends and starts to count the highlights. Calculating simulation evaluation. Generating simulation rewards. Yinshan City, courtyard. The sun is shining, the spring is strong, and the lush branches and leaves cast intermittent light spots, blurred and beautiful. Everything, all, are maintained in the state before the simulation begins. Are we back? The brave man was a little curious, patted his body with his hand, and looked at the surrounding environment again, and finally confirmed that he was back to Earth. The other girls had the same expression on their faces. Curious, surprised. Although they came before the heroes and reunited with Sushi earlier, it was also their first time to experience simulation. But soon, that curiosity and excitement all turned into deep worry. Teacher, do you want to continue reincarnation? The Supremes have experienced it personally. What kind of existence is the so-called simulation and reincarnation? They think. Although simulation is safe, it is full of uncertainty. Especially the sea of possibilities and unknown paths, even the Supremes cannot see through the mysterious essence. Well, I'm curious about what the end of that road is. It may be a bit blind to say that, but I think that road is harmless to me. Sushi smiled and was about to say something else when he found that the settlement result of the simulator had appeared. Ding dong. The 6th simulation statistics are completed. Congratulations to the host for activating the following achievements: Child of Destiny, Rise of Waste, World Savior, 5 Beauties, World Transcendence. Child of Destiny, you are the darling of the world. No matter what you do, the world will spare no effort to help you. Rise of a waste material, you were once a waste material, but you have completed the ultimate transformation. World Savior, you killed the worst villain, allowing the Tianxian realm to continue to progress and have more and stronger great monks. 5 Beauties, according to widely circulated gossip, you have 5 wives who are as beautiful as fairies, and 30 children. World Transcendence, you transcend the world, stand above the world, and even the chaos is famous for your reputation. Simulation summary, you have perfectly exerted your talents, rising from a weak age, transcending the chaos, and reaching an incredible realm in 100 years. You are the object of admiration of countless people. Final evaluation of simulation No 06, S+. It's actually an S+ evaluation. Could it be that the S+ evaluation requirement is to reach the upper limit of the strength of the simulation world? Sushi was a little surprised. If this is true, it's no wonder that no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't get S+ before. Rewards are being generated, beep, beep. Host, please choose 5 of the following 5 rewards, and they will be issued immediately after selection. 1. The Peak Realm in The Sims. 2. All Insights in The Sims. 3. Enhancement Immortal Body. 4. Enhancement True Dragon Elixir. 5. Enhancement Good Times Come After Bad Times. Sushi was stunned. It was not because of the simulation reward of S+ rating, but because of the new words refreshed on the simulator panel. Congratulations host, you have unlocked the full simulation permission. The limitation of only one simulation on the world side has been lifted. Please continue to simulate and live a wonderful life. The fantasy simulation is over. Sushi's life. The lives of the 5 girls. Back to the ordinary life on Earth. The witch is watering the dragon blood grass in the yard, the robot servant is researching new supplements, the sister is studying the skills of the collection cabinet ranking battle, and the princess and the hero are practicing. The 3rd day after the simulation ended. Sushi sat in front of the bedroom window, quietly watching the spring scenery in the courtyard outside and the figures of several girls. The window is like a frame, blocking the sunlight. The hazy white sunlight fell on the tip of the nose, shining brightly on the face. Suddenly, Sushi laughed. The laughter was clear and full of nostalgia. I remember when I first got the simulator, I was still confused and thought I hadn't woken up. In the blink of an eye, I was almost cleared. Although I can't get on that road now, but it's only a matter of time. His eyes glanced sideways, looking at the collection cabinet that was no longer brand new, and the 5 supreme souvenirs inside. Sushi's face flashed with reminiscence. He remembered it clearly. I moved to my new courtyard home and bought this collection cabinet after the 2nd simulation. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. No, if the simulation time is included, it has been more than 1,000 years. Time is a wonderful existence. It makes people eager to move forward, but reluctant to let it pass. Sushi slowly closed his eyes. Let the empty sunlight fall on his upper body, bringing warm light and warmth. At the same time, there was a sound outside the window. It was a low, continuous, faint rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Rustling. Time flows. The sound turned into a blurred image. In Sushi's mind, the various things he experienced after obtaining the life simulator appeared, and the prospect of the future. This fantasy simulation brought many benefits to Sushi, such as the ultimate goal of the simulation, the rapid improvement of strength, and the supreme companionship. To be honest, Sushi now has a sense of déjà vu of retirement. Brother, open your mouth. A familiar voice came from above his head. A hard candy with the wrapper peeled off was pushed into Sushi's mouth by slender fingers. It tasted like green apple. Thank you, Emily. Sushi opened his eyes and just looked at his lovely sister. After a while, Ai gently pushed the door open and brought Sushi's lunch for today. Master, are you going to eat first, or? The robot servant brought out a new tonic soup from somewhere. Drink this first. This. Sushi looked embarrassed. He felt that his body had been overnourished recently. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. In the end, Sushi still did not reject Ai's kindness, not wanting to let that intention go to waste. The time in the future was just as Sushi expected. Plain. Gentle. It was a retirement life like boiled water. The simulation continued, but with the help of the 5 Supremes, it was no longer as difficult as before. It was more like a relaxing trip and a leisurely stroll. Sushi knew it would take more than a short time to climb that path. Therefore, his simulation frequency was extremely stable. He did not madly squeeze his and the girls' time because of his desire to climb the path, but spent his days leisurely. Pay attention to the upgrading of the earth. Visit the busy Li Wanshao. Visit Aniu who has a happy family. And, the Red Dragon who successfully promoted to demigod. Earth, China, Beijing Supernormal General Administration. The treasure hall buried deep underground was filled with colorful gems, and there were mountains of gold and silver piled up, illuminated by the lights. It was beautiful and dreamy. Hualala, hualala, accompanied by the dense sound of metal falling. In the blazing heat, the mythical giant buried deep in the depths slowly stood up, with thick limbs and half-spread wings, like a fire demon in hell bathing in crimson flames. Because of the action of stretching the dragon body, many treasures fell, and the mountains of gold and silver collapsed. The crisp and dense sound, like a sudden rainstorm, further added momentum to the hideous figure. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A low and hideous laugh sounded, echoing inside and outside the treasure hall. With uncontrollable excitement and joy, finally, I have finally become a demigod. From today on, I am the great demigod dragon, the strongest dragon that rules over all the worlds. Oh, world, listen to my name. I am the most supreme, noble, supreme, and powerful. Even the dragon speakers will be afraid of Mirigzan Kastart Nizario Akonologic Kakalogida. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Dragon, never be a slave. The dragon's anger burned fiercely. Red Dragon Rex Sanchez laughed wildly and confidently, overlooking the transformation of his sanctuary domain, which gradually became the prototype of the Kingdom of God. One day in the future, when the Kingdom of God is completely formed, it means that Rex Sanchez has become the new dragon god. By then, I will punch the dragon speaker and kick the witch of world destruction, and the glory of the dragon clan will rise again. In the underground environment where only one dragon was, the red dragon laughed more and more wantonly. But suddenly, the 2 huge dragon pupils widened. What's going on? The red dragon's heart was beating wildly, and he felt his body trembling violently. His instinct was faster than thinking, and he made a reaction that the red dragon himself could not understand. Trembling, lying prone, waiting for something in the dead air. Ridiculous! I am the great demigod dragon Rex Sanchez. The pride of the dragon race made Rex Sanchez grit his teeth and stand up again from the ground tremblingly. How can I fall here? But, I am betting on the glory of the dragon race, and I will definitely surrender to the dragon speaker. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, like a curtain being lifted. When he saw the familiar face, the red dragon instantly lost all his strength, and he wanted to cry but had no tears, and said the most heartfelt words. Donate blood. I like donating blood the most. Su Shi laughed. He heard everything the red dragon said before. He was not angry, and if he had to say something, it was more like a mentality of watching a pet show off. Okay, sit down. Yes, please, please. The red dragon looked flattering. Rubbing his paws, he invited Su Shi to sit in the main seat. Submissive, well-behaved, and skilled. Su Shi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I don't plan to do anything to you, and I'm not here to draw your blood this time. Then why are you here? To celebrate your breakthrough to the demigod. After that, Su Shi took out a jar of immortal wine with strong spiritual power from his personal space, poured a small cup for himself and a large cup for Red Dragon. Red Dragon was struck by lightning. Looking at this scene, he was stunned for a long time, and his appearance seemed to be somewhat moved. Thank you, thank you. Red Dragon drank it all excitedly. It found that this cup of immortal wine was very effective and even beneficial to the growth of the demigod body. So, Red Dragon asked curiously, what kind of wine is this? It's nothing, it's just a medicinal wine soaked in the real dragon immortality medicine, Su Shi replied. Real dragon? Rex Sanchez blinked. In this world, there should be no wine soaked with red dragon, should there be no? A cup of warm real dragon medicinal wine was drunk. Red Dragon felt cold inside. Finally, the red dragon turned his anger into appetite and drank all the true dragon immortal wine. He was drunk. He was unconscious. His sleeping posture was funny. Su Shi glanced at the red dragon's residence, then looked at the dragon body, left some cultivation resources for it, and then traveled through space back to Yinshan City. Later, time continued to pass. With the increase in the number of simulations and the hard practice in reality, Su Shi's strength gradually reached a limit. There are multiple extraordinary systems coexisting in his body. He can see the way forward, but he can't reach the pinnacle of the highest. Whether it's cultivation or magic, no matter what system, it's stuck at the step before the highest, or even a more distant realm. No matter what, he can't become the highest. Is it lack of time? Or lack of tempering? Su Shi thought for a long time and felt that it was related to the simulator on his body. He returned to the sea of possibilities again. He tried to climb the path. He felt that the key to achieving the highest might be this path. But he failed. No matter what Su Shi did, he still couldn't get close to the path as before. It seemed that he was lacking something to complete the final ascent. What exactly is missing? Strength? Heart? Personality? Or time? Su Shi called out the simulator panel and stared at it for a long time. Every word on it, including the corners of the screen, they were all in the most familiar postures to him, without any changes, except for the natural cooling time of the number of simulations. That was a real-time cooling of 10,000 days. It was so long that it made people helpless. Because the time was too long, Su Shi's new number of simulations was exchanged for extraordinary items. Could it be this? Su Shi thought for a while, guessing that this might be the correct answer. Brother's guess is very likely to come true. I agree with the teacher's point of view. In that case, I will wait with the gentleman. Master, do you want some soup? In short, I will protect the wizard. After listening to Su Shi's guess, the 5 girls felt that it made sense and decided to wait together. They were also curious. Su Shi's omnipotent reincarnation. What is its truth and essence? In order to end the 10,000 day countdown as soon as possible, Su Shi reduced the number of simulations. Spend more time on the earth in the real world. But occasionally, he would accompany the girls to relax briefly in the simulation. Compared to the real world, life simulation has many conveniences, such as being able to choose the heavens you want to go to at will, and there is no real threat to life. Brother, can you go with me once? It seemed like an appointment in advance. No one else showed up, only Su Moli, who asked Su Shi for a simulation on a bright and beautiful morning. Of course, Su Shi agreed with a smile. Not long after, Su Shi started the life simulation and came to a mortal world with Su Moli. There are no immortal cultivators, no magicians, and no warriors or wizards here. Plain and simple. There is nothing special, only mortals are living. Su Shi and Su Moli stayed there temporarily, living a mortal life as mortals, plain and tasteless, as if dreaming back to the early days of the first simulation. Brother, will you think I'm weird? No. Hearing Su Shi's answer, Su Moli smiled slightly. She sat on the old wooden door sill, drawing circles with her fingers. It was a hot summer day, and the heat was rolling. The pedestrians in the city were all walking in a hurry. Su Moli looked at this scene, and chuckled to explain to Su Shi why she chose such a mortal world. Brother, do you still remember? When we were in the amusement park, Brother said that he always felt sorry for me. Because Brother felt that life in Blackstone City was too poor. Brother wanted me to live a better life, wanted me to be happy, wanted me to have endless candy, so he took me to Tianjian sect. But the beautiful figure sat on the doorsill. The feet that used to swing back and forth because of the height difference, now because of the increase in leg length, can only touch the ground. The voice echoed, containing thousands of thoughts. There is regret, hatred, love, and hurt. Brother, I'm always a burden to you. When we were in Blackstone City, I was a lot of trouble. When we were in Heavenly Sword Sect, I was a burden to you. I really don't want to be like this. The girl's expression was a little lonely, and her figure began to tilt, and her head naturally rested on Sushi's shoulder. Since then, I have been thinking. If there were no disasters from heaven, if there were no immortal cultivators, would my life and my brother's life be better? Live a mortal life in a mortal state. Hearing this, Sushi already understood the girl's purpose in choosing the mortal world. He reached out his hand and rubbed the top of the girl's head. It's a very willful idea. But brother will agree to Emily, right? Yes. I knew that brother treats me the best, the fairy said with a slightly naughty tone, and the arc of her mouth was very beautiful. She became more unscrupulous. She hugged Sushi's arm directly. She said her thoughts that had not changed since childhood. Life is too troublesome. Emily just wants to be with her brother. She doesn't need friends and doesn't want to consider anything else. Brother, it hurts. Sushi reluctantly retracted his fingers, and his tone was preachy. Emily, besides me, you still have to consider something else. No one's life is destined to exist for another person. I know, the girl nodded obediently. As for whether it was a real agreement or a fake agreement, only she knew it. Plain. Quiet. The light and shadow of childhood have long faded. But today, because of the light spots leaking through the gaps between the leaves and the brother accompanying her, the grey world has become colorful again. Su Moli lives a happy life. Forget all the troubles. Forget all the sorrows. Immerse yourself in a world with only her and Sushi. Everyone has a utopia defined by themselves in their hearts. Sushi looked up at the sky and gently stroked his sister's soft long hair, thinking that this might be his sister's utopia. It has nothing to do with the supreme cultivation of immortals. It is a precious fantasy that Su Moli, a mortal, has been thinking about and longing for countless years. Spend more time with Moli. The too dazzling sunlight made Sushi's eyes narrowed slightly, and while thinking, he had already made plans for the future. At night, Sushi cooked a table of delicious dishes with his skillful techniques. The ingredients are not special, just some common vegetables, but under the blessing of magical cooking skills, the surface of the oily dishes shimmers with a faint golden light. Su Moli sat at the dining table. Looking at the glowing dishes on the table, he fell into deep thought. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I'm still surprised. How good is your cooking, brother? Just ordinary ingredients can have such a magical effect. The girl frowned. Puzzled, she chewed the food cooked by Sushi. Brother, can you teach me cooking? Of course, but why did you suddenly? Sushi was a little surprised. This was the first time that his sister proposed to him the idea of learning cooking, and Sushi was very curious why he suddenly thought of this. Su Moli's answer was very simple. She said that since she was a child, it has always been Sushi who cooked, and she felt bad in her heart. Brother, I'm grown up, so let me do cooking in the future. The girl laughed. She said that she would definitely make the most delicious dishes. Sushi was stunned by her confident look, and finally, he agreed to Su Moli's request. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. After dinner, Su Moli took the stove and decided to try his hand. Her cooking skills actually have a certain foundation, but they are not as profound as those of witches and mechanical servants, and she does not have Sushi's ability to glow. If my brother can do it, there is no reason why I can't. The girl muttered. After considering, thinking, and trying, she made a glowing dish for Sushi. About half an hour later, Sushi saw the following scene. The pot was filled with burnt smoke, the color of the dish was distorted and strange, and black bubbles were gurgling, like an indescribable monster from another world. The flames rose, and the walls were dark. There was an unpleasant and pungent smell that penetrated into the nostrils little by little. Sushi laughed. He neither criticized Emily's cooking skills nor scolded her harshly. He just comforted her in a tactful tone. It's okay, Emily. I believe that one day, your cooking skills will catch up with mine. Afterwards, Sushi and Su Moli cleaned the stove together and cleaned it. In a corner that Sushi could not see, Su Moli silently forgot one of the strategies in 108 strategies to capture a man's heart. Seizing a man's stomach is equivalent to seizing his heart. This strategy is not wrong, but unfortunately, the girl could not find the possibility of success. The subsequent days were still plain and ordinary. In his spare time, Sushi would sit at home and chat with Su Moli, listening to their respective stories after the first simulation, or leave home and go to the market in the city, and go to the mountains and forests, relying on inhuman experience, to collect some mountain things that can be exchanged for money. Time is silent. Years leave no trace. Gradually, people nearby knew about the existence of Sushi's brother and sister. Some farmers sent fruits and vegetables to show their friendship. There were also people who were arrogant and wanted to do something illegal when they saw that there were only two people. However, such ideas are often not implemented. The parties involved disappeared tragically. Brother Shi, you are so lucky. Wang Erhu is a well-known villain in the surrounding area. Fortunately, he was taken away by the gods and could not harm you. An old man sighed and said that the sky has eyes. Su Shi was chatting with the old man and agreed, yes, the gods bless you. Then, who is this god? Su Shi, who has both the status of a true immortal and a god, found it too difficult to guess. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed since I came to this mortal world. It was a hot summer. It officially entered the period of the great heat. The scorching sun seemed to ignite the air. It was stuffy and suffocating. People wore thin clothes just to seek a little coolness in the heat wave. The cicadas chirped in the ears, and the summer was green. Even if they wore cloth shoes and straw sandals, the scorching road still made people miserable. Sushi also reduced the number of times he went out. Most of the time, he would rest at home, chewing watermelon with his sister, watching the summer heat waves hitting the treetops, waiting for the amazing intersection of red and green. Brother, this watermelon is so sweet. He gently held the cold watermelon. After taking a bite, he felt a crunchy texture, and a sweet taste flowed into his mouth, bursting with the taste of his teeth. The girl ate sweetly and happily. Because of the fast speed, a large circle of water stains and a small amount of red fruit foam were stained on the edge of her mouth. Sushi wiped the corners of the girl's mouth. Then, he also picked up a slice of watermelon and ate it with Sumoli. Well, it's really sweet. The blue sky, the hot air, and the hot world left only the sound of green leaves rubbing against each other, and occasionally there would be reptiles flying. Everything seemed like a replica of the old days. The former black stone city. The brother and sister also held a slice of watermelon each. But at that time, Sumoli was only 4 or 5 years old, and her legs were not as long as the threshold. And now, she has fulfilled her former wish. She successfully grew taller, and accompanied Sushi with a mature attitude, sharing Sushi's worries and paving the way for Sushi. Brother, I'm sleepy. Sumoli was very full. After eating, she fell into Sushi's arms skillfully, looking sleepy. That posture was very similar to that of the robot servant, which made Sushi feel that the loyal robot servant might have led his sister astray invisibly. Then take a nap. He did not reveal the girl's thoughts. Sushi wiped his palms with a clean cloth, and then gently wiped Sumoli's face with a gentle force to wipe off the remaining watermelon juice. The summer was quiet and the atmosphere was lazy. With the sound of cicadas, the girl who was just pretending to sleep gradually felt sleepy. She lay in Sushi's arms. She made a slight sound of rest. Sushi adjusted his sitting position to let Sumoli sleep more comfortably, and gently stroked the girl's hair on her forehead with his fingers, slowly soothing her uneasy heart. The heat of summer turned the outside world into a furnace, continuously scorching everything. But Sushi sat in the cool room with Sumoli, in a small space with only 2 people, successfully avoiding all the sunburn. She hasn't changed at all. Molly, she still relies on me so much. There is a market in the city. It is held regularly. All kinds of goods and food are displayed in the market for people to choose from. Because the sun is too strong during the day and makes people listless, the market is held at night. It has become a night market. Gentle breezes swept across the sky above the river, passed through the gaps between many buildings, and finally fell into the night market. The noise of people and the aroma of food were all spread to farther places. Emily, do you want to buy anything? At night, the moon was high. Sushi took Emily into the market. It was very lively here, with vendors shouting everywhere. Under the deep night, lanterns lit up the ancient city. Sushi himself didn't want to buy anything, so he looked at the girl following closely beside him. The night fell. The female fairy who used to be decisive in killing was also in trouble at this moment. Brother, let's keep walking forward. There were no items of interest around. Sumoli wanted to keep moving forward. After that, she took Sushi's hand and ran boldly into the depths of the market. While running, lanterns passed by on both sides, forming a continuous stream of light in the corners of the eyes. It was the rising flames, through the different colors of lantern skins, forming a hazy halo. The lanterns swayed, like stars, illuminating the street performers who were performing, and the stalls on both sides of the ancient street. Children were playing and running, adults were choosing goods, and the fireworks of the world slowly drifted away, soothing every tired heart. Brother, Sumoli stopped. Her eyes were like a pool of clear water, without impurities, clear and transparent. Sushi followed the girl's gaze and saw the candied Haas vendor walking. The bunches of red candies were like the sweet and sour fireworks shining in the night. They were carried by vendors and sold everywhere in a solidified state. Brother, I want to eat that, Sumoli said. Her fingers gently pulled the corner of Sushi's clothes. She blinked her eyes, waiting for Sushi to buy candy for her like when she was a child. Okay, I got it. Sushi nodded and walked towards the vendor not far away. When she came back, she had several more strings of candied Haas in her hand. The thin and crispy sugar-coated shell wrapped the red hawthorns in a transparent state. Bright and tempting. Here. Sushi handed all the candied Haas in his hand to Sumoli. The girl was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Brother, have one too. Sumoli took one out and stuffed it into Sushi's hand. She smiled. She felt that her brother was too stupid. He bought so many candied Haas, but gave them all to her, leaving none for himself. Such a brother is really worrying. Who knows when he will be eaten up by those people? Then I will accept Emoli's kindness. Sushi accepted the candied Haas while the girl was thinking about it. Seeing this, Sumoli was relieved and tasted it carefully. Snap. The candy shell was bitten by teeth. The sweet and crispy sugar coating and the sour and refreshing flesh hit the tongue at the same time, bringing a delicious echo. Is it delicious, Emoli? Yeah, delicious. The girl looked at Sushi and replied, because it is my brother's candy, it is especially delicious. Is that so? Sushi was stunned and his expression softened. Under the reflection of the lanterns, he stretched out his palm and gently stroked the girl's head. Then I will take it seriously. It's the truth, Sumoli added. As she spoke, she pulled Sushi and continued to walk forward. There was still a long time before the market closed, and the girl had many things to do with sushi, to see, to listen, to experience. No one else can replace it. It can only be the stupid brother in front of him. Emily, wait a minute. While strolling, Sushi suddenly stopped, half-crouched, and bought a fragrant hairpin from a stall. He walked behind Emily. He rolled up her black hair. He tied it up and fixed it with a hairpin. When the girl walked, the tiny ornaments on the hairpin would also sway slightly. Well, that's good. Sushi nodded with satisfaction, stepped back a few steps, and admired his sister's current appearance from a wider perspective. He thought, this looks good. Especially in the night market environment, there are lanterns hanging everywhere, which is particularly contrasted with this hairpin, further highlighting Emily's beauty. What do you think, Emily? Sushi asked. Very beautiful. The girl carefully reached out to touch the hairpin on her head, running her fingertips over the lines, feeling the cold touch. The next moment, Emily's expression was full of smiles, bright and happy. That kind of smile. Even Sushi rarely sees it. The market is over. After buying the hairpin, Sushi took Emily to watch some acrobatic performances and bought some special food. The scene was very lively, full of the joy of people. Sushi liked it. Emily liked Sushi's like. However, such a lively night market is not held every day. Most of the time, the people in the city will go to bed early at a certain time. After returning to a dull life, Sushi was busy with another thing at home. Under the curious eyes of the girl, Sushi first found a wide dustpan, then took a large amount of wheat grains, cleaned them, and evenly spread them on the cloth of the dustpan. Brother, what are you doing? Emily was puzzled. I'm preparing maltose, which is the material for making maltose. Sushi did not hide it and told the truth directly. But such an answer made the girl more confused. Maltose is not expensive, why don't you buy it directly? Outside the house, the shadows of the trees in summer are mottled. When the breeze blows, there are bursts of rustling sounds. The white clouds in the sky floated slowly. Sushi was in the shadow of the corner of the house, sprinkling more water on the wheat seeds in the winnowing basket to keep them moist. After finishing all this, he turned and looked at Molly. Molly, I remember you said that you thought it was especially delicious because I gave you the candy. But I thought about it for a long time, and this is not right. Sushi paused slightly, with a gentle and warm smile on his face. In fact, I didn't do anything. I just bought candy made by others, and I got all your likes. This is too perfunctory. So I thought, try to make candy myself. Sushi's voice was very light. It was still the tenderness in the girl's memory. It has never changed. It will not change. It was obviously a trivial matter, but he kept it in his heart and put it into action for the girl today. Brother is too stupid. He can't do it well. Molly had thousands of words to say, but they were all choked up at his lips. In the end, he only said this sentence. A little hoarse, a little trembling. Delicious candy, when eaten, often only needs one bite. But it takes a lot of time to make it. Hualala. Hualala. Sushi evenly spread the wheat seeds on the winnowing basket. Because they absorbed enough water, small new sprouts emerged the next day. After that, it is a fixed daily sprinkler. Maintain a certain humidity. Brother, how long will it take? The girl asked curiously. About 5 days. Inside the house, in a cool and ventilated corner, Sushi sprinkled water on the wheat seeds. Wait until the malt grows denser and fills this winnowing basket. The clear water fell on the wheat seeds, making a slight crackling sound. Along the green little new sprouts. Tick, tick. It dripped into the winnowing basket below and seeped into the gaps in the winnowing basket, forming a small pool of wet marks. Molly lay behind Sushi and watched, gradually lost in thought, as if all his thoughts and ideas were gone with the falling water drops. Only the joy for the person in front of him remained, and the inexplicable expectation. Brother, let me help too, the girl suddenly said with a smile. Her face was bare but flushed with excitement. 5 days later, all the wheat seeds on the surface of the winnowing basket grew slender green sprouts, lush and dense, filling up the entire space on the winnowing basket. From a distance, it looked like a lawn. Brother, what should we do next? We need to cook glutinous rice. Sushi soaked the glutinous rice in advance. He washed it, turned it over, and finally, together with Molly, poured it into a huge iron pot and boiled it over a fire. When the rice is cooked, mix it with malt and you can squeeze out the sugar juice. Sushi explained to the girl. He walked towards the winnowing basket. The malt grew well, emerald green, and in the golden sunlight of the hot summer, it seemed that every one of them was shining. Every grain of wheat seed was firmly rooted in the cloth that had been laid out in advance. Fortunately, Sushi was quite strong. He pulled out the malt one by one, throwing it into a basin, mixing it with clean water and washing it, picking out some bad buds. Molly followed Sushi's example and half knelt down to wash and pick the malt. As his 10 fingers moved, water splashed and fell on his skin. The slight coolness just offset the summer heat. When the picking and washing was finished, Sushi took out a clean cloth. He wrapped the girl's hands and wiped them dry carefully, including the gaps between his fingers. Thank you, brother. Molly thanked him with a smile. He put his hands, which had been wiped dry but still cool, on Sushi's face, claiming that he was helping Sushi drive away the summer heat. Well, Sushi reluctantly believed it. He bent his fingers and flicked his sister's forehead, then picked up a full pot of malt. He walked into the kitchen. These plucked malts cannot be used directly. They must be chopped with a knife and chopped into extremely fine pieces before the subsequent juicing process can be carried out. Soon, a noisy pa-pa-pa sound was heard in the kitchen. Su Shi held a kitchen knife and chopped the malt quickly. Su Moli sat not far away, waiting for Su Shi to finish. She actually wanted to help. But Su Shi refused. Brother is getting stupider and stupider, the girl whispered, feeling funny. He's actually worried that I'll get too close and get hurt by the knife. She is the supreme that transcends the endless world. How could she be hurt by a small kitchen knife? What's more, even those who have just entered the practice would not take this kind of knife made of ordinary iron seriously. Really? The girl complained, but there was no dissatisfaction on her face. She smiled softly and happily. About 2 hours later, the chopped malt and the cooked glutinous rice were mixed together by Su Shi. Mix thoroughly and mix them together. This is a process that sounds easy, but is actually very tiring. The glutinous rice and malt that absorb water become extremely heavy. It is a huge test for the arm muscles to mix them evenly. I kind of miss my body in the real world. During the stirring process, Su Shi couldn't help but sigh as he felt the numbness and fatigue in his arms. Even a focused magician, after stepping into the extraordinary, his physical strength will be much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he will not become so tired. Fortunately, this work only needs to be done once. After the malt and glutinous rice are fully mixed, Su Moli handed Su Shi a large piece of cloth, spread it with both hands, and Su Shi covered the malt with this cloth. The next thing to do is to wait for 8 hours of fermentation. Su Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his hands. He only felt sore muscles, which was particularly refreshing. Brother, Su Moli brought Su Shi a bowl of water. Thanks, Moli. Su Shi drank it all in one gulp, and felt that the water became sweet after the tiring physical work. Brother, can sugar be produced by doing this? Well, a little later, Moli can eat sugar. Is maltose a rare treasure? Not really. It is just a snack between ordinary people. It is not precious, let alone valuable. But the girl felt the gentle love, looked at the figure of the person she loved, and became more and more looking forward to the formation of maltose. Maybe it will become her treasure. A treasure that belongs only to Su Moli. If it doesn't taste good, I will eat it all, brother. That won't work. Su Shi stroked the top of the girl's head and tapped her with extremely subtle force. If it doesn't taste good, I will make another one. Don't force yourself. I know, brother. Su Moli agreed obediently. Those clear and evasive eyes and the hands that have nowhere to put make people feel very cute. 8 hours. It's long, but it's also short. When the 8 hours are over, it's already dusk. The setting sun turns into molten gold and sprinkles on the earth, covering everything with the last sunset. In the orange-red color that dyes half of the world, Su Shi lifted the curtain. The fermented malt glutinous rice is wrapped in gauze, pressed and squeezed to make juice, so that the filtered malt juice flows into the iron pot and is boiled over high heat. Crack, crack. The firewood burns, crackling non-stop. Not long after, the malt juice changes from clear and bright at the beginning to turbid and unclear, and changes to the color in Su Shi's memory. These floating foams must be scooped up. Su Shi stirred and boiled the sugar while removing impurities in the pot. Bubbling, sticky. The boiling sugar juice was pulled into threads with the movement of the spatula. Gradually, it showed an amber-like precipitation color. Well, it's almost done now. Su Shi nodded slightly, took out a pair of chopsticks, stirred and pulled up quickly in the pot, and the sticky syrup solidified in the air to form a large piece of maltose. Emoli, try it and see how it tastes. Yes, brother. Su Emoli took the chopsticks, stared at the maltose on it for a moment. With lips slightly parted, he held the freshly made candy in his mouth, savoring the sweetness. Brother, this candy is delicious. Su Moli's face was filled with happiness, and the warmth illuminated everything around him. Brother's candy is fragrant and sweet. Moli likes it very much. I like the candy made by brother. Sweet is a word with a left-right structure. The left side is the tongue. The right side is sweet. In a simple way, it shows that sweetness is the feeling of the tongue and mouth. However, Su Moli never thought that. The sweetness that enters from the tongue and mouth can also penetrate into people's hearts, permeate the internal organs, and make people indulge in it. Every time he tastes a mouthful, there will be long-forgotten past events, flashing back like a movie, appearing in his mind. The first mouthful, Su Moli saw a thin figure. He faced the scorching sun like a hero, stepped over the thorns, and bravely rescued the helpless baby girl. The second mouthful, Su Moli saw the figure of a teenager. He worked hard and was busy every day, just to make the girl's living environment better. The third mouthful, Su Moli saw the figure of a young man. He became haggard, regretting his powerlessness and hating that he could not help the girl escape the inevitable fate of death. The past faded away. Reality returned. Su Moli stared at the important figure that he would never forget, and felt a little sour in his eyes. Thank you for your love, Emoli. With your evaluation, I feel more at ease. Su Shi reached out and gently stroked the girl's head. His voice was gentle. It blended with the quietness of the summer night, making people feel at ease. In general, the production of maltose this time was a very smooth success. Looking at his sister's joyful look, Su Shi felt that he could replicate maltose once he returned to the real world. But So much maltose, it is definitely impossible to eat it all at once. Looking at the large amount of syrup in the iron pot, Sushi thought about it, found a container of suitable size, poured the syrup one by one, and waited for it to cool naturally and take shape, and then sealed it all up. Prepare to keep it as a snack for his sister in the future. Well, let's do it this way first. When it's not enough, boil another pot. Time passed quickly, and another month passed in a blink of an eye. Life has not changed. It is still calm and ordinary. Sushi sat at the door of his house, together with Emily, watching the changes of the 4 seasons and the busyness of people. It is now the end of summer. The sun in the sky is no longer so hot but warm and bright, hanging in the blue sky, lighting the way for every pedestrian. Brother, what do you think? At the end of that road, the sky suddenly darkened. A cool breeze blew. Su Moli half squinted his eyes and asked Sushi curiously. I don't know either. Maybe it's a simple road, or maybe it's a little-known truth. Sushi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. That's why. He wanted to climb up and see, to witness the ultimate truth behind all the things and simulations along the way. Summer is over. A rainstorm came, washing away the dust between heaven and earth, taking away all the heat, leaving only a cool autumn. The wind caressed the outline of the sun, making it soft and blurred. Then, the golden sun diffused, shining on the rich scene in the fields, illuminating the faces of farmers with open arms. Everything became silent and deep. Fallen leaves covered the road. Sushi and Su Moli left home and walked on a secluded path in the forest, looking down from above at the harvest below and the golden joy. It's so similar. Sushi's eyes moved, looking forward, backward, left and right. He found that entering the forest in autumn was quite similar to the Tianjian sect in the first simulation. At that time, Su Moli's body was terminally ill. His face was pale, his legs were weak, and even walking was a problem. He could only rely on Sushi's full support to barely walk half a circle. What are you thinking about, brother? The girl saw that Sushi was distracted and asked curiously. I think of the time when you were sick, Moli. Sushi replied. The girl thought for a while, and then laughed and made a suggestion. She wanted to be supported by Sushi to walk for a while like before. Sushi agreed to the girl's willfulness. He stretched out his hands. Support the body. The two strolled together on the mountain road covered with autumn leaves. Such a familiar experience. Although it happened a long time ago, when I think about it now, it seems like it was just yesterday. The girl's expression changed, reflecting a trance in the autumn. She remembered clearly what state she was in at that time. Her steps were slow, her body staggered, and every step she took was painful. But now, it will never be like that again. She is no longer a burden to her brother. As the supreme girl, she has the confidence to clear obstacles for Sushi and accomplish everything he wants to do. Then, she will enjoy the warmth and care more and more greedily. Brother, can you carry me? I'm a little sleepy. The girl lied with ease. Sushi laughed. Okay. Just like when they were little, Sushi carried the girl on his back and let her lie on his back to rest. 1 step, 2 steps. The pace of walking became slower. Slow down so as not to affect the sister resting on his back. I knew that my brother is the best to me. Feeling the steadiness and stability, Su Moli's eyebrows curved, smiling, and she felt very happy. It's great. The life now, the life alone with my brother, is so good. I don't want to leave, I don't want to go back. I just want to stay in this moment forever. Maybe the safe environment has a sleep-inducing effect. Lying on Sushi's back, Su Moli's eyes gradually narrowed, and she felt sleepiness coming. Slowly, she fell asleep. There was no coughing up blood, no coma, just the most normal sleep. In a semi-conscious and semi-confused state, the girl vaguely realized that someone's clothes seemed to cover her back. Warm and familiar. She's sleeping pretty soundly. On the way home, Sushi glanced at his sister's sleeping posture and felt that she was drowsy and didn't have the temperament of a cold female swordsman. However, this was the Su Moli that Sushi knew well. She should sleep for a long time. I'll cook after we get home so that Moli can have hot meals. The autumn sun was warm and gentle. It was golden and warm on the body. The hero carried the sleeping girl on his back and returned to their small home. With skillful movements, he prepared tonight's meals for the girl, as well as slightly cool sugar water to relieve fatigue. When the girl woke up, she saw this scene. The important brother sat at the dining table and waved to her. On the table was a steaming rich meal with both meat and vegetables. The brother said, "Are you awake, Moli? Come and eat together." It was like an unreal dream. Hazy and beautiful. Su Moli was in a daze for a long, long time. Yes, brother. She wiped away her tears and smiled. Winter is coming. When Sushi realized this, he was walking home in the stone alley after buying food. The leaves were falling and snowflakes were falling. Looking up, you can see the flying snow and the bare branches. The dead branches were intertwined, dividing the snow-white sky. There was a hazy sense of fragmentation, presenting an incomplete beauty. Winter. Calculate the time, this simulation has been over for half a year. Sushi stared at the snow. When breathing, the hot air and cold air blended to form a clear white mist. After sighing, Sushi quickened his pace. Prepare to return home before the snow falls heavily. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind whistled, rolling up pieces of snowflakes, more violent than a storm, occupying the world in front of him in an instant, and spread a shallow layer on the surface of the road. Someone blocked the wind and snow for Sushi. Brother. The girl was holding an oil paper umbrella and waiting at the corner of the intersection. She trotted forward and used the umbrella to block the wind and snow. Fortunately, I'm here. The girl's tone was slightly complacent. Otherwise, my brother would definitely catch a cold. Su-shi laughed. I didn't think it through. I didn't expect it to snow suddenly. As he said that, Su-shi took the oil paper umbrella. The umbrella was slightly tilted, blocking the snowflakes from the outside at just the right angle. Two figures walked in the snow, side by side. They walked delicately and slowly. They walked gently and silently. When walking, clear footprints were left on the road, but soon, new snowflakes filled the gaps. We're home, Emily. 5 or 6 minutes later, Su-shi saw the familiar outline of the house. Push the door and enter the house. Su-shi folded the oil paper umbrella, placed it at the door, and boiled a cup of warm water for himself and his sister. The doors and windows were slightly closed to prevent the wind and snow from entering the house. Su-shi drank the warm water, and felt the heat pass through the wall of the cup and into his slightly cold hands. Gilyalo. Su-moli sat next to Su-shi, drinking warm water. She watched the outside world with Su-shi. The wind was like a beast, sweeping the snowflakes all over the sky. Endless white snow swirled in the sky, covering the thousands of mountains and seas in the mortal world. Emily, be careful not to catch a cold. When the girl was distracted, Su-shi put a robe on her. Thank you, brother. The girl laughed and wrapped herself tightly in the robe without hesitation. When she finished drinking the water in the cup, she poured it into Su-shi's arms. She twisted her body restlessly, adjusted a more comfortable lying position for herself. Where did you learn this from? Su-shi looked helpless. Su-moli's answer was as expected. It was still the book 108 Strategies to Capture a Man's Heart, by the female disciple of the Dan Hall of the Tianjian sect, and she was still exerting her strength. Don't read that book in the future, you will be led astray. Su-shi tapped Su-moli's forehead. I am already an adult, brother, I will not be led astray. Su-moli argued a little. She was indeed not led astray. She took the initiative to learn. Su-shi saw through the girl's thoughts, so he flicked the little head in his arms again. It hurts. The snowy day was long and silent. The sky and the earth were all white. Endless wind and snow extended from one end of the earth to the distant horizon and intersected with the sky. Su-shi sat in the house, gently stroking Su-moli's hair. His fingertips shuttled through the soft hair, helping the girl to comb out the tiny snowflakes on it. At the same time, it was also with this gentle comfort. Relieve the non-existent pain. The snow is so heavy. Brother, I remembered something. What is it? When I was in Blackstone City, my brother told me a story that children who went out casually would be caught and eaten by savages, with pointed heads and black teeth. Su-shi remembered. In the early stage of the first simulation, before joining the Tianjian sect, when Su-moli was young, he often ran out of the house to look for Su-shi because he missed Su-shi. So, Su-shi at that time, tell the girl a horror story. All children who leave home will be captured and eaten. At that time, little Emily believed it without a doubt. She was trembling with fear and cried for a long time in Su-shi's arms. That was a long time ago. Su-shi loosened his hand, and his long black hair was combed clean by him, without any snow grains. But someone didn't want Su-shi to do this. She took the initiative to hold Su-shi's wrist, lowered her head, and let the warmth of his palm once again pass through the ends of her hair and reach the depths of her soul. Brother, you have to compensate for lying. What compensation? Punish brother to hold me tight. Su-shi was about to say something, but he stopped. A thought flashed through his mind. How many years will the female disciple of the Dan Hall who lent out 108 strategies to capture a man's heart have to burn firewood to make up for the mistake of leading her sister astray? 100 million years? Or eternity? Okay, I got it. Su-shi stretched out his hands and gently hugged the girl's body, half circle and half ring, creating a small world for her. The girl was very satisfied with this, and the smile on her face was brighter than ever. Happy. Blissful. Let her thoughts immerse in this moment. It's so good. With her head buried in Su-shi's arms, the girl's eyes couldn't see anything. She only knew that she was wrapped in warmth and didn't need to consider anything. This was the support she thought about day and night. In the cold winter, they were the only ones who could snuggle together for warmth. I really want time to stay at this moment forever. Always, always. Forever, forever. Will brother feel bored? In such a world. Su-moli turned over in Su-shi's arms, looked into each other's eyes, and asked such a question. No, Su-shi shook his head. His voice was still as gentle as Su-moli's memory, which made people feel at ease and bitter. I think it's good this way. A peaceful life is the most precious thing, not to mention that you, Emily, are with me. Brother, you are like this again. What? Only thinking about others and not considering yourself is not good, brother. The one who wanted to stay in this world was never Su-shi, but Su-moli herself. She knew. She had always known. Su-shi stayed in this world to accompany her. That was unreserved, selfless, and pure good. Brother, let's go back. Su-moli stood up from Su-shi's arms. She was very happy that she could get Su-shi's tenderness, and because of this, she didn't want to become Su-shi's bondage while enjoying that beauty. Go back? So suddenly? Su-shi was surprised. The girl put her fingers on her chin and explained, Brother, don't you want to go to that path? The waiting time of 10,000 days does not count here. I'm not a barbarian who has to pester you. Of course I won't waste your time. What's more, Su-moli frowned, His voice became subtle, and Sushi faintly heard a few words. Queue up, urgent, 1 against 4. How to leave this simulated world. Sushi's first thought was to commit suicide, but his sister disagreed. She claimed that there was a better way. Sword. With a light grasp of his bare hands, a blood-stained wooden sword quietly emerged, returning with the supreme status. Su-Moli cut through infinite time and space, opening up a path to the outside world for Sushi. At the same time, there were 4 other supreme powers. They attacked from the outside world. The inside and outside sounded together, the chaos tore apart, and the vast sea of possibilities of time and space was gathered and presented to Sushi again. The path still existed, emitting a bright white light. It was just the same as before. Sushi still couldn't get close to that road. Brother, let's go. Su-Moli continued to open up, directly cutting the white line of the simulated world, and forcibly jumping out of the sea of time and space. On the way, 4 supreme fluctuations continued to echo, for positioning and guidance. The source was the Earth in the real world. Ding. The simulation is about to end. Please return to the simulated world to ensure the normal progress of the simulation. Soon, Su-Moli's series of actions drew a reaction from the life simulator. Remind and inform Sushi. If he continues to leave the simulation world, he will be forced to end, which will greatly reduce the simulation evaluation and rewards. Sushi ignored it directly. This simulation itself was not for the reward. I didn't expect that there is such a way to end the simulation. Looking at the time and space double images flying on both sides, Sushi was very emotional. Sure enough. Ending the simulation with death. It is the wrong way to open it. Ding. You have left the simulation time and space. This simulation is forced to end. Simulation evaluation is being calculated, and simulation rewards are being generated. Achievements, none. Simulation summary, none. Simulation evaluation, E. Host, please choose one of the following 3 rewards, which will be issued immediately after selection. 1. Hairpins at the night market. 2. Uneaten maltos. 3. Crisp and sweet watermelon. Are you back? His eyes opened and closed, and the infinite light and shadows gathered into an instant, all turning into a familiar courtyard. Sushi lowered his head. He looked at his hands, opened and clenched them. Many extraordinary powers emerged, lingering around the immortal status of the gods, truly reminding Sushi that he had indeed returned from the simulation world. I actually succeeded. After muttering to himself, Sushi called out the simulator panel. It seems that because there was really nothing to count in this simulation, the settlement speed of the simulator was exceptionally fast, the fastest simulation so far. A-level evaluation, it's expected. As for the simulation reward, Sushi felt that it would be better to choose the hairpin, but he thought about it and didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he turned to look at Su-Moli beside him. After the simulation was forced to end, Moli also came back. At this moment, he was talking with Krisha and others. I don't know what he was talking about, sometimes frowning, sometimes stretching. Moli, come here. Okay, brother. Su-Moli trotted to Sushi's side. Moli, about this, reincarnation, I can take out an item, what do you want? Is that so? Then The girl thought for a moment. Give the same answer as Sushi. She wanted a hairpin, and wanted Sushi to help her put it on again in the real world. Okay. Sushi readily agreed and directly selected the hairpin in option 1. The text on the simulator panel quickly disappeared, and instead, a hairpin appeared in Sushi's hand. The hairpin was made of wood. The pattern was simple, with tiny decorations. There was nothing special about it. But because she liked the person who gave her the hairpin, the girl also liked this hairpin. It was a precious memory and a precious affection. Well, that's good. She rolled up her long hair and put the hairpin on Emily. Sushi was just feeling satisfied when he suddenly felt a gaze from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Kryza looking at him expressionlessly. Teacher, I also want you. The witch said something extremely misleading in a calm tone. Sushi heard the witch's true meaning. She wanted the same time alone. She wanted the same precious gift. Kryza was not good at expressing herself, but all her emotions had already burst out in her flying gray-silver hair, which sparkled with her beautiful eyes. This was a rare active request from Kryza, and Sushi didn't want to refuse. Okay, he agreed. Unlike Su-Moli, Kryza didn't have a particular world she wanted to go to. She thought blankly for a long time. In the end, she chose a fantasy world that was similar to the magic side, but different. There is magic, steam, and dragons. There are no gods. When Sushi asked why she chose this, Kryza answered. Magic and steam engines are familiar. Dragons can bleed. Gods are an eyesore. It was well reasoned and convincing. After resting on Earth for a while, Sushi started the life simulator again and entered the chosen fantasy world with Kryza. Huge and roaring steam monsters crawled on the earth. Powerful fighting knights galloped in the wilderness. Mysterious magicians controlled the elements. Summoners who formed an army of one person summoned hundreds of beasts. There are all kinds of mysterious creatures here, and there are endless battles and adventures. It is a fantasy place that countless people dream of. But that has nothing to do with Sushi, even less with Kryza. The witch chose this place just because she felt that steam and magic were familiar, and there were dragons to plant grass. Teacher, please wait for me. The first day in the new world. Sushi and Kryza had just settled down. The witch left quickly, riding the wind away. When she returned, she had already grabbed the tail of a giant dragon in her hand, dragging the dragon's body like a hill behind her. Yes, the witch was alone. She caught an adult dragon with a body length of 100 meters. Teacher, we can plant dragon blood grass. The calm face was expressionless, but it seemed to be expecting something. Well done, Kryza. With Sushi's palm, he gently placed it on the witch's head and stroked her grey-silver long hair. The witch was finally satisfied. No, I am the great holy dragon's envy.But. You can't do this to me. The platinum dragon struggled in fear. It thought the witch was a fresh prey, but it never thought that it would be killed and subdued in an instant. Tap gently. Super weakened version. Ding, the young dragon fell asleep. At this point, the witch was finally satisfied. There is magic, steam, courtyards, and fresh dragon blood grass. Everything is the same as in Alanson City. The time for her and her mentor could finally begin. Ripples appeared, lights flickered, and a hazy and dreamy blue glow refracted from the necklace on Kryza's chest. Just like her mood. Krisha, shovel. The sun shines all over the earth, and everything is shining. In the garden of the newly purchased mansion, Sushi took the shovel and dug small shallow pits in the floor bead. The soil rolled down and was blown up by the wind with a faint smell of earth. Krisha, seeds. The witch moved quickly. She handed over the high-quality grass seeds that had been prepared in advance. They were evenly divided by Sushi and scattered into each shallow pit, and then backfilled with soil, padded one by one, but not overcompacted. Krisha, dragon blood. Yes, mentor. Finally, the witch handed over a large pot of fresh dragon blood. Sushi held the handle of the pot and poured it on the flower bead, allowing it to penetrate into the grass seeds and the soil. Well, that's it. Sushi nodded with satisfaction. He clapped his hands to shake off the dust and was very satisfied with the dragon blood grass he had arranged by himself. I hope that dragon can reform and stop hunting humans for blood. Sushi looked up. The sun shuttled between the blue sky and white clouds. The outline of the mountains was bright, the leaves of the grass and trees were distinct, and from afar, one could see the shadow of a panicked dragon fleeing in panic. It was not someone else. It was the platinum holy dragon envy.But who had attempted to hunt the witch before and was killed by the witch. Before leaving, the dragon vowed that it would never do such a thing again and would be a good dragon in the future. Therefore, Sushi gave it a chance. The dragon race has always been arrogant, I hope it won't be stupid, Sushi pondered. The current dragon blood was enough, but he didn't mind a few more buckets. Come in, Kryza, there are still many things to do today. Yes, mentor. Sushi took Kryza's slender white fingers and walked into the mansion. The location of the two was a slightly remote aristocratic manor. It was spacious, quiet, and elegantly decorated. It was bought by the witch in full. It was rich and powerful, no need to say more. The house was fully furnished, but people's living habits were different. If you want to officially move in, you still need to sort it out in a full stage. Teacher, let me do it. The water from the fountain rushed up high. In two arcs, they fell into the flowers on the left and right sides. Kryza was wearing a black and white dress, with ruffles dotted on the hem of her skirt, and her long grey-silver hair fell on her shoulders, with an indescribable quietness. She thought. Things like tidying up the house should not be done by Sushi. In response, Sushi just smiled. It's okay, Kryza, I just happen to have nothing to do. Although there are extraordinary powers in this world, Sushi does not intend to practice. This is useless and upside-down behavior. He conducted this simulation to accompany Kryza, not for anything else. Let's go, Kryza, I'll cook today. The witch was stunned, obviously not expecting Sushi to say that. She quickly reacted, trotting to keep up with Sushi, towards the warm sunshine, stepping on the long slanted shadow. It's not the city of Alanson. It's not the magic world. But the light of the sun is still bright, guiding the witch in the direction of progress. It didn't take too much time to tidy up the mansion. Neither Sushi nor Kryza was picky about the living environment. It was only to change the position of some furniture and clean the dust on the surface. The tidying work was over. After that, Sushi prepared a sumptuous meal. The sky outside the house was dark and heavy, and the afterglow of the setting sun was orange and red, like a brush, gently brushing everything on the surface. With the help of the residual light and the help of the witch, Sushi successfully completed the first dinner in the simulation world before the night fell. The aroma was floating and the heat was steaming, dispelling the coldness of the overly large house. What's wrong, Krisha? The witch stopped eating, and this abnormality attracted Sushi's attention. That's great, mentor. It's great to be with you like this. A few grey-silver hairs fell from Krisha's forehead. Strands of hair, swinging in front of the beautiful black, gold and red eyes. Those eyes, once bright and fragile, were filled with grey and dead silence. But now, Sushi saw his own figure in those eyes, as well as a faint flash of happiness. The witch was very happy. She was happy that she could be alone with Sushi. Although it was only a flash, Sushi really saw the ripples of the witch's emotions. There is still a lot of time, Kryza. Sushi's expression softened, and he put a thick piece of meat into Kryza's bowl. This behavior seemed to trigger something. Kryza tilted her head blankly, first looking at her own bowl, then looking at Sushi's bowl, and finally made a decision. Teacher, you eat this, and this, and this. In a short moment, Kryza piled a small mountain of food into Sushi's bowl. Then, she looked at Sushi with empty eyes. Thank you, Kryza. Only after hearing Sushi's amusing thanks did the witch eat her portion of food like a victorious general. This is very Kryza. It was late at night. Sushi was ready to go to sleep. The mansion stood in the hazy night. Through the window, he could see the shining constellations outside and a few wind-attributed monsters flying at high speed. Sushi only took a look and closed the curtains. Busy all day. With Sushi's mortal body in the simulation, it was natural to be tired. But, Kryza, aren't you leaving yet? In the room illuminated by the faint candlelight, Sushi looked at the witch in the corner. She was sitting quietly, and her indifferent expression revealed a bit of seriousness. Teacher, I need to protect your safety, the witch said. Your body is very fragile now. I must stay by your side to ensure that it is absolutely foolproof. Kryza was serious. She knew that death in the simulation world would not make Sushi really die, but she didn't want to see such a scene. The witch refused anything that would make Sushi suffer. Sushi laughed. No, Kryza. Didn't you set up a protective barrier in my room a long time ago that can resist any attack? Kryza shook her head. Not enough, far from enough. She wanted to stay in Sushi's room until Sushi woke up. If you only consider me, what about your rest, Kryza? Sushi advised gently. In the end, Sushi and Kryza reached a delicate balance. Let Kryza live in the next room, so that even if there is any danger, Kryza can react immediately. It's time to go to bed. After resolving the girls' worries, Sushi returned to the bedroom, and fell asleep quickly on the bed in the erosion of fatigue. The crescent moon wiped across the other side of the fog. Thoughts swept across the stars. Accompany the troubled thoughts into dreams. Teacher, a world without you is not the world I want. You lied to me. The power of love is not infinite at all. Without you, I can't do anything. Sushi was dreaming. The fragmented images, like twisted oil paintings, overlapped in a vortex. It was also like a dreamy colorful cloud. It intersected in the sky and rippled in the sea of stars. The interweaving of light and shadow reflected unknown desires and emerged real scenes. Sushi saw many pictures. White and boundless. He saw that after the second simulation, the witch with long gray and silver hair cried alone, venting her sadness in silence. The witch walked in the empty courtyard. She fell down because of confusion. She lost consciousness because of helplessness. In the end, the witch stood up by herself, because she knew that no one would help her up again. Sad, crying, regretful, shaking shoulders, constantly regretting her own powerlessness. If she could become stronger, could she save the tragedy? Let the lost warmth return to her again? Teacher, now, I can also use chopsticks very well. I will always wait for you to come back. Sushi witnessed everything about the witch, watching her travel alone in the magic world, watching her cry in sorrow and walk forward with strength, watching her endure loneliness and wait for reunion forever, as an undead monster, forever and ever, waiting for Sushi's return, waiting for the warm and bright light that illuminates her bleak life. It was dawn. The pale yellow sunlight penetrated the clouds, squeezed through the gap between the curtains with difficulty, and hit Sushi's face in a wisp of posture. Is it a dream? No, it's too real. It's just like a projection of the past. Sushi slowly stood up. Looking down at his palms, he fell into a long contemplation. Although he didn't understand why he could see Kryza's past, it seemed to be a real thing. Emotions or thoughts. Kryza in the dream, the unspeakable sadness, all really flowed into Sushi's heart. Have you been waiting for me? Sushi lowered his eyes, his thoughts scattered. After a moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Teacher. It was Kryza. Today's witch changed into a maid outfit decorated with lace, and her gray-silver hair blew across her neck and shoulders, like silent waves rising and falling. Her plain face did not seem to be 1,000 miles away. Instead, it was more unique and magnificent. Teacher, today's breakfast is hot milk, fried eggs, and smoked Asian dragon meat. The witch brought breakfast to Sushi. Thank you, Kryza, Sushi responded gently. You have worked hard all the time. Kryza shook her head. The voice was so calm. You don't have to care, teacher, this is what I should do. It won't be hard. It can't be hard. As long as I can meet you, as long as I can meet you again. Looking at your face, holding your hand, feeling the long-lost warmth, I will never feel tired, because you are my only one. Pa. The breakfast plate was placed on the table by Kryza. She took 2 light steps and walked to the tightly closed curtains. She held a corner with both hands and spread them to the left and right. Voila dash. In an instant, the morning sun filled the bedroom. Those warm, bright, and soft lights dispelled the cold and desolate night, and lit up this small space. Teacher, is one serving enough? The witch turned around, facing the only son she recognized with her back to the morning light. If you think it's not enough, I can prepare 10 more. Kryza, Sushi said. Yes, I'm here. Your suggestion is good, but leave it for later. Sushi politely rejected the witch's kindness. After breakfast, Sushi toured the mansion. The furniture is complete, the decoration is elegant, and the green plants are beautiful. Overall, there is no need to modify anything. This kind of life is not bad. Sushi remembered his life in Alanson City a long time ago. Compared with that time, it is quite similar now. The only difference is that there is no need to study magic anymore. In this simulation, Sushi only planned to accompany Kryza throughout the whole process, so that the immortal witch could feel as warm as possible. Kryza, is there anything you want to do? Sushi stopped and asked the indifferent witch beside him. Accompany you? Besides this, watch over you, take care of you, and serve you? Kryza continued to stare at Sushi's face. Her expression was calm, but her tone was particularly serious. In her eyes, there was only Sushi in the world, and she could only see Sushi, so she couldn't think of anything else she wanted to do. This, Sushi, felt it was difficult. At this moment, the witch seemed to remember something, and her calm eyes brightened slightly. Teacher, I have a place. I want to go. Kryza proposed something that surprised Sushi. She wanted to go to the most lively city in this magical world, to visit the largest church there. In this world, there are no real gods, but this does not prevent the birth of various beliefs. Churches appeared for this reason. Sushi didn't understand why Kryza, who hated gods, wanted to visit a church, but he agreed to this request. It's rare. Kryza took the initiative to say where she wanted to go. He smiled and said to the witch, I can't think of a reason to refuse, and I don't want to refuse. Let's go, Kryza. I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm just an ordinary person now. I can't fly or travel through space. You can only take me there. Sushi's voice was very gentle, with a little apology. It's okay, mentor. I'm the one who troubled you. The witch was probably happy to get Sushi's consent. She had no expression on her face, but her slightly trembling eyelashes had already revealed everything. Holding the grey rekindling wand, the witch was led by Sushi's hand under the sun and in the light, and stepped into the space channel. It was not because she wanted to go that she asked Sushi. It was because Sushi was here that she wanted to go. Soon, after a short space teleportation, Sushi took Kryza's hand and appeared in the world's largest city. This is not a single city. It is the capital of the kingdom. There are a large number of warriors, knights, magicians and other extraordinary people. What's more, the dragon knights belonging to the kingdom swooped over on flying dragons. Magnificent, tall, and solemn. Holy and bright, brilliant, and dazzling. This is Sushi's first impression of this city. But that's all. He looked at the real destination of this trip, the church. Is it there? It's unexpectedly conspicuous.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.